You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
You're watching the Pace from Saturday.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. It's May the 12th. Forgot to check the date. And welcome to Psychedelics Cannabis Educational News. Good morning, Rev Cindy.
Good
How are
morning.
you? How was the trip?
It was a trip of a lifetime. Something I've been wanting to do for 38 years, and it was just absolutely spectacular and better than I ever could have imagined.
Good. Did you get to every place that you wanted to go to, or you gotta go back?
All but one. Like I had a list of things that I really wanted to do and see, and I wasn't able to get to the Anne Frank house. Like you have to plan that visit weeks ahead of time. You're normally purchasing your tickets 6 weeks out, so they're booked way ahead.
Wow. Well, yeah. For everybody who's just wondering, well, where did Cindy go? You went to
Amsterdam.
All right. And cannabis?
Oh, cannabis was all over the place. There used to be over 1,000 coffee houses in Amsterdam. That has, shrunk over the years, and there's about 220 to 250, coffee houses left. I hit probably in the time that I was there 40 to 50 of them. They were literally all over the place. I couldn't imagine what it would have been like with over 1,000 of them in the city versus the over 200 that I saw. Because literally it was you couldn't walk a street and not see a coffee house.
Yeah. Were they very big?
No, of course things are very narrow in Amsterdam. All the homes are very narrow, so the coffee houses aren't huge at all. A couple of them that I was in, had maybe 3 seats for people, and that was it. Some of them were much larger, like the Bulldog, which is the oldest coffee house in Amsterdam. It's the original one. It had a few levels, and there was, quite a bit of room for people to sit, versus one called the Gray Area that I went to, that it was the one that had the 3 little tables.
That was it.
And, no outdoor balcony or anything.
Mm-hmm. So it's sort of, spread around.
It was amazing. It was, I spent my last day. I woke up in the morning and I said, you know what? I'm just going to go for a walk, and I'm going to go to every coffee house I see and smoke a joint. And I was really high by the time I got back to the Airbnb that night. Like I said, you can't go but a few feet, and there's another one.
One last question before we get into the news. To go in and purchase a couple grams, what was it like as far as cost-wise?
Oh my God. Depending on what you wanted, it was anywhere between, I think the least expensive gram I saw was €11, which would have been, 18 or 19 Canadian. And the most expensive gram I saw was €30, which would be about 45 Canadian per gram.
Wow. Holy smokes. $45.
A gram of weed.
Yeah. Wow. Ouch. Ouch. Ouch.
Yeah.
All
And
right.
then,
Well, it sounds like
and
you
then
had a good
Josh,
time. Weather was good.
weather was wonderful for the most part. There was one little rain spurt. So it wasn't too hot. It wasn't too cold. It was very much like a Canadian spring. Less rain. Yeah, so I walked everywhere. I mean, I took an Uber to my Airbnb and I took an Uber back out to the airport. And besides that, I was on foot. I walked everywhere.
Good. All righty. Time to get on with the news. We got caught up in what Cindy's been doing the last couple of weeks. Here we go. First story of the day.
Coming to us from Mugglehead Magazine, researchers find oldest definitive evidence of psychedelic plant use in Peruvian Andes.
All right. Latin American and U.S. archaeologists working in Peru have uncovered hidden rooms that they suspect were used for exclusive psychedelic drug parties. They are estimated to be about 2,500 years old, predating the Incan Empire by several centuries. The researchers, based at the University of Florida, Stanford, and unspecified South American schools, claim their discovery is the oldest irrefutable evidence of psychoactive plant usage in the Peruvian Andes.
Just to go back here a second, exclusive psychedelic drug parties.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I imagine it was probably more like exclusive psychedelic medicine ceremonies.
More likely was correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Inside the chamber, they found villicabine residue, known to contain psychedelic compound and DMT derivative bufotenine, along with trace amounts of 5-MeO-DMT and pure DMT. Which is what we call NN-DMT. It was identified on a collection of snuff tubes made from bone, along with nicotine from tobacco plants, indicating that the ancient Peruvian psychonauts were snorting a powerful psychedelic powder of sorts. These bones came from birds and deer primarily.
The administrating tools of antiquity were discovered in 2017 and 2018 before undergoing chemical analysis to determine their history. They and the Chamber Network were uncovered at the UNESCO World Heritage Site known as Chavin de Huntar. The scholars say that not just anyone would get invited to participate in the consciousness-altering festivities within the chambers. Only the elite of the Chavin culture would.
Interesting. The tubes are analogs to the rolled up bills that, oh my God, I hate the way that they're doing this, that high rollers snort cocaine through in the movies. Right? University of Florida archaeologist Daniel Contreras explained in a statement sent to Live Science. He is one of the authors of a new study published about the discovery of the proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences Journal. He has spent decades examining the site where the chambers were discovered, alongside a team lead by Stanford professor John Rick.
Psychedelics have long been an integral part of the Peruvian culture. In the nation's section of the Amazon, indigenous groups like the Shipibo have been using the DMT-infused ayahuasca brew for ceremonial and healing purposes for thousands of years. In the Andes Mountains, Quoreo natives use their shamanic healing practices on those under the influence of the mescaline-bearing cactus San Pedro. The plant gets boiled and served in liquid form.
Psychedelic tourism is big business in the country, attracting thousands of travelers every year. Graham Hancock, Jake Paul, Lindsay Lohan, Sting, Jim Carrey, Woody Harrelson, and Megan Fox are famous people known to have visited for this purpose. There are countless psychedelic retreat centers throughout Peru. Many are trustworthy, but several are only concerned with making money. So be careful.
Yeah, there you go. Peru, oldest. Now, did they say they didn't give a year? Did they? I'm just checking back. Oh, yeah, there you go. Over 2,500 years old.
Yeah, I was gonna say I closed it. I can't go back.
Yeah. That's it's a long time ago. Actually,
Yeah.
when they found the some of the tombs in China where they found cannabis in, they were just as old.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, these are plants
Right.
that have been around forever. I can.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, exactly. All right. You ready? On to the next
And
story.
coming to us from Aurelia Matters, a poll most opposed to extending drug legalization.
Fun guys. About 80% of readers were opposed to extending drug legalization to psilocybin-containing mushrooms or MDMA in an online poll this week. In many Canadian communities, you might get the impression that psilocybin mushrooms actually are legal, as the stores selling them are both tolerated and not all subtle about their line of business. Please concede that they are often a low priority for enforcement.
Hmm. Men are more likely to favor legalization, apparently. And, a poll asked, should recreational drug legalization be extended to substances like magic mushrooms or ecstasy? I find it interesting that they put the two of them together.
Yeah.
And then for men, the yes was at about 25%. And for the women, it was at about 12%.
Oh, I'm just going through scrolling down through these charts here.
Hmm.
Oh, now the website is bouncing.
Oh, no. I'm going to go on to the next poll while
All
you're
right.
bouncing. And the next one is,
Okay.
should recreational drug legalization be extended to substances like magic mushrooms or ecstasy? And this is cross-referenced with how old you are. So under 40, 40% of people said yes, the same with 40 to 49. Getting into my age group, 24% of us said yes. The 60 to 69 said about 16% said yes, and 70 or older, 11% said yes.
Yeah,
And
I
then they
see
say
it. There's a whole whack of charts on here. Yeah. Okay.
yeah.
Should recreational drug legalization be extended to substances, as you mentioned, the mushrooms and ecstasy? And they say they have the dollar value. People who are making money, people who are making over 180 or $140,000 a year. 28% of them say yes, but as you go down to under $40,000 a year, it's only 18%.
Yeah, and it stays right about there for like the 100 and below.
Yeah. Cross-reference. Say, what party do you plan to vote for? Have already voted for in the federal election? Oh, okay, that's got.
This one makes complete sense to me, to be honest. Although I expected the Green and the NDP to be higher, but that order kind of makes sense to me.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I can see that. I agree. What best describes your view? Okay, that got to do with what's that got to do with ecstasy and mushrooms?
Yeah. How
I'm
do you
not
feel
sure.
about the election outcome?
Yeah,
Okay, if we
exactly.
compare it to cross-reference with should Canada have legalized recreational cannabis? So for the people that say yes, recreational cannabis, was good,
Oh,
28% of those people are saying, yeah, we should legalize mushrooms and ecstasy, which is really psilocybin and MDMA. And for the people that said no to cannabis, 4% of them are in agreement with psychedelics becoming legalized.
yeah. Which statement is closest to your experience of recreational cannabis? I use use cannabis recreationally both before and after legalization. That's basically almost 50% right there.
Yep.
I use cannabis recreationally only after legalization. That's 28% of the people. They waited. I thought that my number might have even been higher, but I guess not. I use cannabis recreation before legalization. only 16%.
Yeah. Well, see, those are the people that want to, like, they're the daredevils. Like
Yeah.
that group of people, like oh yeah, before it was legalized, I was all over it, but not so much anymore. I mean, they don't want
Yeah.
to be legalized because they would do the same thing.
Oh, they even got one here for you for tattoos. Which answer is closest to your attitude to tattoos? I have tattoos and I'm happy with them.
Yeah, I can't believe only 40% of those people want to want to legalize it. I don't have tattoos, but I'm open to getting them. Have tattoos, but regret them. Wow.
Yeah.
That makes sense to me too. That like it would go down that way. I have tattoos and I'm happy with them. That's the one I'm really shocked in. Only 37%.
Yeah, you expected higher, eh?
Opposite. Yeah, like yeah.
Do you attend religious services? Well, those people would never use. Yeah.
Interesting.
All right. Well, not going to go through them all, but there you go. Bunch of polls.
A bunch of polls. Some of them are quite interesting, though.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. So, all righty. We should move on to our next story. And there we go.
Coming to us from Science Alert. Does cannabis lower sperm quality? New study reveals a surprise results.
With cannabis now legal in much of the U.S., the focus is shifting from the ethics of using cannabis to the health implications. New research suggests smoking cannabis doesn't lower sperm quality and challenging the results of some previous studies. We heard all that when I was going to high school. Semen samples from 921 men were analyzed as part of the study, which was led by researchers from the Boston University School of Public Health. The samples were checked for semen volume, total sperm count, sperm concentration, and sperm motility, and that's how they move along.
Overall, the researchers found no significant difference in these measurements when comparing cannabis users with people who don't use cannabis. While there were variations, there didn't meet a statistically significant threshold. Chronic cannabis use among human males has been associated with lower testosterone concentrations and alterations in other hormones relevant to semen quality. And this is coming from the researchers in their published paper.
And it jumped, and I've lost where we were.
Okay. Studies have also shown associations of chronic cannabis use with poor semen quality, but results have been inconsistent across different hormonal and reproductive measures. Did you find us yet?
In this last sample, at least, there was no pattern to be found. It doesn't settle the issue one way or the other, but it is another useful piece of evidence for scientists looking into the potential health issues associated with cannabis. Previous research has raised questions about cannabis use and how it might influence working memory and triggers psychotic experiences. Other researchers suggest that cannabis use could protect against cognitive decline. It definitely seems to leave lasting changes to our bodies, for better or worse.
When it comes to this particular study, 22.6% of participants said they were regular cannabis users, while 3.3% of them said they use cannabis every day. But this use apparently had no impact on sperm health. Further control for potential confounders, including body mass index, had little influence on the study results, and results were similar among non-smokers of tobacco, writes the researchers.
We know that the primary psychoactive ingredient in cannabis is THC. Interacts with cells in many different parts of the body, including the brain, of course, but also other tissues and organs. Importantly, for this particular field of research, we've also seen THC affecting the testes in animal studies. With that in mind, it's somewhat surprising to see no noticeable impact on sperm health in the sample of men tested here.
More research is going to be needed to establish whether cannabis use really does impact sperm quality across larger groups of men, across longer time frames, and across more countries. With more data and more research, more recognizable patterns should appear. There is a paucity of information regarding the effects of cannabis use on semen quality, write the researchers.
Epidemic studies of cannabis use and semen quality have been limited, and results have been inconsistent. And this was published in the Andrology publication. There you go. And I was hearing all about all that when I was going to high school. As I said, for years they've been talking about that. And then you come across something like this that says no. Or there's inconsistencies. It's not, flat out straight through.
Yeah, but I mean, like back in the Reefer Madness days is when that research was done that said that it was bad on semen quality and semen count. If you want to have kids, don't smoke weed, men, blah, blah, blah. That research was done back in the Reefer Madness days when they were putting out that movie and all that stuff. So how much do I trust that research from then?
I know. I'll ask my kids, my 3 kids.
Exactly, right?
Yeah, exactly. All righty. We go to the next story.
Coming to us from cannabis.net. Forget brain quizzes. Cannabis could be the key to preventing cognitive decline, says new groundbreaking study.
The earlier story mentioned a bit about this, so here we go. Could cannabis be the key to preventing cognitive decline? Here's what a groundbreaking study has to say. It says cognitive decline is the gradual decrease in mental functioning as we get older.
Yeah. It affects many significant cognitive tasks that we use on a daily basis, such as reasoning, processing, attention, and memory. The rate at which these functions decrease in efficiency and severity vary from one person to another, though it's inevitable that everyone will be affected at some point. Cognitive decline occurs due to many biological changes that happen in the body as a result of aging, particularly in the brain where neurons also age. This leads to slower processing times as we struggle to process new information. In addition, hormonal changes caused by aging also impact brain function. Other factors such as free radical accumulation, oxidative stress, and reduced blood flow to the brain, as well as many others, affect brain cells, not to mention lifestyle and medical factors, which can also speed up cognitive decline. Chronic conditions such as high cholesterol or high blood pressure, obesity, vitamin deficiencies, and mental health issues all contribute to cognitive decline.
This is the reason why we lose our independence as we get older. The thought can be scary. But did you know that alongside living a healthy lifestyle from a young age, cannabis consumption can help?
Yes, a groundbreaking large study whose results were published last year analyzed more than 5,000 men in Denmark for over 40 years to examine the long-term effects of cannabis consumption. The study was also supported through data provided by the National Institute of Drug Abuse and led by a public health scientist, Christine Merap Hogue. Military intelligence tests were utilized to measure cognitive function at 2 different periods, early adulthood and then again in late midlife. It was interesting to find that the men with a history of cannabis consumption displayed less cognitive decline when they were studied at both points in life compared to those men who didn't use cannabis. The investigators took into account different health and lifestyle factors which may affect IQ scores, such as tobacco smoking, binge drinking, and educational level, yet the findings were the same. Cannabis users showed less cognitive decline compared to non-users.
Interesting. Very interesting. Researchers also discovered there was no association between the frequency of cannabis use with the age of their first consumption. These factors also did not lead to more cognitive decline, which dispels the theories that early cannabis use speeds up cognitive decline. Among cannabis users, no significant association was found with cognitive decline for either age of initiation of cannabis use or frequent cannabis use, explains one of the study's authors.
Further studies are needed to investigate whether these findings reflect that there are no adverse effects of cognitive decline or that the effects of cannabis are temporary and disappear after a prolonged period of time, the authors said. Meanwhile, a study conducted by researchers at the University of California at San Diego analyzed the long-term effects of cannabis use on cognitive among 297 older individuals with HIV. The cohort included frequent cannabis users, consumed several times a week, occasional users, once a week or less, and then non-users altogether.
According to the findings, the individuals who historically consumed cannabis occasionally had the best results. They also add that frequent cannabis consumption was not linked to a decrease in cognitive performance during the trial. The authors wrote, in a longitudinal, well-characterized cohort of older adults with HIV, we found that occasional cannabis use in later life was associated with better overall global cognition compared to no cannabis use. A potential important finding given this population's increased vulnerability in cognitive impairment.
Another study from researchers at the University of Colorado at Boulder analyzed the effects of cannabis consumption on cognitive function, working memory, and executive function among 856 individual twins. Cannabis users were analyzed side by side to their non-consuming twins during the late adolescent years. Then it was analyzed again in the early 20s. A majority of the cannabis users in the study admitted to occasional but not daily use of cannabis. These studies' authors found little support for causal effect of cannabis on cognition. The conclusion is consistent with those from previous twin studies, which suggest that cannabis use does not cause a decline in cognitive ability among normative cannabis use using sample, they wrote.
And for decades since the 1930s, the war on drugs tried to brainwash people into thinking that cannabis use caused their brain to rot, and other silly myths with zero scientific evidence. These misinformed claims and many more surrounding the dangerous effects of cannabis on one's brain were unfounded. This is nothing more than a propaganda spread by the war on drugs. That said, it only applies to youth and teen cannabis use. Young children with developing brains shouldn't be exposed to drugs, and that's something we all agreed on. However, using cannabis responsibly in early adulthood and even in one's senior years can even be beneficial and protective for brain health.
In fact, cannabis is neuroprotective for the brain. There are many studies proving the anti-inflammatory and antioxidant properties of cannabis for the brain. It's the opposite of what fear-mongers and prohibitionists have been campaigning all of these decades. Cannabinoids, particularly THC and CBD, have proven that they can be beneficial and protective for the brain, despite being fed misinformation for many decades about how cannabis leads to cognitive decline, lower IQ, and brain rot. This is simply not true. Even individuals in their senior years are able to enjoy cannabis responsibly and safely without worrying about it affecting their cognitive function.
There you go. Another myth busted.
Woo, woo.
Woohoo, exactly. All righty. That's our first four stories. Time for us to take a break. When we get back, we'll continue with the news. Other than that, we'll see you in, under 3 minutes.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, They offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
That way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, we got the first half of the story covered. Getting ready for the second half, and there we go.
Coming to us from Science Alert, Brazilian psychedelic plant emerges as potential depression treatment.
Long used in indigenous Brazilian rituals, the Germa bretta plant, which contains a potent psychedelic, is gaining ground as potential treatment for depression. At street stalls where medicinal herbs are sold, customers can buy the plant's root, which contains DMT, a illicit substance that researchers say could be used to alleviate symptoms.
Following instructions he found on the internet, Guarci Carvalho extracted DMT at home in 2016 from roots he bought on the street. The 31-year-old software programmer who has tried various treatment for chronic depression, he has suffered since adolescence, said that the medicine makes it feel like you've solved something in your life.
Physicist Dralu Arajo, who has conducted extensive research on the medicine, says the response is rapid. One day after treatment, patients already showed a significant improvement in the depression symptoms. Yet, he also warned that it is not a magic cure and that psychedelics are not for everyone.
As a researcher at the Brain Institute of the Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte, he and his team treated 14 people with the medicine for 6 months. The patients inhaled vaporized DMT under medical supervision.
It's common for our patients to say that something's changed, that a key opened something, he says. His patients also receive psychological therapy, and some continued with conventional pharmaceutical drugs.
Neuroscientist Ferdinand Falanfo Fontes, also of the Brain Institute, said, "We have patients who improve significantly and others who don't improve at all." They say findings were published in the scientific journal Nature in April. In 2024, he published another study with promising results in the journal Psychedelic Medicine.
Yeah, as for Carvalho, who stopped using the plant some time ago, he said the medicine really allows a person to start to have a lighter life. It helped him get through a time when he was in a state of questioning myself about work, day-to-day life, he says.
Brazil occupies a fairly prominent place in DMT research due to the substance's prominence in society, Haro said. While there is no ban on the cultivation or possession of the plant Juema, which is also known as Mimosa tenflorea, consumption of the DMT, though, is prohibited, except for religious and scientific use, which is the same here, by the way. I mean, I can purchase the root and have it here, but that's all I can do.
Yeah.
Jurema's roots are combined with other plants in a wine-like beverage that is consumed at rituals that includes dancing and drums, part of indigenous tradition in northeast Brazil where the plant grows. And that would probably be something similar to ayahuasca.
Yeah. It's not hallucination, says Joyce Sosha, a young woman attending a Jurema ceremony in Planaltina on the outskirts of Brazil. My spiritual channels became more accessible. I can communicate better with myself, Sosha says.
Gathered in a house courtyard and dressed in white, the group of mostly novices waited for more seasoned practitioners to enter a trance and bring messages from ancient spirits. Meanwhile, back in the lab, Ahura is hoping to expand his DMT research to a study of 100 patients.
Let's say that in 5 years, we'll have a clear picture on when it will reach a real clinical setting, he says.
Interesting.
All right, there you go.
Interesting.
I had a little bit of jumping going around on that page too. So
yeah,
we got through her though. All righty. Next story is up.
Coming to us from SciTech Daily, natural mushroom compound shows promise in treating Parkinson's symptoms.
Nice. Psilocybin, a naturally occurring compound found in certain mushrooms, has shown potential in treating depression and anxiety. Now, researchers at UC San Francisco set out to explore whether psilocybin could also benefit individuals with Parkinson's disease, a population that frequently suffers from severe mood disturbances alongside motor symptoms and often responds poorly to conventional antidepressants and other medications.
Yeah, the results were surprising. Participants not only tolerated the treatment without experiencing serious side effects or worsening of their Parkinson's symptoms, the primary focus of this pilot study, but also reported meaningful improvements in mood, cognitive function, and motor control. Remarkably, these benefits persisted for several weeks after psilocybin had cleared from their bodies.
Yeah, this marks the first time a psychedelic has been studied in patients with any neurodegenerative disease. Now, Ellen Bradley, MD, Assistant Professor and Associate Director at USCF's Transitional Psychedelic Research Program, says that we are still in very early stages of this work, but this first study went well beyond what we expected. Many people don't realize this, but mood symptoms and Parkinson's are linked to a faster physical decline, and they are actually a stronger predictor for patients' quality of life with Parkinson's than their motor symptoms.
Researchers in the TRPR program within the UCSF's Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences and the Department of Neurology teamed up to lead this project, which was funded by an anonymous donor. The findings were published in Neuropsychopharmacology, which is a Nature publication. Parkinson's disease, which is a progressive neurodegenerative disorder characterized by uncontrolled movement due to abnormal brain activity, affects about 1 million Americans. While medications like levodopa can relieve symptoms, there are no approved therapies to slow the progression or reverse the disease itself.
Common early physical symptoms include tremors and foot dragging, but Bradley said anxiety and depression in patients with no history of psychiatric problems often precede the onset of motor symptoms by several years. It's unclear why standard medications often don't work well for these patients, but mood change could be part of the neurodegenerative disease process. To test the safety of psilocybin for these patients, the researchers gave 7 men and 5 women with mild to moderate Parkinson's disease a 10 milligram dose, followed 2 weeks later by a higher dose of 25 milligrams. The patients completed psychotherapy sessions before and after the psilocybin, 8 sessions in total, and were evaluated for changes in mood, cognition, and motor functions.
While nearly all participants experienced some adverse events while on psilocybin, such as anxiety and nausea, elevated blood pressure, these were not serious enough to require medical intervention. The participants had meaningful improvements in their mood, cognition, and motor symptoms at both their 1 week and 1 month follow-up appointments. The team evaluated the participants' mood again 3 months after their psilocybin sessions and found it was still significantly improved.
The researchers suggested a variety of explanations for the improvements. The beneficial impact of psilocybin on the patient's mood could have led to better cognitive and motor functions. For example, people feel better, and that in turn helps them socialize and become more active, both key elements of Parkinson's treatment. Another theory is that the psilocybin could provide relief from multiple symptoms of the disease by reducing inflammation and promoting neuroplasticity, the growth and reconnection of brain cells involved in mood, cognition, and movement regulation.
I feel that it's probably a combination of these two things.
Mm-hmm.
The results of this pilot study were promising enough that the researchers are conducting a larger randomized control trial at UCSF, enrolling a larger and more diverse group of patients. The second study incorporates non-invasive brain stimulation, neuroimaging, and other tools to understand how psilocybin impacts inflammation and neuroplasticity. It will include a second site at Yale University with the aim of enrolling 100 participants. This work will be funded by the same anonymous donor that paid for the safety pilot, as well as by the Michael J. Fox Foundation for Parkinson's Research. I knew he was going to be involved.
Somewhere in there, yeah. Now, according to Joshua Woolley, MD, PhD, Associate Professor at UCSF, says that the vast majority of brain diseases still lack interventions that change the course of the illness. We can often treat the symptoms, but we don't alter the trajectory or prevent decline. Now that's beginning to change. These results raise the exciting possibility that psilocybin may help the brain repair itself. Wow.
Yeah. Yep. We've seen
brain
that
repairing
in stroke
itself through the
victims.
use of psilocybin.
Imagine.
Imagine that, eh?
Imagine that.
All righty. We just head off to the next story.
Okie dokie.
Here we go. What's up?
Coming to us from MSN, raid number 7, Windsor, Ontario. Police bust downtown magic mushroom dispensary again and again.
There they are, containers, packages. And perhaps the 7th time in less than 2 years, Windsor police have busted a downtown magic mushroom business, keeps sprouting up on Olivet Avenue. In the latest crackdown at the now familiar location, officers with the Windsor Police Services Drugs and Guns Unit executed a search warrant Wednesday at a commercial storefront in the 300 block of Olivet Avenue.
Investigators said almost 30,000 in illegal mushrooms were seized from the dispensary that sells the illegal psilocybin products. Police said they confiscated 217 bags of dried psilocybin, commonly known as magic mushrooms, 94 containers of psilocybin tablets, 55 psilocybin chocolate bars, 36 packages of psilocybin gummy bears, 6 DMT vapes, 6 containers of dried psilocybin, and $600 in cash.
Yeah, 33-year-old employee was charged with possession of a controlled substance for the purpose of trafficking. And they say that since July 2023, officers have repeatedly raided the same storefront location, seizing in excess of $200,000 worth of psilocybin infused products. In response to the downtown Windsor business that openly sells magic mushrooms, city police vowed in July of 2023 to hold criminally accountable anyone in possession of or trafficking in outlawed substances.
Sales of products containing the hallucinogen psilocybin are illegal here in Canada. Fun Guys, which originally set up franchise operations in downtown Windsor and across Ontario in 2023, announced last November that it was shutting down after hundreds of police raids. This same Ouellette Avenue location was busted again this January. The company originally stated its efforts were aimed at having magic mushrooms legalized here in Canada.
Police said Health Canada warns taking magic mushrooms can cause people to see, hear, or feel things that are not there, or to experience anxiety, fear, nausea, and muscle twitches, accompanied by increased heart rate and blood pressure. And as far as the police, they say that the investigation is ongoing. Yeah. There you go.
Interesting.
Number 7. Lucky 7. Isn't that supposed to be, a good number? Maybe after 7, it'll be the last one. That'll be the luckiness 7.
Yeah, probably because Fun Guys isn't going to open again.
Yeah, I know. I know. That happens. All right, yeah, because they've already announced that, as they mentioned,
that they're done. So
they're
yeah,
done. But there are others. There are
many.
others out there. Yeah, many. All right, ready? Last story of the day.
Yeah. Coming to us from International Cannabis Business Conference, Belgian researchers, cannabis not associated with sedentary lifestyle.
Historically, one of the most common stereotypes perpetrated by cannabis opponents, mainstream media, and films is that cannabis consumers are lazy and unmotivated. However, the results of a recent study conducted in Belgium directly contradicts that portrayal. Researchers affiliated with various health and academic institutions based in Belgium conducted a study examining cannabis use and levels of physical activity.
Several studies have suggested a positive effect of occasional cannabis consumption on the frequency of leisure time physical activity, possibly due to more motivation before, more enjoyment during, and better recovery after engaging in leisure time physical exercise. While such an effect would contradict the stereotypical image of lower physical activity levels in cannabis users as compared to non-users. Evidence has been mixed at best. The current study investigated this proposed association in a representative sample of the Belgian population. The researchers stated about the focus of the investigation.
Data from 4 waves of Belgian health interview survey were used in regression and propensity matching analysis to examine the association between past month cannabis use and physical activity levels while controlling for potential confounding variables. The researchers stated after the study's methodology. Now, a total of 19,936 individuals were included in the analysis. They were aged 15 to 64. And they say that we modeled physical activity and function of past month cannabis use while adjusting for potential confounders.
Yeah, in my discussions with skeptics and cannabis opponents over the years, I often point out that a long list of successful professional athletes have admitted to cannabis use. I previously partnered with 18-year NBA veteran and all-star Clifford, Uncle Cliffy Robinson, and appeared alongside him in the Netflix film Grass is Greener prior to his tragic passing in 2020. He is a glowing example of someone who consumed cannabis throughout his life and was also very physically active. One thing that Clifford always said was cannabis can absolutely be part of an active lifestyle, as evidenced by his lived experience. The recent study in Belgium goes to the heart of Clifford's claim.
Yeah, I completely agree with him. Just because you smoke cannabis doesn't mean they're not going to be active. All right. It says both the regression analysis and the propensity matching analysis revealed no evidence in favor of positive effect of past month cannabis use on physical activity levels. Descriptive analysis of baseline characteristics suggested some clear differences between users and non-users that were in line with previous studies. The researchers stated about their study's findings. They go on to say and conclude that there was no evidence suggesting that past month cannabis users have better or worse physical activity levels compared to non-users in the Belgium population aged 15 to 64 years of age.
Whether someone is physically active or not is dependent on several factors. However, just because someone consumes cannabis does not automatically equate them to being lazy or physically unmotivated. The results of this Belgian study build on numerous other peer-reviewed studies that have arrived at the same conclusion, in addition to a laundry list of real-world examples of athletes in elite physical shape who have also consumed cannabis during their successful careers.
Bingo, exactly. Just because you smoke cannabis doesn't mean that you're lazy. I know many people who are active that consume cannabis.
Absolutely.
So, yeah. Yeah, just more
I know many
stories.
people who are active because they consume cannabis.
Yeah. You know, and some people like to go for a walk when they consume cannabis.
Yep.
Right? Nice walk in the woods or wherever.
Yep.
You know? So, all righty. I see we're done. Got all the stories finished up. Anything before we say goodbye and I sign us off?
Oh, I don't think so.
Okay. All right. Any advice for Amsterdam goers?
Oh, any advice for Amsterdam? Do as much as you can and walk everywhere. And hit the Rocket coffee house. It was probably my favorite.
There you go. All right. That's the news for today. We hope you found it educational and informative. Thanks to Camelford Lifestyle Shop at ease.ca and Limestone City Hydroponics, and to you, our viewers. Thanks to you for tuning in. And don't forget to educate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Cannabis whispers sway to the breeze, under the sun where the heart finds ease. Rustling leaves and a vibrancy, nature's embrace, let it breathe. Let the good times roll and shine. In this golden dawn that you are mine. Waves of green under the endless sky, roots run deep as the days drift by. We'll sing along with the birds' sweet song in this magic space. We know we belong. Oh, let the good times roll and shine. This golden moment, you are mine. Rolling hills with the sun on our face. Every spirit's in this sacred place. Every action, every moment we find. With our heartbeat on, souls intertwined. Let the good times roll and shine. In this golden moment, you are mine.
You're watching the Hi Guys podcast with Al and the other Al on the 420 Pace Project.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hi, guys.
Hi. Yes, we're
And I'm
we're
going to say
here. What?
I'm going to say hi again. I'll explain that when you're done.
Oh, I was just going to say we are here. We're not queer, but we're really high.
The reason I said hi again is because I forgot to remove us from the room when I hit the live button.
Oh,
Well,
I mean, okay. Whatever.
Oops, I better hit that go button.
You'd think you'd know what you were doing after how many years? Oh,
Yeah, I know. Well, normally I've been using the intro automatic.
I thought it was set up, and I'm mistaken.
Yeah, it wasn't. So I just hit the button afterwards. I went, oh shit,
So
better hear now.
let me just hear. There, that's what we're missing.
Oh, okay.
So we'll go here and there. Now it will go.
Yeah, now it will go. Yes.
Yeah.
But so I got a question for you, and for everybody else who tunes in.
All right.
What are you smoking?
I have to change that. I got it. Did you see what I did, Al? Before I
No.
answer, I put our avatar. I stole your avatar that you made. I'm smoking some Mac 1 at the moment.
Mac 1.
Yeah.
Today, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different vape cartridges to consume during the broadcast.
Okay, now how can you actually test 6 different fucking cartridges in a 90-minute show, Al?
Who said anything about testing? That's in the review stage.
Okay.
I got something completely different for that.
Oh, all right. All right. I've got a few things loaded here in my Facebooky stuff. And one of them is from our friend Steve Bloom at Celeb Stoner. That we're going to talk about 10 cannabis dispensary brands that are owned by celebrities.
Oh, interesting.
Yep.
Yeah. I imagine there'll be some that will be maybe finding out the first time.
Yes, I'm sure there are some that we know. I'm sure most of them we know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I found that interesting, and I've got a show that I want to show a trailer of that I watched from Prime as well. We'll do that later. It's called,
we'll do that during the entertainment and section there. But
that's called On Call, which is a new cop show that they've got on Prime.
All
But it
right.
was different. So,
and for myself for today, I've got some recipes. They call them the 10 best cannabis recipes.
I think
so. We'll find out when we go through them. And I've got some news. Being this is the first show of the year that we've been back live, I've got some top 2024 international cannabis stories, as well as I got.
We really didn't do a lot of year-end stuff.
No. And I've got some year-end when it comes to sports, year-end sports cannabis-related news as well.
Cool.
So we'll get into that as the show progresses throughout to the morning.
And what are you drinking?
What am I drinking today? I am drinking something.
One of your little concoctions?
No, nobody else can have that unless they live here, because they have to be on my well in order to get the well water I got in my mug.
Oh, you got nice spring water?
What's that?
You got nice spring water?
Yeah, well water or whatever. Yeah. See, when I lived in town, you sort of had the taste of the river. A little bit of an algae taste sometimes. It used to be really bad when we first moved to Campbellford, and then over the years it got better and better and better. But people from out of town say they could still smell the water.
I could smell the water when I was in Hastings, because I lived up there for a little while, as you know.
Yeah. Same water source.
Well, yeah, it's the same thing, but it wasn't. Ooh, that's very small. Yeah, no, I don't like that. Welcome to my world. I'm doing things while we're doing this.
You're talking about the little screen up there, the logo.
There we go. I was trying to put our. It's the wrong logo.
It's still not the right one. There's only two of us, man. We could call our audience.
Anyways,
our audience the third one.
I never tried the water at the farm because all I had was a well, or like a pond. And although several people said you would have been fine using the water for my plants.
Good morning, Kent.
I
got a message there.
I can't. I didn't ever use it. I got bottled water, as you know.
Oh yeah.
I hated it until we got the bins. Al took me to get some water jugs, big. What do you get? 1,000
liter tote. We had got you a black one in order to help you create some warm water.
Yeah, and it was really, really cool because I had it up on the top of the hill, as you know, by the gate. And by 11 o'clock, the water was not boiling hot, but nice and warm enough to have a shower.
Well, that was the thing, right? And if you needed water to be cold, you could always put it in the fridge, right?
Well, I bought bottled water still because I was told not to drink out of those jugs because I didn't know what was in it. So all I did was water the plants, the dog, and showered and did stuff. Right? Yeah,
not for consumables.
Exactly. No, we didn't drink it. We didn't drink it, but and the water here in Terrace Bay feeds right from Lake Superior, which, as we've discussed many times, is the coldest of all our Great Lakes here in North America. and the water is always cold right out of the fucking tap. It's like ice cold right out of the tap, dude.
Even after making its way through the ground and all the processing.
It's
and
minus 30, dude.
Yeah, it's
You know,
a little chilly up there, eh?
it is a little chilly and it's been windy, and I lost another panel on the greenhouse.
Oh, so
On
is
the other
this
side now.
is this ice fog that I'm seeing in the screen? Is this from the coldness? You know,
You know what? I'm trying to light a joint, but what I've done is I have my buddy Dean got me this little stand, and
okay. Yeah.
incense goes on top of it,
Yes.
and the incense has a hole in it, and it draws down, not up. So it creates but what I've discovered is
Draw so that the smoke from the incense comes down.
it
Instead of
comes down, it goes
floating
through a
out
little
into the
hole.
air.
Yeah, it goes through a hole, and then it goes out into the air. And what I've discovered is that if I put it directly under the camera, I get a really neat effect.
Oh
seen it.
yeah.
I'll do it with my doobie.
So like, what draws it down?
It's just naturally you light it at the top, and as it burns down, it draws through the hole in the center of the incense.
Yeah.
And comes down the little holder and spreads. It's just it's like a cool little, but Dean made sure that he got me a mushroom in a hand. So that's
yeah.
kind of cool.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah.
He gets me mushroom stuff, incense, and gnomes. He likes to find gnomes that look like me.
Yeah. Yeah,
I have a few.
you do, eh?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Shall we get on to your 5 high list? High 5 or however you pronounce it.
It's what
it's called the list.
the list I have today is 7 reasons to eat nuts.
Oh, really?
These nuts, and I'm gonna try and pull it up as big as I can.
Okay, well, hang on. I gotta run this.
It's certainly high on the list.
All right.
I'm certainly high on the list.
Yeah, I can't eat nuts.
I know. I'm tapering off nuts because I am seeing that
problem.
Yeah. Do we want to do 7 nuts, or do we want to do 10 cannabis dispensaries?
Oh, cannabis dispensaries. Why not?
All right.
There are cannabis nuts.
Well, I don't know. Are there cannabis nuts? Is cannabis nuts? Cannabis makes me nuts.
Flavor, roasted, whatever, cannabis related, but go ahead.
This is our 10 cannabis dispensary brands owned by celebrities.
Yes. Yeah, we talked about that 10 minutes ago.
Yep. So, number 1 is Burner. I don't know who Burner is.
Neither do I. Burner.
Be Real, of course, we know who Be Real is from Cypress Hill. And he has several dispensary locations in California, as you can see.
Now, when we talked about this earlier on, it was we said, well, we'll probably know everybody on there. And the very first one, neither one of us knew.
Yep. And let's see who. I didn't even look to see who he was. He's an entrepreneur, a rapper, and an entrepreneur. He has 75 in 15 states,
plus Canada, Israel, Puerto Rico, and Thailand.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a lot of stores.
So it's Lemonade's sister brand, is what it is.
Huh.
Oh, is that? Yeah.
Well, he owns cookies. Well, what it says there, he owns Cookie Lemonade.
Yeah, I don't know that store. Do you?
And Cookies is in Canada.
So you've seen
Yeah, I was talking to Tamara. Had some.
So down to Be
Be
Real
Real.
again, and Dr. Green Thumbs is his dispensary locations.
Yeah, he's got 8 stores.
Looks like 8. Yep.
Yeah, 8. All of them are in the U.S. Looks like most of them. All
of them are in
California.
California, except for one in Detroit.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Cheech and Chong, of course, we know them.
Yeah.
6 stores now. Geez.
6 stores. All
Yeah,
in the
and
US.
that's Cheech and Chong's dispensaries. I'm surprised, being that Tommy is Canadian, that they haven't opened anything here. But
yeah. Who knows? See what
One
happens. It's probably in the works.
Woody Harrelson.
Woody
Yeah.
Harrelson.
And his partners are Bill Maher and John McEnroe in the woods.
Oh, okay, yeah. They've only got 1 store.
They only have 1 store.
I want to make Hollywood Citizens a little bit higher. Not your ordinary flower shop.
But
He would
Bill Maher and John
scroll back
McEnroe.
up. Scroll back up. Okay, so this is his store right here. This is Woody Harrelson's The Woods.
Yes.
Okay, all right. I was thinking that it was the picture below, but this is his store here. Okay.
No, it seems to be the picture above.
Correct.
So it would be this one. Yes. There's the article right there.
Yeah. Okay.
So like I said, I'm surprised with the partnership there.
Yeah. Wonder why,
Bill Maher, yes, I know, we all know Bill smokes. He talks about it all the time. But John McEnroe, I didn't realize was a cannabis.
Either did I. I didn't either, but
it makes sense.
It does.
That's probably why he's not as angry as he used to be. Al Harrington. I don't know who Al Harrington is.
Back down. Okay, yeah. All right, I just want to put the picture in with the wording. That's all.
Oh, okay. All right.
There you go. So he's a former NBA player with the Nuggets. Well, Nuggets.
The Nuggets
all works together,
and Kicks.
Yeah.
Or Knicks.
Knicks. The Village. They got 4 stores.
Yep.
He's in 3 different states.
Yeah. And
okay.
Paper and Leaf. Brandon Hill. I don't know who that is.
Blues Travelers drummer. The name almost sounds familiar to me, to tell you the truth.
Is that
Blues
who that
Travelers does? I know that. That's not a problem. Co-owner Steve Kessler.
I know Blues Traveler consumes. I follow John Popper. He's one of my favorite voices.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I've seen him live.
He says, I started Paper and Leaf from scratch with Steve Kessler. It's all about working together to break the stigma. So there you go. And Paper and Leaf, that's a joint, right?
Makes sense to me. What do we got here? Marley's Naturals. Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Although, you know what? I thought they had many more stores than that.
Just the one, eh?
The one in Kingston, Jamaica. They don't have any stores in the U.S.
Yeah.
But you can get their brands in the U.S.
Yeah.
I believe, and we covered this many years ago, they bought a prison in California and turned it into a full-out grow, where that's where they grow the Marley brand.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's kind of interesting. What else we got here? Reckon the Chef. I don't know who that is.
No. Wong Tang Clan member.
Oh, Wu-Tang Clan.
Wu-Tang. Okay.
Yeah, Wu-Tang Clan. Okay, so he's a rapper.
Yeah. Hashistoria. So that must the store's name is Hashistoria. So something tells me it's probably leaning that way.
I would think so. What else we got here? Swede. This is wow.
Snoop Dogg.
The Snoop Dogg. I don't know who that is.
Either way. It says he's a rapper.
That's what he says. Yeah.
Only 2 stores.
Again, but
we'll see. One of them is in the Netherlands.
You can get his products worldwide.
Yeah, well,
even here in Canada.
Is it? It
Yeah.
lists the Netherlands as one of the locations, and he was also at one time he was in a battle over copyright infringement because he had a brand called Leafs.
Mm.
Yeah, and the logo had a leaf on it. You know, it sort of looked a lot like the hockey end of things.
Okay. So what? The Maple Leafs went after him?
Yeah, there was copyright infringement.
The
There
Toronto
was a
Maple
battle
Leafs went
going
after
on.
him.
Yeah, I don't know what the final outcome obviously was, but
Yeah, I don't.
you don't hear of it anymore. So,
Exhibit, yes, of course.
L.A. rapper associated with Dr. Dre and
Oh
Snoop.
yeah, he's a big name, and that's it. That's number 10.
There
So
you
we
go.
knew most of them.
Yeah. Knew I've heard of them. Something along that line, right?
Yeah, man. It's it's a different world.
Sure
It's
is.
world.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Do we want to throw some nuts in the mix?
Sure, while we're at her.
All right. Here, let me pull some nuts out. You're gonna pull my nuts out. Hold on, people. I'm working on it. Having a hard time finding my nuts.
Just share them, will you?
I'm sharing my nuts.
Here it comes. There you go.
So this is a list of 7 reasons to eat these different nuts. And can you even read that, Al? I can't even
Hang
see
on.
it.
I just blew it up. Walnuts.
Okay.
Yes, walnuts are a good source of ALA and omega-3 fatty acids that support bone health by boosting density and reducing inflammation.
I enjoy walnuts. I that's one of my nuts that I like.
Yeah, I like them too.
But you can't eat them.
I can't eat any nuts now. I eat peanut butter, but it's not crunchy peanut butter.
And I don't like peanut butter, but I like peanuts.
So you got almonds as
I
well
love
as
almonds.
Brazil nuts. Brazil
nuts.
nuts are rich in selenium. It's an anti-toxin. So that's
Yes,
good.
and you can also get Brazil nut oil. You can get pretty much any nut oil.
Yeah. No, I think I'm hearing my dog at the door.
Mine hasn't been out yet.
Isn't she? Yeah, I'm hearing mine scratch. So keep talking about the nuts on the list. I'll be right back.
Al, I can't even read the nut list.
Oh, can you? Oh, okay. All right. I'll continue.
Okay, no, I got it. I can't read the words, but I will try. We got pecans, rich in something long, fats, and antioxidants. Such as vitamin E, which helps lower bad cholesterol. And then we got some cashews.
Cashews. They contain unsaturated fats, especially some type of acid. Oleic acid.
I don't
They're
mind.
good for fiber, plant-based protein, which contribute to a healthy heart and overall nutrition.
Yes, cashews are one that you will usually find in a mix.
Yeah. And the infamous peanuts,
which are a lot of people are highly allergic to.
Yes. Well, it says though legumes provide healthy fats, protein, and fiber, supporting heart health, weight management, and muscle repair.
Muscle repair is good.
Yeah. And then there's macadamia nuts. They're high in monosaturated fats, supporting heart health, reducing inflammation. Hey.
And it's not hazelnuts and macadamia nuts. I'm not a big fan of.
Yeah. Aiding weight management, helping control blood sugar with low glycemic index.
Yeah,
so they would be good for people with diabetes, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I've heard it's a good nut for people with diabetes. Yes.
Yeah. So there you go. There's your list of nuts.
That was nuts, man.
Yeah, that was crazy nuts. All right. So remove that. There you go. You're gone. I took it out.
That's what I was working on.
That was nutty. But nuts are obviously very good for people. It's just it's people like myself that are dealing with the digestive issues. They're hard on the system in
Yep.
order to break down. And
I'm having
they
a
don't
hard time
very
with
well.
vegetables, with frozen vegetables, like
Yeah.
corn and peas and things like that.
Right.
Yeah, it sucks. My list of not edibles are getting longer, like yours.
Yeah. Well, you find out ways of cooking the same thing in different ways. Sort of like chicken, like I can only eat chicken, turkey, and fish when it comes to meats, like normally. Now I've added some pork though.
You can't eat beef?
No, I won't eat beef. Not now. No, that almost hospitalized me the last time I ate it.
But you can eat chicken and fish.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it's
Yeah.
red meat that is
It's
an
the
issue.
red meat, and pork's not the same as beef as far as trying to break it down in your system.
Yeah, but it's got uric acid a lot. Like it's really high in uric acid, and it
Oh
can
yeah.
cause gout and things like that. Pork
Yeah.
and chicken, right?
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah, that wasn't what was bothering me. It was just the beef's is
Was-
hard for your system to break it down in order to process it.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. And pork's not.
No
isn't like
steak
that.
for you.
No, I won't eat steak. No, thank you.
Oh yeah. I love steak. Yep.
All right, talking about steak and stuff. You know what time it is? It's that time. But I don't think I got a steak recipe. That's all. But I do have some recipes. Here we go.
I had a steak last night that was pretty good.
Yeah, and I'm just going through the list. I'm not gonna actually. This works out pretty good because each recipe has a video. So in a
Ooh,
way,
let's go. Let's sit back and smoke a joint and learn how to cook stuff.
here's special brownies. How to make weed brownies.
Are we allowed
No.
to say weed still?
Yeah, yes, people do. Yeah. No bake can of cookies. So cookies that you don't even need to bake, Al.
Oh,
But do you get baked eating them?
that's the question. We'll have to try them and find out. Let's
We'll
play
have to
that
try
video.
them.
And see.
Yeah.
Let's play that one.
Tea. How to make cannabis tea.
Yeah.
Cannabis butter. Everybody needs to know how to make cannabis butter. Right? Okay. What's next after the butter? We go into space cakes.
Ooh, yum. Basically brownies.
Brownies. Yeah. It looks like it's got nuts.
I like nuts. We just discovered this earlier.
Okay. Ice cream.
You scream, we all scream
Ice
for ice
cream.
cream.
Yeah. It's a 3-minute video. How to make cannabis ice cream. Wonder if it tastes like chlorophyll.
Now you see, I've made ice cream,
have you?
but not cannabis ice cream. I have an ice cream maker,
Okay.
and I made an orange sherbet that I'm going to eventually do medicated.
Mhm.
And it was just C plus, orange C plus, right?
Yeah.
Or is it C plus? Yeah, I guess C plus. And of course your milk stuff and
Mhm.
some sugar, or not even some sugar. No, I think that was it. Just the milk stuff. The what do you call it? Sweetened evaporated stuff.
Yeah. It's not the cream.
No, it's the other stuff.
No. Yeah.
The
It's
other
the other
can.
stuff. Yeah, exactly.
The other
that's
can. It looks the same. I know because I bought the wrong can the first time.
Did you?
Yes, I did. It wasn't very good.
Okay, I just took a quick look at the recipe and it doesn't tell me. Cannabis peanut butter cookies.
No, just you can skip right that.
Magic pancakes. Yes, I've made magic pancakes lots of times.
I've put cannabis butter on my French toast and pancakes, but I've not infused a pancake.
Yeah, I've infused them, and then waffles too, man.
Waffles, I've had them, but I've not done them.
Oh, it's the same mixture, just a different machine cooking them. That's all.
Kelly uses Bisquick.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. It's been a while since I've made them.
Yeah.
So, oh, there grandson's coming down for a visit. I heard the printer going. You got a 5-minute chocolate mug cake.
I have a mug cake in a mug that I got for Christmas, and it comes with the mix, the mug, and Smarties to go in it. I have not done it, but I ate the Smarties already.
Did you? Did you get anybody? Yeah, I got it. All righty. Have fun. Yeah. Looks like he's going to be doing some coloring.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, homesick from school. So, all righty. And number 10. Look at these Reed Oreos, man.
Oh, yes. I've had a frozen version of this with ice cream.
Have you?
Yes.
They say mixed Jello, Oreo cookies, and cream with 500 milliliters of milk in a bowl.
How long is the video?
Oh, it says 1 minute.
Let's watch it. There you go.
Isn't that easy to mix? Melted? There you go. What'd you think of that?
I'm in awe.
So am I.
You know, I tell you, like, I'm not much of a dessert cooker. I like to make meat and stir fries and meatloafs and stuff like that. But you know, I've seen enough videos and enough people doing like baked goods that it's not that hard, but you need to be good at baking.
Yeah.
Right? If you're not a baker, it's very tedious. But if you're a baker, you know, you got this.
Well, my son, he went to school to be a baker, worked in a bakery for like 10 years.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah.
So does he do your baked goods?
He's like 4 hours away from me, so no. But yeah, he loves to cook. Loves to cook. Yeah, yeah. So okay, I am putting these recipes. The link is going into our chat, and
oh yes, I forgot to put the link for the article that I had as well, but it's on my wall. From
there you go. Today's recipes, including the cannabis Oreo cookie.
The cannabis Oreo cookie.
Yeah. That was good. I like that. So we'll have to try that.
You know,
I thought that like when they took the top and bottom off and they removed the icing, first the thought that come to my mind is whoever's doing that is going to really love that job, because everybody loves looking. You know, that's what you normally do, right? You separate them and you eat the icing first, and so that's what I thought they had done. But but in the video they throw it right in the mix. It probably helps stiffen things up too.
Well, my was is that going to be really runny, or is it?
Well, yeah. I had that same concern. That's why I'm thinking that they added the filling back into the mix in order to thicken it up. That's what I was thinking, anyways. So, all right. Anything else on the recipes?
No, I'm hungry now.
You're hungry now. Sorry.
It's okay. You do this to me every week.
Every week. I
yeah.
know.
Uh-huh.
All right. Okay. Well, let's just run a quick video, and then we return with a product review.
Okie dokie.
All right. We'll be back in like 23 seconds, okay? Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. All righty. It's time. All righty.
I didn't hear my high list thing. Did we do that?
Your high list? Yeah, you did. We did the nuts and the dispensaries. I just got a message. I got a delivery coming in like 10 minutes.
Your
Just give me a
meds?
second. Yeah, I respond.
Dead air. Dead air.
Yeah, no, you gotta keep talking while I respond to this guy.
How can I smoke a joint at the same time? It'd be like,
Okay,
hey, what happened?
Yeah. I got to.
You gonna tell us what the meds are?
Yeah. The review is what I did is I took some of my cherry dragon cannabis that I've already done a review on, and I took that and took it over to my friend's place, Mr. Squishy 705. He said hi to us earlier.
Yes.
And had him squish it some. And it's hard to see probably because it's a dark container, right? So everything just looks dark.
So you got some cannabis, a strain.
Yep, cherry dragon.
And then went over and had them squish. Now, how much did you put in, and how much did you get out?
I didn't weigh what I got out of it.
Al,
I know.
We've spoken about this, Al.
It's not the first time. I know. But I got lots. And so what I did before the show, I
loaded your shatterizer.
I loaded my shatterizer.
And are you liking?
Yeah, I am liking. And very effective. And it's all natural, it's organic. I grew it myself. I know what I put into the soil.
How much did you put in though?
In here?
No, how much weed did you squish?
An ounce.
Okay. I have not squished in a while.
Might have been more. Yeah, I think it was.
I've kind of
it tastes good.
I've been using a lot of hash.
Have you?
It's been helping me sleep, so I haven't been squishing. But I broke my the stock there in my dewdrop.
Yeah.
And Dave is nice enough to be sending me one, but mail is crazy now.
Yeah.
I'm not able to use it until I get a new one. I didn't want to I thought about that super gluing it back together, and then I was like, I'm gonna be vaping fucking super glue. No, I don't think so.
Yeah. No.
Yeah. So I've just been doing snakes, but I like that with the shatterizer. Speaking of shatterizers,
Yeah.
I like the fact that you can use oil, because there's an oil pod. You can use concentrates. That's what it's made for. You can burn weed in it, but don't tell Matt and Val that I said that.
What? Said what? Okay. I won't say anything.
But what I like about it is, sure, you can go to the legal store, to the indigenous store, to your buddy down the road. Hell, you can probably get a CBD pen at the corner store now. But it's usually an isolate or a distillate that they have in those pens.
Yes.
Some of the stuff that they use as filler is not supposed to be inhaled, and I just can't do it. I mean, they're reasonably priced. You can get some really good pens with some nice, but I don't do well with just an isolate or a distillate.
Yeah, the last one that I've bought, I asked for live rosin.
And you got that, yeah?
Yeah, and I got it because of the others that I was buying. They would say added flavor agents.
Yes, yes.
What is it? What is it? A flavor agent?
Well, it's if you were to ask them seriously, they'd probably say we add terpenes, buddy. But with the shatterizer, you don't.
Why not
get
just added botanical terpenes? I've seen that written on some.
Yeah,
which is fine. It's
you don't get the additives with something like a shatterizer.
Well, and that's the thing. It's like I made this all. Right?
And they're available at the OCS and many fine dispensaries throughout Canada and the world. You can get a shatterizer anywhere in the world now. As well as their shatterizer extract brands.
Right. Yes. Yes.
Extracts as well.
Extracts. Exactly. Yeah. I have had some of that.
I've had some too because I'm their chief tester.
Oh. To what new products? No, you can't tell us.
No.
But, yeah. No. This unfortunately cherry dragon rosin. Just not available in stores. You're gonna have to grow some and squish it. So, and just with heat, that's the nice thing. Technically, it's one of the only legal ways of doing it. Because anything explosive.
Yep, it's that butter oils but not what do you call them? Plant oils.
Yeah.
What else? Olive oil.
Yeah, I make coconut oil and all that stuff.
You got your vegetable glycerin as well that you can use.
Yeah, I've done that in the past. I haven't made that in years.
That's what I prefer, the vegetable glycerin method, because and most people don't because it's very sweet. But being diabetic, it sweetens my beverage, my tea, right?
So you can consume it. It just doesn't bother your diabetes then.
No, it'll spike it a little bit.
Oh, well.
Right, just like a sugar additive, like a substitute, right? They actually spike your AC1 as well.
When I was making the vegetable glycerin, I gifted some to a lady who's dealing with throat cancer, who was in her 90s. Yes, and they were quite impressed with with using it.
I had a big jug that I got through Ross, actually.
Yeah.
and I was making, because I got my magical butter machine, and I was just
Yeah.
it was going nuts making fucking tinctures, but I was using it, right? Like I wasn't giving it away even really. But I was, I put a couple of drops in my tea and in my craft dinner or whatever I was making when I needed it. Right now, I've got a cannabis and virgin olive oil mix, which is different.
That's what I've got going on right now.
Well, it's good for cooking, right? As long as you're not cooking too high. What I do is sometimes I'll make what I make, and then I'll put some in after it's made, so that I'm not burning it off while I'm cooking it, right?
Right. Yeah, because no use putting it in and cooking it off, right?
That's what she said.
Yeah. But there we go. Okay, I haven't shared today's show.
I did.
Did you?
I tagged you in and everything.
Did you?
I did.
Well, I'll have to do that, but I'll do that at some point. Okay, so product reviews. You got anything you want to review, or is that it?
I don't remember, Al. Sorry. Not products.
Whatever you smoked. Because if you can't remember,
like I said, you know what? I went from basically maybe 27th until the 7th, and it was 10 days that I waited for my meds with none. And so then I got my meds, and I've been like mixing, and I've got some nice strains, and I'm enjoying it.
Nice.
Yeah. It's helping because of my knee, right? Big time.
Yeah.
So I'm highly over medicated at the moment, and I forget things.
Well, you've got something that needs to work on. You got that sore knee that's bothering you.
Yeah.
Which is an ongoing thing, from my understanding, right?
Yeah, it's been going on for a while. This leg, right? This is one of the
doesn't wanna
things.
go
One of
away.
the reasons why I fell in the forest and a few other places.
Yeah.
I'm falling in my mom's footsteps.
Literally falling.
And using her walker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The walker,
that's right.
The walker has helped, because the first 3 days I couldn't move. I just kind of sat on the couch.
Yeah.
And then I had to limp, like literally. I was using I have a camping chair that I unfolded, and I was using it as a walker to go to the bathroom.
Oh.
Didn't shower. I couldn't shower for 3 days. I couldn't get in and out of the shower. Yeah, so happy to say that's not the case at the moment.
Yeah, a walk-in shower would come in handy if you're in that type of situation.
Fortunately, I have a low
tub
lid. I call it it's a 1960s, 1970s shower pod. It's a complete,
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
My shower pod. But luckily, I have a seat in there, so I've been all right. Yeah. It's just frustrating because, well, yesterday, as I told you earlier, I got up and walked into the kitchen and got halfway there, and I went, oh.
Yeah.
Because I didn't take the walker with me. So I'm having to walk with the walker to keep the weight off of it. I'm not supposed to be walking on it at all.
Yeah.
Right. So
yeah, here we are. Now an hour into the show, 45 minutes. I mean, it's at least now you're looking at me.
Yes. I hate looking at the wall.
We might walk into it. So all right.
I'm actually, the funny part, I'm actually sitting in a closet.
Oh, are you?
My desk is actually in the closet. I'm not in the closet, but my desk and computers are all actually in the closet, right? And
yeah, I've seen that before. It gets the desk out of the room, gives you more room.
Yeah,
like
but
you're not using it as it's not a bedroom where you're hanging things in it. in
No,
the
it's my
closet.
laundry room.
Yeah, well, they-
You know,
but
you'll be
it,
going into your laundry room soon.
yeah, yeah. I don't know what you call this room. It's the front entrance. An exercise room. We got a treadmill.
Oh,
And
it's a bigger room, is it? I thought it was just like a hallway.
well, it is. It is, yeah. Yeah.
My
Our
bathroom,
front entrance is there, and our stairs to upstairs is right there.
when you come in my side
It's a
door,
reverse. It's a reverse location.
the bathroom's right there. The
Yeah.
bathroom is actually in the hallway. There's two doors that you can close it for some privacy, but when the doors are open, the bathroom is actually the hallway going into this part of the house.
Yeah. Oh,
It's weird.
weird.
Weird. Yeah, it's
Yeah, weird.
All
All right.
You know, they maximize the space in these old houses. But anyways,
Yeah. All right. I think is it time for us to get into some news?
sure.
All right. We've got some news. Now, the headline on this story here that I've got in front of me says that it's the 2024 saw major international cannabis news in Germany, Ukraine, Australia, Poland, and other countries. So I figured, why not? Why just cover Canada? Let's cover, the world, right?
It's the number one subject on everybody's mind except for Donald
Yeah.
Trump.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so it's down here. Germany, they began to legalize cannabis for adults. The next one now, marijuana moment. It tends to be jumpy. Okay, so bear with me here. I think I just finally got back to where I was. UN officials continue to criticize drug war, calling for focus on reducing harm. It says drug war. It doesn't say cannabis.
It's 2025, for God's sakes. Get a fucking
Correct.
grip.
Yeah. Medical cannabis is coming to the Ukraine this year.
That's interesting. During a war.
Correct. And it's because of severe illness and PTSD.
And maybe it'll chill people out.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Need some of that in Russia. UN officials continue. Oh, yeah, okay. I jumped. Okay. Cool. Full legalization falls short in Australia.
Oh, that's too
the
bad.
Senate voted 24-13 to block the legalization legislation.
That is so sad for Australia.
It is. It is. It is. Okay. Switzerland pilot projects, and this is for cannabis legalization. They launched a regulated. They launched a regulated sales. What's that?
I thought Switzerland would have been legalized years ago.
Yeah, no, not by the looks of it. Yeah, limited number of participants. Okay, what else? Oh, that's it. That was the world end of things. Now, here in Canada, I'm going to say one of the stories that maybe not everybody heard of, and a lot of people look at it as you live in Canada, cannabis is legal here, everybody can grow here. No, but it's not like that, not whatsoever, because in Manitoba, the whole grown cannabis bill could come into effect in April. So all this time for the last 5 years, 6 years, people now in Manitoba haven't been able to grow their own cannabis.
Well,
Same
Quebec as well, right?
Yeah,
but
and
they're
Quebec,
they're the only two.
Quebec went they're the only two only two provinces. Quebec went all the way.
We're not in the U.S. yet, Al. Come on.
Yeah, I know. They're the only province that have gone right to the Supreme Court of Canada and actually won in order to stop their residents from consuming cannabis.
in Quebec.
Manitoba never got to the Supreme Court because there was a change of government, but still, it's taking a while. And when I read this story, okay, I'm going to zing right through it here. It says that 19 years of age and older can cultivate up to 4 plants in their ordinary residence. However, a person will not be allowed to cultivate cannabis plants in different residences at the same time. So if you own 4 houses, you can't grow 4 plants in 4 houses, right?
Like you can do here, I had the option of having my license in my apartment or at the farm.
Yeah,
But
you
not-
couldn't
but
grow in
not
both
both.
places.
But
Correct.
well,
That's
so
what that's saying.
You can have it at both places, but you can't grow at the same time at both places.
Correct.
Yes.
Now all cannabis plants will be required to come from seeds or plant material that is not illicit cannabis. And all plants must be cultivated indoors in a room or a container that is securely locked or in a
So no outside growing.
no outdoor growing.
Wow.
No.
That doesn't seem fair to me.
I didn't like that either. I know BC's got a law where it can't be visible to the public.
They tried to do things like that here in Ontario. They added things like you can't be near, you have to be X amount of feet from a park or a children's playground, which they've had to remove from the medical part of things because you can't really, do that.
Yeah. I lived right beside a daycare. It wasn't a public daycare. It was just a home daycare at one time.
But as far as the legalities go within the regulations, that's not allowed.
Yeah. Now it says here the proposed regulations state that a person who is cultivating cannabis in the residence may possess cannabis that they have cultivated that is not packaged, labeled, or stamped while that cannabis is in their residence. However, okay, so because it says while that cannabis is in the residence, what happens? What about outside the residence? Are they allowed to take cannabis outside the residence? And people were really questioning that. Now, according to the LGCA, they're saying the regulations is not stating that an individual cannot bring cannabis that they've grown legally in their home out of their home. So they still can, but the wording just says, while in their residence.
Are you allowed to consume in Manitoba in public?
I doubt it.
Like you can here?
Yeah.
Like in Ontario, pretty much anywhere that you can have a tobacco cigarette, you can use cannabis.
Right. Yeah, I don't know what the smoking laws are, and
that is actually part of the law, isn't it? Is that not correct, Al?
Ontario? It is in our province.
Well, yeah, because we've got the Smoke-Free Ontario Act.
Right, correct.
But they're trying to abolish the tobacco, not really the cannabis part of it. But unfortunately, it falls within the Smoke-Free Ontario Act, and this is one of the reasons why Ontario has no legal consumption labs.
Yeah.
Although there are many popping up on technicalities.
Yeah. Now, Kirk Tusaw, he was interviewed for this.
Yep.
Because he worked with Toba Grown, and he says, "We are pleased that Manitobans will finally be able to grow their 4 plants, like almost all other Canadians have been permitted to do since 2018. That said, it is disappointing that Manitoba will continue to prohibit outdoor cannabis cultivation on the misguided belief that doing so will protect young people. Cannabis has been grown outdoors throughout Canada legally for decades when you consider medical cannabis cultivation, and there are virtually 0 incidents in which young people have access to it. This is just continued fear-mongering that has no place in modern Canadian society." Hear, hear, Kurt. Exactly.
Apparently, he's back at working, eh?
Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah, yeah. It's gonna. Well, I saw John Conroy post that after the next federal election, he wish he was a lot younger because it's gonna be a lot of work.
Yeah. I know Jack is busy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 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 Exactly. Okay, I can close that off. Okay. You got any other cannabis news that you want to add into there?
No.
No, no. Okay, all right. That means that it is time for Oh, I deleted out my story. Oh no. I closed Oh, because I had it there. It had the top stories for sports for in cannabis related stuff. Oh,
What happened?
yeah, Al hit the delete button on the wrong tab. That's what happened.
Not this, Al. My hands are right here.
Yeah,
It wasn't me.
yeah. Oh, and you know what? The thing
What?
is, it wasn't a story that was like right up at the very top of my.
Oh, so
of
now
the
you
posting.
can't find it.
Well, I'm quickly, as we're sitting here, I am quickly scrolling through all the news that I've posted on the news Facebook page to see if I can locate that story again.
Not in your history, your browser history.
Oh no, I don't normally go there or
Maybe
anything
you
like
should.
that. I don't normally use it. Oh wow, that's a bummer.
Next time.
Well, maybe next time. I do have some sports news though.
Okay.
I just don't. My kitty is home. I just don't have that sports news story.
You
It's
can't
gotta
just walk
be.
in.
Yeah, the cat just walked in. You're correct. I don't know if you heard the door squeaking there or not.
Oh, you've got a pet door?
No, I just got someone to open the door for him.
Oh,
That's all. But yeah, well, that's a bummer. And I'm almost there. I can feel it. That it's the story is probably like there's that first one. It's gotta be. There. No, that's not it. 5 reasons to grow your own cannabis. I thought that was it. Oh wow. Yeah, I don't. Oh, there we go. There we go. Right there. Now I see why I closed it. It was another marijuana moment story. I just figured it was the right tab. So here we go. I got them. I just gotta. Let's just share it. Right.
get over
What are you
with it
rolling?
already. Huh?
It looks like you're rolling something.
No, I'm lighting an incense.
Your head's down.
I was lighting an
Okay. Well, here you go. I found it. I'll bring it up.
Now you'll see the effect in a second.
Oh, this is the one that blows the smoke up over the beer. Yeah. Okay. All right. How come there? There it is. Okay. There we go. This is still loading because marijuana. Here we go. The sports league's top steps to update their cannabis policies as the legalization movement grew in 2024. When is that? Oh, okay. That's not the right tab. There we go. Too many tabs on the go, Al. The National Football League, they appears to have further reduced the penalties for players who test positive for THC. Okay. The National Football League agrees, as I just mentioned, to lower the THC. Let's repeat that. You see, they went from this will increase from.
They've removed it from the banned
THC limit.
substance
Okay. Positive drug test. Yeah. A positive drug test goes from 150 nanograms to 350. So they have to be over 350 before they tested positive. Some fine reduction by the looks of it there. Nevada officials protect athletes from facing penalties. The state legal marijuana activities. So that was good. Let's see what else. As Olympics run away, U.S. athletes groups criticizes international marijuana policies. Let's see what else is going on there. Ultimate Fighting Championship warns fighters about penalties for testing positive for cannabis in California, despite legal or league-wide rule change.
That doesn't make sense because they've been very open. I mean,
know, right?
Rogan's been pushing that for the UFC,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And Dana, what's his face? I can't remember his last name.
Yeah, I
The
don't
owner
know.
of the UFC.
National Basketball Association and Women's National Basketball Association partner with CBD companies. NFL partners with Canadian researchers on CBD study. Wonder who they were with. I don't see a name there. NFL and the Denver Broncos face lawsuit from player who incurred penalties over use of prescribed synthetic cannabis medicine. So he's basically taking a prescription
Nabalone or something, yeah,
pill or whatever, the same as any other pill, and you get hassled over that. Wow.
Well, I mean, from what I understand, when I was on the Nabalone or Sesamet, as they called it, I still I would still have THC in my blood.
Yeah, for sure, exactly.
Right. You're very jumpy today, Al.
Like if they're taking a THC pill, it's obviously it came to them as a prescription. Like people don't make Nabalone at home.
No, you're very jumpy today. Somebody's using your satellite.
No, you think so? Yeah, it could be. Those marijuana moment things going.
It could, yeah. It could be pot. You got pot in your keyboard.
Okay. No pot in my keyboard, man. I don't see any. All righty. On sports end of things, still, I've got some scores here. NHL scores. Philly over Florida 4-3. Calgary over Chicago 5-2.
These are the hockey.
Hockey. NHL hockey. Yeah. And that's what we got here.
Lenny usually sits and watches the OHL games while we're doing the show on Fridays.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Well, his brother used to coach one of the OHL teams that went to the playoffs.
Yeah.
But he was fired last year for some reason.
Oh, that's bad. Okay, well, Edmonton beat the LA Kings. There you go.
There
we go. Sports.
Hockey has begun.
Yeah, it started a while ago. It's almost getting ready. Well, a couple months to be playoffs, right? In the local leagues, like the local towns and all that, they'll be starting their playoffs anytime soon. So, all right, there we go. Sports news. News. Are you ready? We got
For
entertainment and events.
Oh.
Here we go. Okay. There we go.
So
entertainment. I didn't grab any events.
That's okay. I've got. I was watching, as I mentioned at the beginning of the show. I was watching a show called On Call, and it's a new. Cop series on Prime. It's different but the same. But a really, really down and dirty right from the beginning. And this is it's a 1 minute trailer, and if you like that kind of show, check it out on Prime.
All right.
Tonight's an opportunity to act fast. No bullshit policy or red tape. We put these motherfuckers in check the way we used to. You're going zero tolerance on East Barrio. You want every banger possible locked up. If there's an outstanding warrant, parole violation, hook them up. I want to see lockup full tonight. Some of you already have specific assignments. Everyone else, get with the team to assist. If you do not want to assist, that's fine. Just stay out of the way. Lieutenant?
Let me be crystal clear. This isn't a retribution tour for Officer Delgado. This is about preventing more bloodshed. Use good judgment.
All right, everybody. Let's go put in some work.
So this is it's Long Beach, California is where they take place, which unfortunately is where the fires are going on.
Fires
right?
are, yeah.
So
Yeah.
we've got a lot of we over the years we've got a lot of listeners, watchers, followers from California. A lot of people from the industry are in California, and I just, I feel helpless because there's nothing. What am I going to do? What I don't like is what I'm hearing the orange guy saying, and also some of the stupid things that are coming out of people's mouths, like it was green rays that came out of the sky, and it's ridiculous. This is
really
yeah, it was nature. Nature can be a beast, unfortunately. And California is no longer what it used to be. Los Angeles is no longer what it used to be. Hollywood is no longer what it used to be. I've been in the Hollywood Mountains. An old friend has a house up there, and I'm sure it's not there anymore. I mean, what I don't like about the coverage is we're not allowed to share anything about it on Facebook, and because U.S. news is, and I guess the articles and the things that I am seeing, Al, are a little bit disgusting because it's all about the celebrities. It's not about real John and Bob and Carol. It's all about Steve Gutenberg lost his, backyard or his home, or all these huge celebrities have lost their homes, and I feel really bad, but they're not talking about the public people.
You and me.
Yeah.
Joe, yeah.
So I mean,
a lot of and like I said, there's a lot of celebrity homes up that way. So.
And here's another one. They're not using ocean water because the salt will destroy the ground and the vegetation. So they're not using ocean water, but yet they'll go and they'll fill up from a pool and use chlorined water. They're taking from the lakes and the reservoirs and stuff like that, but there's not enough. California, it's all.
I saw Newsom on TV saying there was enough water. He told the president-elect and his buddy to come down to California and see for themselves.
Yeah, he basically told him to shut the fuck up, I think.
Basically, in a kind way. But I'm as far as your video there, that's on Prime now.
It's on Prime. Yep. On
how many episodes?
8 episodes, I believe. I watched them all in one day. I just put it on and go about my day.
Right. Were they like 45 minutes or something? Were they like 45 minutes or hours?
Yeah, hour long. It's you remember Homicide: Life on the Street?
No.
Is
it a show? I never heard of it.
Yeah, it's like it's from the cop's perspective, as opposed to like Law and Order. You get both sides. Although I love Law and Order as well. It's just it's something that's new, and it's done with the same action that you would get from Chicago PD. Which is another show that I enjoy. I like all the Chicago series except for Chicago MD. I don't like that.
Yeah.
Since my mom passed away and finding my mom when I went into her apartment, I'm unable to watch rescue shows anymore. And because the instant I see somebody in distress on the floor, I get a flashback. Unfortunately, that's something I'm going to deal with for the rest of my life. I'm sure.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, now events. Just so you happen to know, I did find something. Now it didn't list anything that's happening tomorrow, but these are some bigger events that are happening across the country throughout the year in 2025. This is 2024. Oh, ow.
But I will say, I did see Can Expo. I saw Can Expo listed there, and that's in March coming up.
Correct.
And we are going to be broadcasting there the whole weekend. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to doing something out and about with everybody and having fun because I enjoy doing stuff like that. So we'll be there. Yeah. And you'll be able to either watch us here or you can go down. Of course, we want you to go down. You can go down and say hi to Al, and Sherry Ann will be there, and I believe Cindy will be there as well.
Cindy will be there. I was talking to Cindy yesterday. She's going to start looking for a room as well as booking her flight up here.
Cindy and Al are getting a room.
We're going to get a... so we can be close to the event as possible.
Yes.
Yeah, and that way I'm not traveling back and forth.
Stay away from that building across the street, though. I know it's in a different place. It's down.
I'm thinking of a motel that is probably on Lakeshore Road. Am I thinking?
Oh, so you're going to go down to the Motel 8 on Lakeshore, are you?
Is that what you're thinking?
I've been there. I used to stay at the Seahorse.
Did you?
Oh yes, a few times. Yep. They had the party house there.
Oh, so like how long ago was that?
Late 70s. It would have been 70s, early 80s.
Really?
Late 70s, early 80s. They had a house there, which was the original owner's home, which they converted in, and you could rent it for a night or a weekend, and we would have parties there.
Yeah,
it's not there anymore. I think it was next door to the Rainbow Motel 6 or whatever.
Now I think it was the Seahorse. Because
that was one of the most famous. That was one of the more famous ones where you could go and meet a really nice girl that you might get married to.
Well, maybe it's not. But Gail and I, when we got married, we got a gift certificate, and I believe it was the Seahorse.
Was it? Well, that place, it was actually a very, very nice place back then.
Yeah, and we got to we went to a Blue Jay game down at the exhibition stadium.
Yep.
And so her aunt got us this motel room.
Going into the late 80s, early 90s, it was all the girls took over down there.
Oh no, this was
at one time it was a prime hotel. It was where you wanted to go because the beach was right there, and this
would be 85.
Well, most of those hotels that were down there had their own little private beaches as well because they were right on the lake.
No, I can't remember.
Yep.
But and
they went from fine Lakeshore Hotel to Hooker Haven in a space of about 20 years.
Yeah.
And now it's all condominiums. I believe the girls are still down there somewhere, but I don't know. Yeah, they're hiding. They're now living in the condos.
Who knows? All right. Well, next week I'll find some events that's coming up.
I had just a funny offbeat story. I lived in an apartment on Vaughan Road in Toronto, Vaughan and St. Clair, which is an awesome area. It's right. It was right down the road from Dutch Dreams, the ice cream shop. That was in the movie The Freshman with Marlon Brando and Matthew Broderick. And it was an older building. But anyways, I had a bachelor apartment when I first moved in there, and the guy beside me, I won't say his name, but the guy beside me ran girls. And he used the apartment at night, and he just went home to his condo.
Yeah.
And so to keep me happy, he was always coming over with weed because he didn't want me to be pissed off, because you could hear the girls coming in and out with their johns at night and that, right?
Yeah.
So he was, once a week or so, he'd knock on my door and he'd have, a baggie here and a baggie there for me to keep me shut up. Toronto living.
Now I've been able to do it. I checked the date this time.
Oh, did you find some more listings?
I found some, and there was an event over the weekend. I don't know anything about it. I just saw that Nikki Lawley had posted about being in Canada at an event. But this
she
website
comes up
here,
to a lot of events.
she does.
Yeah.
The promo that we run on Saturday for the Pace Radio show is an interview that we did with her. And she said during her interview that she credits Canadian cannabis for saving her life.
Yeah, I've known her for years and years and years and years.
Yeah. All right. So we got here. You can see it there. Okay, January. Too late for this one. It happened last week. This was Alternative Products Expo. It was held in Peru. This list is more than just, this is world, global. The Sunny Cannabis Conference. That's where Nikki was at this past weekend. And
that was in New York.
There's Niagara Falls, Culinary Institute in New York. I thought it was here in Canada, but all right.
Well, you know what? People get that mistake because there's Niagara Falls, New York, and there's Niagara Falls, Canada.
Yeah, and who knows? Maybe I just did that earlier. At the end of January, the 29th to the 31st, I get that word out, in Las Vegas, they're having the Total Products Expo.
There's a lot of those shows in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Probably weekly.
End of January, the 8th Hawaii Cannabis Expo.
Cool.
Connecticut Cannabis Expos in February. Like, this just keeps going on. Champs trade shows. Champs trade shows. It's in Las Vegas. It actually was at the Metro Toronto Convention Center for 1 year.
They tried Champs up here, but it didn't work out so well.
Correct. Yeah.
Much like Lyft. I mean, Lyft is still in the closet as far as I know. I don't know where they are now.
Yeah. The Champs was here for the 1 year. I bought their T-shirt because it was a hemp T-shirt.
Yep.
But it didn't even have a leaf on it.
Really?
It didn't. No, it didn't have a cannabis leaf on it. Maybe it had something to do with coming across the border or something. I don't know. But they had no leaf on it. So, Lucky Leaf Expo in Minneapolis. It happens at the end of February.
That 3 times.
Yeah, exactly. Natural Products Expo in March. I'm just going to do the end of March. Alternative Products Expo. That's in March. That's in Colombia. Who's going to Colombia?
Coming up in the Toronto area, we're going to have a lot of access to different things that are going on, not just cannabis stuff. Sherry Ann Baker is going to be out and about, showing us what's going on in the city.
Spanibus. It happens in Spain.
I've always wanted to go to Spanibus.
Yeah. There's the International Cannabis Business Conference. I get a lot of news from them.
Now, that is owned by High Times now, I believe.
The IB
Cannabis or Spanibus.
Oh, Spanibus. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't say in here. Yeah.
I believe they were bought by the people who own High Times.
High Times.
Yeah.
Look at there, Can Expo.
There
right there, March 21st, 22nd. in Toronto, Queen Elizabeth Building at the exhibition place.
Yep, looking forward to that.
Yeah, yeah. Green Tech Americas. That's it going on in Mexico. There you go. There's a list of the end of March.
Now bookmark that so that you can. I have a list on my calendar as well. I should be taking a peek at during the show.
Yeah,
It's
it'd be nice to have some Toronto events in there because we're in
there aren't
Ontario.
any. I've been,
but we do because we're in cyberspace. We reach a global audience, so we got to have global events as well, right?
I wish that we could find a few people elsewhere to go to things like Spanibus or if you're going to Spanibus and you want to be our representative that's there, let us know.
Yeah. Go there and talk to people.
Yeah. I wish I could fly around and just do that stuff, but the thought of going through customs just terrifies me.
Well, yeah. We had a news story on Monday that Cindy and I covered. Pearson Airport. The number of arrests during the month of October was huge.
Of cannabis stuff?
Cannabis. People trying to smuggle cannabis in. Most of them was around 20 to 25 kilograms of cannabis.
And I've been watching the Canadian Border Patrol.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the stories are about people traveling around, getting caught at the border. Like if you go up to Thunder Bay or you go down to Toronto, if you go down the wrong road, bang, you're in the US. And
Niagara Falls, especially
if you have Canada and it the same way coming back into Canada. If you have cannabis with you, here's what happens. Yes, it's legal here. It may be legal in the state that we're bordering, but you'll be charged with smuggling. And it doesn't matter what amount it is.
Right.
Okay. What they do is they go to the HSI, which is Homeland Security in the States. And if they have an inkling to charge you, you're going to be charged. And if not, you're going to be lucky. But chances are you're not going to be able to come into the country.
No, that's right. Yeah, you'll be removed.
It's
even if you're down there and you get pulled over and they find out in a search that you've been busted for like 5 grams of cannabis.
Yep.
And you have a record for it. Yep. Yeah, you're in trouble.
Yep.
Yeah.
And also there's a lot of people that like I say take the wrong road and end up at the border and they've got guns or they've got weed or they've got other stuff and you can't bring that shit into Canada just because it's legal here and they don't know that.
Yeah.
They're like, "Oh, I didn't know. I thought because it was legal here, it's legal there."
Yeah, there's been a few reports of out west of people accidentally driving into the border.
But those are where their stories are coming from on that show, from BC, or going from Vancouver, because you can go from Vancouver in the U.S. to Vancouver in BC because there's a border city there, right? Basically, I've never been. I've just heard about it.
Yeah, I've never been either.
Yeah, you've never been out west?
Oh, I've only been as far as Calgary.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I drove to Calgary for 12 hours and came home.
Huh.
Yeah.
With your brother?
Just for a short drive.
I might do that this summer to visit my sister, actually.
All right. Well, there you go. Yeah, because she's out west. Yeah.
Yeah. And
you can still do your shows.
Dude, I've done shows on the fucking 401, and you know it. So.
Yeah, I know. We got my laptop on here in the passenger seat. Those are the old days.
I had to pull over for commercials.
All right. Have you got anything else you want to touch on, or shall we say goodbye? Okay, you're saying goodbye. I want to run something before we say goodbye, so I gotta run this. We'll just sort of work it all together here. Gotta find the word closing. There we are. Okay. So yeah, I'll let you get the cough out of you. All right, we're done.
Go ahead.
All right, we're done. We'll be back next week. We'll have, who knows, all kinds of news stories, or we'll have some munchie inducing recipes,
news, reviews, and views.
Yes, and remember, other than that, we'll see you all next week. And remember this little thing.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Rerolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment for May 13th, 2025. Man, they just keep going faster. It's faster and faster and faster and faster. Next thing I turn around, it's like last week.
Last week, yeah. Yeah, so we missed it here doing something because I was away and we had a rerun last week. So just a big, huge, massive, happy belated birthday to my amazing co-host over here.
Who? I know. I turned, what did I turn? I turned 40-24.
That's right. You turned 40-24.
Yeah. Slowly climbing that ladder. Slowly.
Man, you're gonna hit 41 someday.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah. I didn't feel any different the next day at all. I didn't feel any older. It's amazing.
You're still acting just as young.
So for my birthday, you took off to a beautiful dream trip.
I did. It was my dear friend's birthday, so I decided I needed to go live large just for him.
That's pretty awesome because I lived vicariously through that.
I've had a few friends reach out and say that, and like most people who use cannabis, when especially in my generation, your generation, probably the generation after me, you know, the big dream, one of the big dreams that's shared by many of us is to get to Amsterdam. the land of the tolerant, the land of the free, the land of, and it's not the land lack of laws, but it's the land, the eyes are more open there. It was really quite incredible. So, I mean, I ended up going to Amsterdam, living a you know, to quote Katy Perry, living a teenage dream. And I lived it very well.
And you even went at a special time of the year for them.
I did. It's kind of what ended up making the trip happen fast, because I was looking at going and I was looking at tickets, you know, later on. I'm not even supposed to be gone yet. And then somebody asked me, he said, "Oh, you're going to go for the tulips." So I looked up the Tulip Festival, and it ended yesterday, or ended Sunday, sorry. So I kind of rushed getting tickets and rushed going just so I could be there and go to the Kirkenhof Gardens, and it was absolutely incredible.
Wow.
Yeah.
So if a person has never gone and they're thinking of going and they're going to go by themselves, what would be the things you would say to help them?
Well, because of the one thing I didn't get to do that I would have loved to have done, going to the Anne Frank house, that you have to book 6 to 8 weeks ahead to go there. So you really should be planning your trips and booking that particular museum way ahead of time if you are interested in learning about Anne Frank. Beyond that, yeah, I mean, you get over there and see what you want to do. That's what I did. I mean, I went alone. The only thing I booked ahead of time was the tour to go to the gardens, and it's an all day tour. Yeah, but yeah, plan your trip, and if you're interested in the Anne Frank, book her early.
Wow.
Yeah.
So run us through your journey.
Oh my goodness, run through my journey.
Come on, you had to have a little excitement going. You're going to be landing. You're coming into a place you've never been. You got to have a little,
Well, I mean, I flew across the Atlantic for the first time, and that really is where the journey begins. I've never, I've traveled North America. I've never gone overseas, so that was nerve-wracking in and of itself, and a journey in and of itself. Although I slept most of the way there, getting off the plane and knowing that you are literally across the ocean from your home was very surreal. Customs were a breeze, and finding my Uber was pretty easy. And then the first thing I did was go to a coffee house, and I walked in, and I said I need some good cannabis, and they looked at me like, American or Canadian? Canadian. So I bought they stored my luggage there for $2 for free at this particular coffee house called the Bluebird. The owner was there. He's the person that actually stored my luggage for me. And I sat there and I smoked a couple of joints and had a smoothie. Leave there after, because I had 2 joints because I had just landed. And I walked out, and I walked literally 30 seconds off the road, and I went into my second coffee house where I got a coffee and more joints, and met a Jamaican man who was actually working behind the counter. And, and that's the first thing. There are over 200 coffee houses in Amsterdam, and as you're walking around, you'll see dozens of them. They're super easy to find. The cannabis, I'm not going to lie, is probably the most expensive cannabis I have ever purchased in my life. Yeah, it was incredible.
The pricing. Oh.
Yeah, very much touristy pricing. That's where the coffee houses are making their money, is off that. I mean, the drinks and the eats are pretty cheap at these coffee houses, but the cannabis is quite expensive. The cheapest gram I bought was €13, which is almost 20 Canadian. And then the most expensive was €30, which is about 45 Canadian.
Wow. Now, prior to any of that, because not only was it Tulip Festival in Amsterdam, there's also another celebration. And before you even were like on the plane, you found out about this other celebration. So tell us about that one.
That one was pretty cool. I'm glad that you asked about that. Heading over to Amsterdam, I didn't realize that I was heading over for just tulip season. Their equivalent to Remembrance Day, they call it their Independence Day, was happening that Sunday that I was there. Gosh, what was that? What was the date of that? The 4th. So, they have celebrations. They lay wreaths. The political people come out. The king and queen come out. They have a 2 minutes of silence. So it's very reminiscent of what we do for our Remembrance Day. And then the next day is a continued celebration, is the actual official Independence Day on the 5th. And Canadians had a huge hand in their Independence Day. This year marks the 80th anniversary. So they flew the World War II veterans that were still around from Canada to Amsterdam to take part in a lot of the celebrations that were held over the week. And I had no idea this was going on. I mean, like, not something I knew. So I get to Toronto, and I'm waiting for the plane to arrive. And I start realizing that I'm quite literally surrounded by military personnel. And I ended up talking with a young fella, and I said, "What's going on?" And he gave me a bit of education of what was happening. And so it was really cool to sit in amongst all of these people. I found out after I returned home. So I got home on the 8th. And on the 9th, I found out that not only was I surrounded by military personnel, I was surrounded by military personnel. Over half of them served in the same regiment I served in.
That's pretty cool.
It was really, really cool. So when we landed in Amsterdam, we had military police, firefighters, and the police escort our plane from where we landed into the gate. And when we showed up at the gate, they had 2 fire trucks there that as we came in, they gave us a tunnel of water. So they shot the water cannons up over the plane. So I have a video of that from the inside, and then on my wall somewhere, I posted the video from the outside. So it was really, really neat to be part of that. Completely unexpected. And then to find out that I was sitting there with people that, that I served in the same regiment as, I mean, obviously not at the same time. And then there was even one gentleman on the plane that I knew that I actually served with. He was a senior West Novi when I was just joining. So it was kind of, I wish that I had known that Gary was there ahead of time, but that was pretty neat to find out. And then of course in Amsterdam, I was very close. I was like a 3-minute walk away from where they held their Independence Day remembrance ceremony. Where the king, it was right across the street from the castle. So the king and queen come out and they walk over with the people, and they lay wreaths and they give speeches. All the speeches were in Dutch. I had no idea what anybody was saying, but it was very easy to understand, the heartfelt thought process. And the 2 minutes of silence, and then they followed it with everybody singing the anthem at a very soft, loving volume level. So it wasn't like, that patriotic yelling. It was just a very loving, soft singing of it. It was very beautiful.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool that, in that time period, you have no idea, but you're going over while Canadians are actually being celebrated for something they've done for the country as well. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah. It was really neat. And if I had, I didn't bring anything that marked me as a Canadian, and I'm sure that would have, especially those 2 days, brought a lot of attention to me if I had.
I watched part of the celebration on TV here.
Oh wow, yeah.
They're showing it because they'd taken the soldiers over for it, which was pretty cool.
Yeah, pretty neat to be in that plane. That was very very interesting and very very memory making.
And it's one of those proud moments, a proud Canadian moment too. It's like,
well, it is, and then it's not just that, but it's a proud West Nova Scotia Regiment moment. I mean, I was part of that regiment that was so large and such a part of the Canadian force that was over there helping. So it wasn't just Canadian proud; it was my regiment proud. These are my brethren that are over there. So that was kind of really neat. And so I think there were, between the World War II veterans, their caregivers, and then the other military personnel that was invited to go over, and the military personnel that was organizing it there were 72 of them on my plane.
wow.
Yeah. And then me makes 73, because I'm a West Novi too, and I might not have been part of that, but just the fact that I'm a veteran, and a veteran of the same regiment as a lot of them, they had 73. They just didn't know it.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
It was.
So then what other exciting and cool things?
I was very lucky because I had 8 days full of exciting and cool things. But if you want me to pick something as a talking point, it would have to, the next thing I'd have to go with is the swing. That was something that was completely unexpected, that came from the only thing I planned. I went to the Kirkenoff Gardens, which was just freaking incredible. And I'll tell you about that later. But on the way there, the lady, the tour guide, was talking, and she pointed out this building to us. And it's called the ADAM building. So A''DAM, shortened for short version of Amsterdam building. So the ADAM building, or ADAM building. And on top of it, they had 3 swings that when they swing, they go out over the edge of the building. And so she said you can book a time to go up, and you get the best view of Amsterdam. You can quite literally walk around the top and get pictures of the whole thing, which I did. And then if you're really daring, you can get on this swing and be swung out over the edge. So when you're on the out of the swing out, if you look down, it's nothing but ground 100 meters down. And I'm terrified of heights, but when she was talking about it and I looked up, I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm going to do that. And so before we were even out of Amsterdam on the way to Kirkenoff, I had my time booked. And I went the next day, and I went up the 100 meters, all the flights, learned about this building, which is a really cool building. In the floor is one of the top rated nightclubs in Amsterdam. They close at 7 a.m. They run 3 nights a week. There is also a VR arcade, on one of the bottom floors. There's a revolving restaurant. So I went up and I took my pictures, and then I got on the swing, and it was incredible.
Now I'm waiting for you to say, in fact, I can even show you. I have it right here.
I thought you might have asked, but yes, I do have a video. Yeah, we'll just play it, and you can see. Here, let's see if I can even set it up so it's only the video on here. I can. So, yeah. There I am.
Now, how high is that?
Just over 100 meters. There's James. Live.
You're a daredevil now.
Yeah. So,
so bungee jumping and then parachuting?
No, but one of the next things I would like to do actually is
squirrel suit.
No, but when I decide to drive across Canada again and get to Toronto, the CN Tower has the edge walk. So yeah, that's on my list of things to do now. That never would have been on my list before. But that swing, I mean, you're on there for probably about 3 minutes. And it was just absolutely the most terrifying and exhilarating thing I think I have ever done in my whole life.
Okay, now it starts out terrifying and exhilarating, but did it stay terrifying and exhilarating through the whole thing, or did it start terrifying and exhilarating and end in exhilaration?
Oh no, it pretty much stayed the same. Yeah, 3 minutes of absolutely terrifying exhilaration. You know, I did get to a point probably about a minute in where I took a deep breath and I said, you know, I said, I'm never going to do this again. So I might as well just start looking around and enjoying it. And so then I had 2 minutes of terrifying exhilaration, but instead of just holding on for dear life, I held on for dear life and I looked around and I actually looked down and, you know, yeah. If you're only going to do it once and it's only a few minutes long, take it all in. And that's kind of what I got from that. It was
nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
And where is this? Where is that unit? It's the ADAM building. What does it represent?
It's just actually the original building was built by Esso. It was owned and built by Esso, and it was one of their office buildings. They have moved. They're elsewhere now. I can't remember where they moved. And then the city put it up for sale, or Esso put it up for sale. And so people had to apply with their ideas and what they were willing to spend. And, you know, and then they had to get approval, and whoever got approved won. So these gentlemen, I can't remember their names, but 3 gentlemen in the music business, actually, pardon me, they kind of pulled together and came up with this idea of what they wanted to do, and they put in their application, and they won out of 33 applicants. And when they won it, the revolving restaurant and the top floor, the lookout floor, and the swings weren't on it. It was just the 100-meter building. It was, you know, that Esso had, so it had some parking, had some retail, and then it had the Esso office buildings in it. And when they redid it, I mean, like I say, like they've got a virtual reality arcade, a nightclub. They've got their offices in there. They've got some floors that are set up that people can rent, which, you know, a lot of people that come into town that are there for recording and, you know, famous people, they rent this. It's got bedrooms and whatnot. Then they have another loft area that you can have parties in and get-togethers in, where again is up for rent, with a revolving restaurant on the top, and then the lookout, like the indoor lookout, which has like another restaurant in it. It's not revolving, and there's also a virtual reality arcade thing set up there. That's a tour of the city on a roller coaster, which was really cool. And then of course you can go upstairs to the outdoor lookout, which has the swings. So you're probably looking at about 100, and once it's all said and done, is 115, you know, meters up that I was swinging.
Okay, now did you do the virtual roller coaster thing of?
Oh yeah.
Like you just put a VR set on and
VR thing on? It's very high end. You're in like this egg seat, and you hold on because it rolls you around with what's going on. So you're sitting there, and when you put the virtual reality on, you're sitting there. Now you're not seeing the people around you, but you see the area as if it were around you. And all of a sudden, you know, King Kong's on the outside of the building, and he smashes into the glass, and he takes you out, and he puts you on this roller coaster thing, and off you go on a big old tour.
Wow.
And it's very realistic. Like if you've got it down, so you've got no light coming in underneath. Like, I mean, you know, like the chair shakes you around enough that, you know, if you let yourself go, you're on this fucking roller coaster. It's like friggin' amazing.
Wow. So does it give you like the tummy feeling and everything when you?
Oh yeah. Yeah, it takes you like, and we went like, you know, like a couple of times. Of course, it's virtual reality, so it takes you as high as you want, and then it sits you up at the top there for like, yeah, as you're hanging on just for like long enough. You look around, you see the whole city, and everything's beautiful, and then you do like the whole drop down. Pretty awesome.
Wow. Oh, I'm gonna have to try. I love roller coasters. I'm gonna have to try a couple virtual ones and see how they work. That's pretty
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, no, it was great. So, and one thing I'll say is everybody over there is extremely friendly. Like, I mean, it is most definitely a tourist city. It would have to be with the amount of people that go through it. I mean, for what I'm used to on here on the East Coast of Canada, it's a large city. But if you compare it to like Toronto or Vancouver, or like especially New York, it's actually quite a small city. You know, and it's a small country. But there are, I think, like 2.5 million residents in the city. And then when you take and put all of the visitors that come in through a daily basis, it's very packed city.
Wow.
Yeah, tons of people.
Wow.
Yeah. But the gardens, let me tell you about the gardens for a minute, because I brought up the gardens here a minute ago. I went to a tulip garden. It's called the Kirkenhof. It's the largest tulip garden in the Netherlands. It's about 45-minute drive outside of Amsterdam. And, I went on a bus tour, and it was incredible. So on the way there, we got to learn a little bit about Amsterdam as we're driving along, and we got to learn a little bit about the gardens. This particular gardens, they plant 7 million bulbs every year in this gardens. 7 million bulbs. There are 40 gardeners, 40. That's it. Those are the only hands that touch those bulbs. 40 gardeners that plan what they're going to plant. They put it all together. They come up with the ideas. They make the blueprints. They are the only 40 that go out there and plant the bulbs. And then they just closed up on Sunday. So they started yesterday, Monday, digging up the bulbs. And only these 40 humans go out and dig up the bulbs. So now they are in the process on day 2, literally, of digging up the bulbs. And they will do that until the bulbs are dug up. They will clean them and dry them properly. And then they sell some of them, which we get the chance to buy while we're there. And then they keep what they need and make the plan for next year. And then in September, these 40 people will go out and plant approximately 7 million bulbs again. You're muted.
Oh yeah, big plane went over. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, that's wow. That's a lot of bulbs per person.
Yeah, it is very much a wow. They do an incredible job. I learned a lot about tulips when I was there. It was an amazing tour that we were taken on. And then part of this tour, we went to a little town. So we left the state of Holland and went to a neighboring state. I can't remember which one it was. And we went to this town that housed the majority of the windmills that are still in the Netherlands, because a lot of them have been destroyed. So we got to go see like a few of the actual working windmills. One of them made paint, one of them made mustard, and another one made paper. And the paper one has a lot of history to it, because it made the paper that the United States Constitution is written on.
Wow.
Yeah, so it makes paper for very high-end things such as that. So these 3 working windmills are there, and then a couple other that are just there for tourists. And then we got a demonstration on how they make the wooden shoes that a lot of people still wear for working shoes. And then we got a cheese making demonstration, and we got to taste a bunch of cheese. And then I found a cacao cafe.
Nice.
Off in the middle of this, place in Netherlands. It was pretty awesome.
Wow. Why don't we take this moment to go for the break, and then hopefully you can set up some pictures to show us.
Sounds good.
Awesome. We're going to take a quick break right here for our sponsors. Hang out. We'll be right back. Enjoy the show.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Good day and welcome back to the Mushy Moment, May 13th, 2025. Did you line up some pictures? Do we got some pictures?
We do. Yeah, I did. Just I'm gonna share this tab instead.
Take us on the tour. Take us on the tour.
Well, I'm gonna share this one. This was one of my I went to the Van Gogh Museum. One of the things about a lot of the museums that I was at in Amsterdam is they're vertical. Buildings are they're narrow and they're tall, so to be able to show everything. I mean, you go in, you go around a floor, and you go up, and then you go up, and then you go up. So I mean, and that's what they were all like, including the Van Gogh Museum, which was actually a newer building and much larger, but it was still the same idea. So the top floor of the Van Gogh Museum were two paintings in particular that I wanted to see. Starry Nights was not there, which made me kind of sad. But the sunflowers were there. And this one, which of course, the only blossom by Van Gogh. So I got to admire that for a few minutes. And was definitely a highlight of the trip. I worked hard to get the Van Gogh tickets. They were almost as hard to get as the Anne Frank house tickets, which I wasn't able to get. So that was just it was a very beautiful, surreal moment to be standing in Amsterdam in the Van Gogh Museum and view any of the works of art, but this one in particular.
Would you recommend booking those tickets in advance too? Would that?
I would, now that I know what I know. There's a lot that you can do last minute. I did a crap ton last minute, such as the swings. I went to the Tulip Museum was last minute, and that was very tiny but very cool. There was getting into the Wax Museum was super easy. Ripley's was easy. I went to the Amsterdam Dungeon, which is like a tour of all the craziness of the past. And that was incredible. But again, super easy to get tickets for. The higher end things such as, Rembrandt or Van Gogh or Anne Frank are much harder to get into. Yeah.
More photos.
More photos. I'm going. So this is my last day that I was there, and I ended up taking a bunch of pictures as I went through, whether it be dispensaries that I was visiting or places that I saw, and I thought this was a good folder to share because it shows quite a bit. So this was the Damp Creek Coffee House. It's one of the first coffee houses, and as I've learned, one of the more famous ones, apparently. So I went in here on my last day when I was walking around and had a coffee, and this is inside. And so I smoked a joint and just enjoyed this place.
So about what year? Do you know what year that building and coffee shop and stuff was?
The building, no. The coffee shop was in the late 90s. So I think the Bulldog, which is the first one, was 1996.
Wow.
And this one I would have been like 98, if I'm remembering correctly. I'm not even sure. The Bulldog might have been earlier than that. Yeah. But I mean, I just love the woodwork on the inside and the art. And a lot of them are like that. And then, I mean, just the canals and the architecture. This is, a very just typical picture of what a canal looks like. I mean, people's boats parked along the sides, and their cars up above. Bikes rule the roost. This is, where is this? What am I?
That's interesting. There's no railings. Like, is this like the side seating of a coffee shop or cafe, and there's no railings around anything like that? It's just
absolutely, yeah. Putting out railings and whatnot is not. You don't need to. These are apartments, actually. So this is a residential street. There's no commercial on this street at all. These are all apartments. The more residential that I was just walking through. It's just a little different than where I was. Some artwork, there's like this kind of artwork is all over the place. And you'll see the artist, you'll see the pictures of the artist that painted it up beside it.
Oh, neat.
Yeah.
Neat recognition factors rather than just a, wow.
And they're getting ready. They are celebrating their 750th as a city, I think it is. Amsterdam 750.
Wow. What is
we
this?
are now sitting in another cafe. This one was the 1E Hulp, which is another one of the first ones established in 1996.
Wow.
Yeah. And the artwork in all of them are just incredible. Nice and dark, very comfortable. And this is outside as you're walking. There's all kinds of construction going on. This is kind of a hidden one. There's not a lot around this. This is one of those ones that you almost have to know it's there to go get to it. So I'm very thankful that I was told about it. Yeah. And then again, this I think is an amazing picture, because if you take a look to the left of this picture, there's a little bit of grass here and like a little bit of deck, but there are some places that people are just coming out their door and getting on their boat. Like they don't have deck. So like this is people's back doors that we're looking at back here. Yeah.
Wow.
Kind of neat. Just some of the architecture as I was walking.
Is that a church in the back there?
It is. That's one of the churches in the background there.
Wow.
One of the older churches. There's 3 of them that they talk about on the tours for being old churches, and that's one of the 3. And this was just this is actually a newer building, but it stands out to me because it was white. So I took a picture as I was walking by.
Any idea of the year of that church?
No. Sorry.
I know they've got stuff right through 15, 16, 17s, 18s. It's just like
Yeah,
mind-boggling. Oh, that's got to be another church. Is that another church?
it is. It is, and they're doing work, as you can see, trying to restore it. So this is on the outside of. I sent some of my friends a picture of a beautiful church-looking. It was originally a church building, and it's a mall, so it's a shopping mall. So this is the entrance of the shopping mall, and this is inside the shopping mall.
Wow.
Yeah, it's incredible. Like this, as you can see, like I'm on a floor. There's 2 more floors down, and then the 2 floors above. I didn't go walking in the shopping mall. I didn't, it was all high-end stores, and I honestly just, didn't have that kind of money. But this is all original work.
Wow.
Yeah, it was really beautiful. Gorgeous. Yeah. And then again, just the architecture I was taking pictures of as I was walking.
Yeah, there's so much history there, eh? So much history, even in just the architecture. Just wow.
Yeah. And then they're not shy. It's like, this is in an area that's, we're totally outside the red light district here. These kinds of shops are all over the place. Masks and sex shops. Like, you don't have to be in the red light district to have these shops. It was quite incredible. And then this is in where I got a tattoo, which is,
nice.
Little shop. The lady that took it.
Well, you don't have to blast through so fast.
Oh, I'm sorry, but yeah, no, it wasn't scenery. So
this is the tattoo shop?
Yes.
Is this in the tattoo shop? Really, eh?
Oh, yes. This is the Italian lady that tattooed me.
So a little bit different than some of the tattoo shops around here. It's not all
not all sterile looking, no.
Yeah, wow. Cool. Oh, and what was the magic thing about your tattoos that you discovered there?
Oh, in Europe, colored ink is banned in Europe. They don't know if it's cancer causing or not, and they believe it might be, so they banned it in Europe. And even the people that are tattooed over there aren't as heavily tattooed as I am. So I show up and I'm covered from head to toe, almost quite literally, and the majority of them are colored tattoos. So I would have people that have tattoos, even the ones that had tattoos, they'd be like watching me and they'd be taking pictures of me over their shoulders, and so I was quite the oddity in that world, and it took me a couple of days to get used to that. Yeah. Yeah, it was kind of neat. A lot of comments from the bud tenders. The bud tenders were just like, they would just stop and stare at me and just go, "Wow, yeah." So I got a couple of free coffees for it, so that's all good.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, and what is this place here you're showing us?
This is the most famous chip place, like fry place. So this had, from the time it opened up till the time it closed, it had a lineup. And what you're seeing there are just the people that get up close. As you come back, there's a break for people to walk the sidewalk, and then they have a gated line. And there is always a lineup to get these fries. They are spectacular. They are known as the Dutch's best fry.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. So
did you get any?
Tried them. Yes, I tried them, and yes, they were spectacular.
How long was the lineup you had to stand in?
I was lucky. Mine was there's only a couple extra people after the break, so I didn't have to wait that long. The line does move pretty fast because it's like they're constantly making them on the inside.
Yeah. Nice.
And then I just found I found a spiritual shop that had a bunch of amazing things that they imported from Mexico and Peru, actually. And I just took some pictures of some peyote plants that were in there.
Nice.
Yeah. And then a really cool caripe that I was like, if I didn't have 10 caripes at home, I might have been, tempted to buy it.
Now, did you find many people that actually utilize the hape or any of the stuff like that?
This was on my last day, and this was the first I found it.
Oh,
yeah.
What day did you find the cacao place?
The day I went to the gardens, which was, I think, on that Sunday. So no, I went on whenever I went to the gardens. It was early on in the first half. Yeah. And this was a shop that just caught my attention. It was a Halloween shop. You could get any mask you wanted and be anything you wanted, literally.
Huh. And apparently that guy wanted to be a clown.
He did.
Oh.
And it's just a picture of me. This is a traditional Dutch pancake. So as you can see, it's quite large. And that's how they make them. And they either make them completely sweet or completely savory. And they'll add nuts and whatnot, but they're not one for adding fruits in the traditional Dutch pancakes. So this is a traditional Dutch pancake, which is just a really big, huge, thick or thin pancake. It's kind of shaped like a crepe, but it's made, instead of you using, crepe, it's pancake, right? So, so this is the chocolate Dutch pancake, and this is all a Dutch chocolate over my pancake. And shaved white Dutch chocolate, and it was really spectacular. Just
and
so you know.
What's in the dish or the bowl?
Oh, that would be whipped cream.
Wow.
Yeah. And real whipped cream, like they, stuff that they whip. Like this was a traditional Dutch pancake house, and everything's done by hand.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it must have sucked then. Hey, you didn't enjoy it.
Yeah, I didn't enjoy it at all. Oh my God, it was the best thing I've ever eaten. One of the best things I've ever eaten. It was very, very good. Yeah. And then this is the Moulin Rouge there. And they have anything from burlesque dancing to exotic dancing to strip tease to live sex shows.
What did you go see?
None of the above. It was very hard to find. I was very interested. I'm a heterosexual woman, and I was looking for, and I didn't end up finding a male burlesque show. I wanted to go see the men dance and the men's strip. And the only men's strippers I found were in the gay district, and yeah, I didn't. It's not what I was looking for. So. But yeah, these kinds of places were all over the place. You could go in and you could do peep shows to burlesque, to strip shows, to exotic dancing, to, live sex action of, man on girl, girl on girl, man on man. Yeah.
Wow.
Pick your flavor and if you look hard enough, you'll find it.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. And again, that can mean like, it's normal over there. Like it's this is just it's normal. It's down in the middle of the red light district, and actually the most the busiest red light district street. In the middle of this street is a daycare, right? Like they everything's open and everything's there, and everybody's taught that this is normal from a very early age, and it was quite neat.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. This was one of the most the nicer looking canals that I saw. And as you see, there are doors here. People can pull up and park their boats and just go in the doors.
Wow.
Yeah. So this is another coffee house I was at, the Greenhouse Effect. This is the oldest church from across the canal that's poking up along the top there. This is from 17 something. I can't remember the exact date.
Wow.
The Plug, another coffee house that I found along my walk. And then I'm sitting in the 420 coffee house looking at the De Kroon coffee house. This was just a few minute walk. These were my two favorites. I frequent these two on the regular.
So coffee shops there are like dispensaries downtown Vancouver, or a or 7-Elevens everywhere else.
Yeah, they are. With over 200, like I'd say 225, just to put a number on it. Like they're literally everywhere. Like the last day that I was there, I got up and I just went for a walk, and I'm like, I'm just gonna go into each coffee shop and get a joint and smoke it and leave, right? Because you could get joints for a decent price because it was the bottom of the bags, right? Now we can't sell these bits, so they put them all together and they roll joints. That was the affordable way to smoke over there, to be honest. So that's what I did. And, I just went into each one on my last day and bought a joint and sat there and smoked it. And I don't know how many coffee houses I hit. I think there were at least 15. And there were some that I walked by on purpose because I was just too high.
How much hash? Lots of types of hash there?
There was, Moroccan hash was the biggest, Moroccan style hash was the biggest, choices there. And, I got a few different kinds. 2 of them were like, knock your socks off, amazing. And one of them just really wasn't, it was too oily. Like it hadn't, I don't know what the difference was, what they needed to do, but it was melty hash, not smoking hash. It's not yummy, and there was only, there was one joint that I got that they had mixed up that had tobacco in it. I couldn't smoke it. And then there was another gram that I bought when I first got there. And it was the cheapest gram I bought, and it was terrible. I rolled a joint and I couldn't finish it, and I didn't even bother to take the rest of it with me. It was that bad.
So how is it late? Like here, if you go into a dispensary here in Canada, you've got like your pre-roll section and your infused section and your weed section. And
no, go back to thinking legacy. Like think about walking into, like that dispensary that's beside Dana's Mushroom. You got the original mushroom shop, and you got the dispensary. You walk in, and they have like just a little, a little menu that says, here's 4 indicas, here's 3 sativas, here's the pre-rolls we have, here's some hash. And that's what this was like in every place. Most of it was, most places had little iPads set up that had the list on them. But that's what it was like. It was very legacy type orientated.
Oh yeah. Okay. Wow. But worth the trip.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, I went over there and I decided, that I was just going to see as much as I could see. And I filled every day with as many tours as I could. There are plenty of digital walking tours that you can download onto your phone and then just follow. And you don't have to do it all at once. I did the walking tour I did, I did it probably over 4 days.
So explain that, because I don't actually really, you told me about that and I don't really understand.
Well, like for 10 euro, I bought this thing, which, I went to, what is it called? It's called Touring Bee. So that's the name of the company. So I can even continue the tour, right? So the tour comes up. Let's see if this will focus in. And you see how it gives all these different spaces to go to?
Yeah.
So I go to number 1 and, I walk to it from where I am, and it'll help me get there. And then when I get there, I hit play and I listen to, it's got a 1 minute and 48 second blurb about this place, which is the oldest church. You saw a picture of this church here.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So so I listened to it. Oh, it's the oldest church and it's in the middle of the red light district and blah, 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 and et cetera, et cetera. And that's awesome. And when I'm done that, I click the next arrow and I follow the little thing and I go to the next place, which is another church. And you listen to the blurb on that, and then you just keep going. And it had 16 points of reference that it took me to. So, it's where I learned a lot about the red light district. And it's where I learned about the daycare in the middle of the red light district. It's where I learned that the king's mother, who obviously used to be queen, she was an artist and she liked to work with brass. And there are a bunch of little brass sculptures that are around. Some of them are only small and flat. And there's a picture of one in my little walking tour blurb that I did. And it's a woman's breast, and she's holding her own breast. And so like, it's just literally, that much of, and they say that she molded that out of her own torso. And then she made it out of brass, and then had her son get people go and place it. So like, people woke up in the morning and it was there just all of a sudden. And like, the artist is unknown. So they're speculating that it's this past queen, because, she's an artist. She works with this. This is the type of art she likes to do. And, and of course the monarchy isn't confirming or denying anything. So it just like little things like that you learn on tours like this. So yeah, these are easy and inexpensive things that you can do to see the city.
Wow. And there's more than like one of those guided tours for Amsterdam?
Oh gosh, yeah. Tons of them.
Wow. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I know in New York they did one, I think it was New York, they did one quite a while ago, and they'd hired Steven Tyler to be the voice for the tour. Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm the guy that when I go places, I just start walking and walking. That's a great idea, because then you're not just walking, you can have a planned walk.
Yeah, and that's the ability to hit pause and go and do what you want and then go back to it later is really kind of neat. Because then if you get to a place and you're like, I'm hungry and I want to stop, or I want to go, I found this museum on my walk and I want to go, you can pause that and come back to it later. And it's just a really great way of seeing a number of different things and learning just a little bit about the area that you're in. Yeah.
Another big plane. Another
big plane. Yeah. One of the other really cool things I did is I went to the prostitute museum. It's called Red Light Secrets, and it's a you're given headphones and you get to walk around and listen to this character. So it's I don't know who they've got actually talking, but they're portraying one of the more famous prostitutes that was known there. So she told secrets of her life, and then she told stories of her friends and one of her friends who was murdered. So we got to walk through and learn a little bit from her about what prostitution was like, years ago, and they tell you a little bit about today. And so that was really kind of cool. And the way that prostitution is looked at and governed in Amsterdam. And not just that, but the way drugs are looked at and governed in Amsterdam. It's absolutely incredible. And one of the neatest things that I saw being from Canada, living here in North America and, seeing our wonderful country from coast to coast and being out west, we definitely have a pandemic here with drugs. Our government has done it, as we all know. We could get into the political talk about that, but that's not what this is about. Any street in any city in Canada, you're going to find somebody doing drugs. And it's a scary situation. There are overdoses left, right, and center, and it's fucking terrifying. We have people that have a few of these get your drugs tested facilities, but they run into red tape and they're still illegal, and it's mind-blowing. In Amsterdam, in the Netherlands, it is the complete freaking opposite. While I was there, I saw, I think, 3 homeless people, and I still say that the 2 of them are the same person. I just didn't recognize them fully. And one of those homeless people I saw doing an illicit type street drug. That's it. In 8 days of walking around this city on a regular basis, like 10 hours a day of nothing but walking around this city, that's all I saw. But I did see in stores, in corner stores, in that spiritual store I just showed you a picture of, there are test kits everywhere. Everywhere. You can get a test kit to test your drugs. Everywhere.
Wow.
They're just and they're not gross expensive either. Like, it's not gonna, like, you know, if you can afford to go out and buy that gram or whatever, you can afford to spend a few more euro and get that test and save your life. No, you're supposed to do this much or this much, right? So that was like, it blew my mind. And just knowing the pandemic that's here in North America, and you go there to where people are tolerant and people are loving and people are accepting, and, you know, they have everything out in the open and they don't hide, and this is the way it could be. And it was just so, I don't know if anybody else noticed that, but I did, coming from here and doing what I do. And it was just something really cool and beautiful to see and notice.
Wow.
And even when that gentleman was doing his drugs, like, I mean, he sat down on a bench, you know, and he wasn't carrying bags. It was him, you know, like, he had a couple of bags with him, but, you know, he sat down, he put us, like me pulling out a joint or rolling a joint, right? Like, it was just as accepted as that. It blew my mind.
Wow. That's pretty damn cool.
It is. Yeah. Yeah.
Where's your next journey going to be?
I'm not sure. I mean, like, you know, like, I've got places that are on the list, right? You know, anywhere from staying on this continent and, you know, going down to Jamaica. I would love to see Jamaica. Peru is one that has crept up as I have done what I've done. I have a friend who moved to Malta, and I've heard so much about Malta in the last 2 years that it's crept up on the list. So I'd like to go there. I've got a friend that just moved to Portugal and is running ceremonies out of Portugal and has invited me over to be part of that. So that's on the list. And, you know, the other childhood dream besides Jamaica is Australia. So, you know, which one's going to be next? You know, it's probably going to come down to Malta and Jamaica, and, you know, a trick between those two.
Wow.
Someday, yeah.
Well, that's pretty awesome. It's also bringing us pretty much to the end of the podcast.
It is. It was a great talk. Thanks for chatting with me about this, Steve.
Thanks for taking me through the journey and taking all of us through the journey. That's awesome. You know, some of us haven't been there, and it's part of our dream too. And now we get to have just a little more inspiration. That's pretty damn cool.
Yeah.
Wow. Gracias. Thank you very much. That was absolutely awesome. Hey, everybody. Thanks for hanging with us here at the Mushy Moment Podcast. We look forward to seeing you next week. Next week, we have Dana Harvey. She's a microdosing expert here in Vancouver and is going to share a whole bunch of data with you. So make sure you join us for next week as well. Thank you, Cindy, for coming on and taking us through the journey. That was awesome.
Thanks, Steve. Next week, guys. Bye.
Much love.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponic shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area.
Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Come and feel those green vibes, frosty buds, nature's embrace, classic roots in the sunshine, medicine flowing, we find our place. High on love, we elevate. No. Nature's gift, let's celebrate. In the garden, watch them grow. Nurture dreams in the warm sunlight's glow. From the sun, rise up and thrive. In this rhythm, we feel so alive. Higher love, let's elevate. Feel the peace that we create. When the evening falls, we'll gather around, share the stories of the healing found. With every puff, we sow the seeds. In this fight, we fulfill our needs. High on love, we elevate. On. Feel the joy that can't wait. In the garden, watch them grow. Nurture dreams that last aflow.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I want to talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
Good morning, folks, and how's everybody doing this morning? It is, me covered in chocolate. I had no idea if my shirt was dirty. Well, we might have to change that here, but it's my meal shirt because it's substitution day, right? So, yeah, that's terrible. Hang on, I'll be right back. I honestly don't even know how that happened because I haven't eaten anything this morning. Oh, I was trying to get my caramels cut up and oh man, they just look like crap. So guess after my show I'll be making another batch and taking it out and see if I can, figure that out. But I am now officially on medical leave from work. I've decided that I need to take some time to get my health back in order. I've been living with, stage 9 pain every day. The only thing that kind of helps deter that pain is, cannabis, and I can't be smoking it every day, all day at work. So as much as I loved my job, well, I loved it to a point, and then yeah. So, anyways, I'll be around a little more, I guess. Able to do a little more research, spend a little more time doing the things I love, rather than working 6 days a week, standing on my feet, in pain, fucking struggling to even like hold the fucking use the till to lift my arm. Like I'm just done. I'm done trying to fucking work in pain. Like seriously, like some days I can't even open my hands or bend my fingers, but I'm there. And the unfortunate thing is I have to take opioids to get there. And I don't want to keep doing that. I shouldn't have to live in fucking pain and then try and fucking maintain a job. Because the BC government figures that it's okay to fucking leave women financially fucking fucked because they figure that because you're married, your spouse should take care of you. I don't know when the 1950s fucking didn't catch up with 2025. But I'm fucking here to tell you, I don't want no man fucking having to pay for me. But I shouldn't have to fucking work my ass off for a lousy $3,000 fucking less than $3,000 a month to fucking feel like I'm fucking human. It's bullshit. And that's exactly how they make you feel. The BC government literally leaves you as a woman financially fucked if your husband makes more than $25,000 a year. Who in their fucking right mind can live on $25,000 a fucking year with 2 people? I can't understand how this government makes everybody feel like they have to be crapping and stretching and fucking struggling all the time. Like I know we've got a new government, but this is provincial shit, okay? The benefits in your social services and your healthcare and stuff is provincial. So again, we're looking at the same BC NDP that has been here for the last how many ever fucking years, and they're still fucking leaving financial fucking stress for people, for women especially. How you doing, Game Pro? Thanks for joining me. Appreciate you coming on in. But again, like I said, this does relate to cannabis in a way because if a woman is on benefits, she's a cannabis patient, but she's married, she can't even get it. But they leave you so limited. I think they give you like fucking $800 to live on. Your rent's $2,000. Like how in the fuck is anybody fucking managing? So if you're a cannabis patient, you're minimally paying usually about 5 to 10 grams, even if you're having to use the retail spaces, right? It's not fucking free. I mean, 3.5 grams is like $19.99 plus taxes sometimes. But is that fair? Is it fair that cannabis patients should be paying fucking taxes on their medicine? I don't know. I mean, I don't pay taxes on my fucking morphine. I don't pay taxes on my methotrexate or my fucking any of the rest of them. But I sure have to pay taxes on my fucking cannabis. But yet it's medicine for me. And even if you buy from the licensed producers directly with your MMA or your ACMPR, you're still paying fucking GST and PST. Like, what? Well, I'm glad you're doing well. Whereabouts are you from, Game Pro? You're on the YouTube channel. So thanks for subscribing and leave the rest of you tap your screens and make us famous. We've been doing this for so long, we've given up on being famous. To be fair, we don't care. That's not why we do this. This is education. We do it to actually tell our stories and tell and try and bring patients together. Other people that use cannabis as medicine share their stories so that they can actually like maybe learn something from somebody or share what they're. Anyways, here's another funny story. So I use one of the legal stores on a regular, and their boss, brought in a bunch of stuff to just give away. It's been passed, whatever. So I was gifted this beautiful CBD tea. I won't say what provider it's from. And the packaging date on it is April 27th, 2020. I don't know about you, but anything packaged 5 years ago, I don't care whether it's got no expiry date on it. I ain't fucking touching it. Well, that'd be great. I think this network, I started this show like 12. Actually, me and Al were trying to figure out actually what year we did start this. So I moved here in 2014. I think it was just shortly after that. So I think I started this 2013 or 2014, 2015. I don't think I was, I think I was doing this actually in Coronation before I even moved here. I'd have to actually go back to my Facebook memories and look, because I remember Ross doing my first logo. And that was, I think, believed before I even moved to Cranbrook. I don't want to be famous. I'm not cute enough to be famous. But again, like I said, we've been doing this for a really long time. And our goal is just to reach out to people that use cannabis as medicine and tell their stories, or have them come on as a guest and tell their stories. Because we all have different experiences. Everything is different for everybody. But I appreciate that. But the numbers would be good. We can't share this kind of information on TikTok because TikTok doesn't like it. And it would be so much better if we actually had a channel on TikTok, because that platform really gets a lot of things out. But again, YouTube does too. So that's also a good thing. Again, today I'm wearing my medicinal shirt. We've had a couple Pace radio shows in the last few weeks that have done a lot of memorials due to the passing of Marco Renda. In fact, I was honored to be able to sit with Jeff Tech last week, Michelle Rainey's husband. And Michelle's been gone now for, God, almost 17 years, I think it is now, 17, 18 years. But this was the first medicinal shirt that I ever bought. And I bought this shirt when I got off the plane from Ottawa in 2012 after I got my license signed for the first time. So this is my original medicinal shirt. I have several others, but I love Weed Lab, a member of that community and active cast member. If you show up 3 times in the chat. Oh, that would be great. Maybe I can have you on as a guest sometime, GamePro. Or GamPro, because we like to share content with each other too. Because are you in the States? Let me see whereabouts are you located? Are you in the US or are you in Canada? Because I'm in Canada. But yeah, we can share content. That'd be terrific. So maybe we'll have to hook up after. You can follow me on Facebook on my group, or you can follow me, Tamara Cartwright. I don't care. My name's like out there. Oh, Buffalo, New York. Nice. Well, I'm in British Columbia. So, all the rumors about the BC bud, they lied. All Canadian weed is actually pretty good. We've come around, right? Southernmost Canadian, as I call southernmost Canada. Yes. Well, that 49th parallel. They would have just not used the ruler. But yeah, I'm in the southeast corner of British Columbia. So I'm not on the west coast. I'm in the Rocky Mountains. It runs right along the BC Alberta border. I'm just on on the other side of the Alberta border. And I grew up I'm from here, but I grew up in southern Alberta, which is super Bible Belt. And I did the first global marijuana marches and started the Southern Alberta Cannabis Club in 2006 in Lethbridge, Alberta. And then I moved to Coronation, so then I had Central Alberta Cannabis Club. But yeah, I did a lot of activism in Alberta before legalization. And then Alberta's opened right up. And Alberta's got Nelson, BC actually tried to get an open air cannabis lounge, like a patio where you could actually consume cannabis outside. And Nelson, BC City Council refused it. They said no. Nelson, BC, but Edmonton, Alberta, and Calgary, Alberta have vape lounges. Alberta has more cannabis stores per capita than any province in the fucking country. And back when I was the one that did 6 months house arrest for 4 grams of cannabis in the mail in Alberta. Ask me if that pisses me off. But yeah, so Nelson had actually lobbied or, put a proposal in front of their city council to have an open air cannabis lounge, not inside, outside on a patio, where you're not inside, No, they were turned down. And I was kind of hoping that they'd actually get it, because Nelson is the kind of, area out here where a lot of people were, involved in the legacy market and such. So Nelson would be the place that would be forefronting these lounges and open air things. We figured that would be great. And then it would be precedent setting for the other communities in the Kootenays and all across British Columbia for that matter. And they said no. I was kind of flabbergasted when Paul, because my friend Paul and Alan opened the first basically cannabis bong store in Nelson. It was called the Holy Smoke. And if you go back and you Google the Holy Smoke, they were actually in a court case, and they actually tried challenging, and they actually eventually got shut down. I believe Alan went to jail for a bit. I'd have to go back, and it's been a few years. Yeah. Okay, so on every 15 minutes, I do something called rip and dip, where people hop up on a panel and smoke and chat when they rip and dip. That's what I'd kind of like to do on this too. We do that on TikTok, where we have a panel that comes up. And like I said, if I had your Facebook handle, I could send you a link to this, and then you could pop in here. And that ultimately would be like what I'm doing. I appreciate that, but like eventually, if I could get like people to come on a panel here, we reach out to guests. Legalization has really slowed things down up here for people that want to come on as guests. Because if you're working in the legal market, you're technically not really allowed to tell anybody what you're doing. They're not allowed to advertise. Packaging is all blah blah, secret, regulated, right? If you're in the legacy market, you don't really want to tell anybody what you're doing either, because you don't want to draw attention to yourself. Us patients too, like we're sharing amongst ourselves and stuff, but we don't want to draw a lot of attention to ourselves if we're sharing things, not just education, right? I don't think the RCMP up here are actively looking, but I don't know. And we still have laws against cannabis in Canada. Like, just because it's legal, or per se legal, it's regulated. That doesn't necessarily mean that you can just go free for all with it. You can't. Like, you can't grow more than 4 plants. You can't. And here's a funny thing: like, you can give it away up to 30 grams, but they want you to use the legal market. But if you grow your own, it's kind of like iffy, because if you get caught with your own giving away, I don't know how that works. I've never had anybody have it happen to them. It's a matter of proving that you actually grew it yourself. Because they want everything barcoded. They wanted, like, from seed to, like, barcode, like everything cereal, from seed to plant, to track it. I mean, there's so much wrong with the legalized market than there is right. Like, I mean, like I said, I appreciate the fact that nobody's getting busted for joints. I have I'm on Insta too, but I'm also more on Facebook. But yeah, you can you can, if you're on Facebook, you can just look me up there, or I can actually, I don't care. I just put my email address is tamaralee3@gmail.com. And I put that out there because for cannabis substitution, I take fund donations and stuff, and I use that email for that. So if you reach out to me on tamaralee3@gmail.com or whatever it is, yeah, and then send me links and stuff. And then, like I said, I just started medical leave away from my job, so I will have time, because normally I would be working till 10 o'clock at night, and now I'm not. So that gives me time to actually get back involved in things that I want to do, because this working during the day would be great, but they won't provide that for me. And my health needs me to be home and in bed and eating properly before, and 10 o'clock's too, like, and I know it sounds booby, and but I'm 55, right? I've got rheumatoid arthritis, I've got attention deficit, I'm going through some brutal menopause shit. I started a bunch of more medication, bunch more tests. My scoliosis that I wasn't fixed when I was a kid is causing me grief. And they're expecting me to stand on my feet for 7 hours a fucking day, sweep, mop, and fucking stock shelves. And then get nobody else to help me. And I'm just tired. I'm tired of being taken advantage of, living with chronic pain, and not being able to even get benefits. My husband has, like, benefits for his job, but it doesn't cover me for short term. This job has no benefits. I don't get covered. I'm married, so in British Columbia, I'm not allowed benefits. Like, is that a financial fucking abuse? I find that it is. Oh my God, my lighters. When you need a lighter and you can't find a lighter that works? Give me 1 sec. I'm going to get my lighter. But yeah, like I said, I went back to work after my son was able to take care of himself kind of after school, and worked at a bakery, which was great. And then I went and got my dream job, which was supposed to be the cannabis expert at the local garden center. Well, that ended up being a fucking joke, because I wasn't cannabis expert or anything. I brought in Remo's nutrients to the store. I was giving advice, but then I was, basically shoved off, told to pack garbage, told to pack fucking dog food, told to pack soil, and run behind a till. It's not what I was hired for. Anyways, so I left that place for medical too, because I was in a flare for my RA. I just couldn't pack 50 fucking pound bags of dog food. Like, there's no fucking way. So I was supposed to stay off work then. That was 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago. And I went and found this little job at a local little Korean grocery store, thinking it would be, less harsh on my body and whatever. And it was fine for a while. But I was overworking myself. I worked 6 days a week. I pushed myself. And now I push myself to the point that I can't work anymore. So I'm not. I've neglected my life, my house, my dogs, my kid, like all in the name of fucking a lousy fucking little bit of money a month. Fuck it. I just can't. I just can't anymore. So I'm not. I'm gonna educate and fucking bake and help patients and continue on with my cannabis substitution program, which I do. And now I will have more time to bake. In fact, I was gonna cut up some caramels and take them out to the res this morning, and I looked at them and went, no, those aren't very good looking. Hang on a second. I'd have to check my phone. Hang on. Oh, you probably check your phone. I don't. Where's my ashtray? Let me take a look. Looks like I probably did. I did. Awesome possum. That's awesome. Yes, I did. So now you've got everything. I just sent you one back. Now you even got my fucking address. But yes, I did. Thank you. I will be there. That is so awesome. Thanks for the invite. I think that's terrific. Like I said, especially with your orange potato. Like we don't have any problems with you Americans. We got a problem with your orange potato. Don't fucking fuck with us. I mean, you're from New York, right? The orange potato, like, yeah, he's like, no. So I love that. I love that you're in New York and that we can share stories and cross the border, eh? And share what you know, and then I can share what you know, and maybe we can educate and together. So next time, now that I've got your email, I don't know if you're on Facebook, but I can always send you a link. Maybe next Monday you want to come up on the show if you're not busy, and we can share some education too. Thanks. That's so awesome. I love that. Yay! See, I was supposed to go to Toronto we were supposed to have a CannaFest or like a cannabis expo kind of thing in I think it was March. And then it got canceled. And I was so looking forward to that because I love going out to Toronto and networking and meeting new people because, like I said, I've been in the cannabis industry for a long time. It's always this time. It's always noon Mountain Standard Time. Every Monday is when I'm up. And then we also have a show on Wednesday nights too, which is at 6:00 Mountain Standard Time. So you're 2 hours ahead probably. So it's probably like, what, just after 2:20 your time right now, because you're probably the same as Eastern Standard where the network actually is. Like we're kind of coast to coast. Like we've got some content makers that are in the eastern part of Canada, in Halifax area, like Nova Scotia, and then the producers are both in Ontario, but very like one's in Northern Ontario, one's in Southern Ontario, and then I'm over here in British Columbia. We don't have any content coming out of Alberta anymore. I used to be the Alberta content too, before I moved to BC. But yeah, like I said, we've got and then we try and bring in guests from across the coasts, like and across the country. And then we've got a lot of content on psychedelics and everything. But you know this. If you've been following the channel for a while, you know. But I'm excited. I'm excited to meet you. Again, like there's so many differences between like even the medical licensing here for like large production comparably to if you're a patient. So if you're a patient, but I'm hearing some really disturbing stuff that actually the government is making it so difficult in the college of physicians that you're not able to get a licensing for probably anything more than about 7 to 10 grams anymore. Now we know that there's a lot of people that use extracts, which you need a larger amount to be able to bring down to use that medicine, and you need more than well you get. And this is the funniest. I've been saying this for so long too. So medically in Canada, you're allowed 5 plants per 1 gram, right? So if you get 10 grams per, that's 50 plants, right? It was 49 plants for 7, I think, when I had my first prescription. And then so it's like 15 or 20, yeah, what was it, 5 times 10, so it'd be 50 plants, right? Is that how that works anyway? No. Yeah, anyway. But when in the rec market, you're only allowed 4 plants per household, not per adult, per household. So if you've got 3 adults in your house, you can only grow 4 plants. That doesn't even give you 1 gram for anyone. in the medical equations, right? So now they're kind of wanting to cut people back on that too, and I'm not sure or any of the understanding. But there's also a consultation. I was going through that last week on my show about CBD becoming more mainstream and how they should regulate it and how they should package it and whether it should be allowed like on the shelf like Tylenol or whether a pharmacist should be handing it out and all these things. And I'm just like, Tylenol is more harmful than CBD is. And you don't have anybody handing out Tylenol or Advil across a counter. I mean, 222s, if you can even get them anymore with codeine. They used to, you have to hand them out over a T3, I think, or whatever they, with a bit of codeine in it. But again, like in the States, things are different. Now your Orange Potato too has also said that he's going to like lift off and take down some pharmaceutical costs. He's capping them. Oh my fucking Christ, that guy. That's like, that's socialism with authoritarianism. Like, what the fuck? Like, anyway. I have no words, and I just don't even know what to think. It's like, does nobody got any critical thinking down there? Maybe I'll smoke some more weed. Open your mind. Don't be too woke. But you're allowed to be woke if you're wanting to smoke cannabis, right? Like, let's face it. If you're on the side of that industry, you're woke. Wokety fucking woke. Goddamn medical started here because of the HIV crisis, for fuck's sakes. Like, anyways, I know. I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to be political, but yeah, fucking Orange Potato fucking really fucks everybody shit up. Tariffs. What are you gonna do? Tariff this, tariff the plant, bastard. And that's the funniest thing. We're not allowed to import export from the States. We can export to Germany from Canada. We can export to Australia. We can export our cannabis to in between provinces, but not across the US border. And now at our peace crossing where there was like basically nothing in between our two countries, they got fucking ice set up, checking their people leaving their country coming to ours. Like, the fuck is up with that? Please. But yeah, so you don't dare fucking even you better check your car, make sure you don't even have a fucking roach. And that's the thing, like I've had people that have gone across the US border like years ago, found a roach in an old fish tackle box. It was probably like dried up and they were pulled in, like it was fucking brutal. Like how they detained over an old roach that was like it was a paper. They didn't even know it was there. And it was like, holy fuck, could you imagine if that happened now? Like you're leaving Canada. Like, I mean, I know in some countries you're not even allowed, like I think it's Japan, you're not even allowed to consume anything outside their country. And if you come home and they find out that you were consuming cannabis in Canada when you're on vacation, you get charged in your own country. Like that's fucking over fucking reach regulation. That's like your international law doesn't apply here. Your laws in Japan don't apply in Canada. No more than our laws in Canada apply over in Japan. Get bent, bud. Like, fuck off. Like, seriously, how do these countries actually... So, but anyways, so if you're like, come to Canada for the weekend, hanging out, make sure, because you're going to get checked at the fucking... Like, Canada's not setting up check stops to check you twice as you're going. I don't think they even do much at the Canadian border when you leave. I don't know, because I've never fucking left the country, to be fair. I don't have a passport. I could have left the country like before 9/11, because before 9/11 we just had our driver's licenses. We could fly to, I mean, if you wanted to go to Europe or somewhere, you'd have to have a passport for sure. But if you wanted to go to the States or to Mexico, you just needed a driver's license. And then all of a sudden it was passport us up, Scotty. And because I've had a record of sorts since about 1991, because I was kind of a hothead. That doesn't count. That was a peace bud. So I bounced a check when I was 22. NSF check, my first charge. I didn't get my first actual drug charge until I was 35 fucking years old. Not kidding. Anyways, I don't have an extent, but I do. Like, I've got an NSF, which is an entering fraud, and so it just looks bad. So since that time, I've never tried crossing the border because I knew I wasn't going to be allowed to cross the border. right? Once you got a record, you can't even bother. So that was, to me, it was like, why bother getting a passport? I got a record now. There's fucking no point. I'm not going to be able to go anywhere anyways. And then every year that I've thought about it, because I can travel, it's just in the States that I can't. And I could if I paid them. If I actually went to them and paid them whatever for a US waiver, I could come, right? But it's all about fucking money. It's a cash cow. It's a fucking cash grab. So now because there's three, like my husband and I and my son, it would cost me almost $1,000 just to get fucking passport applications put through. And I mean, they'd give them to us. And everything, the pictures aren't expensive. You can get them done for a long time. It's not that, but I've never had $1,000 that you could just piss away to get passports. Never mind saving for it. I don't have money to travel. I've never had money to travel either. But again, that's irrelevant. But I don't have a passport. I'm not sure that. I don't know. I'm sure there's other Canadians that don't have passports besides me at 55. They've never left the country. I'm sure of it. But I have no desire. No offense. Before the orange potato, yes. Now, I'm scared. I wouldn't even want to come to the U.S. I wouldn't. I'd have to leave. I'd have to scrub everything. They Google my name, I'd be fucking done. The minute I hit that border, poof, I'd be disappeared. Bye. Where'd you go? I don't know. So I'm good. And that's what. And I'm not saying that that's happening per se or what, but that's the information that we're being fed up here. There's a high alert for no travel to the US. We're being told that people are being detained in the US that are Canadian dual citizens or down there going to school. We've heard that when you get to the border, they're going through your phones, they're going through your shit, they're going through everything, they're fingerprinting you, they're making you carry. I'm good. Fucking good. If I wanted to go to fucking Russia, I'd go to fucking Russia. And on that note, I better fucking take a commercial break and thank my beautiful sponsors that we have that keep this network going. And we're really appreciative of that because they help us pay to help for everything. Okay, so I've got to go over here somewhere and find the commercials. I know. I'm actually surprised I even made it here this morning. It took me everything to get out of bed. But I'm here. We'll be right back after we take a quick commercial break.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, and I am back, and I am sending you that. So it's nice to be back. It's a bit chilly here. I don't know what it's like for your weather out there, but I called it a yard fail on the weekend, and that's why I'm in so much pain today. I think it's because of humidity, right? Like the humidity really fucking sucks. Like, and I don't know. It wasn't so humid here. To be honest, I was gonna get my heating blanket, but I look at that. That's what's rolled up in my heating blanket. A moosey. So if I move him, my heating blanket's on. That's why he's laying on it. Poor Mootie. He's laying there. I'm on your heating blanket, Mom. So we'll just leave that there. And maybe I'll I know it's chilly though. But yeah, it's been crappy and cloudy in the last couple of days. But it's probably why my body's so inflamed. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not working. I've got a doctor's appointment. I've got blood work tomorrow. I've got a bunch of shit to do. So I've taken some time off away from the store for a few minutes. I don't know what's going on. We'll see. We'll see what the doctor says on 14th. But like I said, some days are better than others. Some days I can move just fine. Other days I can barely move at all. And today's one of those days where it's hit and miss. Like 1 minute everything's good, and then my knee buckles out from underneath me, and it's just kind of dealing with chronic pain, right? And then we were at the hospital on Thursday for my son, having a procedure done to see if his issues are pretty much, and they are. He's got colitis too, probably lymphatic like I do. And the poor kid, and I was diagnosed at that early age. And the funny thing is with lymphatic colitis is it's an old people's disease. It's not something that normally, you get it as a teenager. It's something that you normally get when you're an adult, like in your 60s. And I've had it since I was 16. So it's kind of leaning towards that for him because they said everything looked normal, but they took biopsies, which is what they told me too. And then lo and behold, because the doctor come out when I had my procedure done, he goes, "Oh, everything looks good. You must have done a really great prep." I said, "I didn't do any fucking prep, dude." And he looks at me, he goes, "No prep." I said, "No, I took the one prep, and then and I didn't finish doing it. I couldn't even, the end of it, there was no way you were sticking anything in there." So, and then he was like, "Oh, okay, that makes sense." And then 2 weeks later, my doctor phones me, he says, "Oh, you got," I says, "Oh, imagine that." Like, I was telling them that, but because I hadn't had any procedures done in I don't know how many years, they don't take your word for it. They want you to get retested. So they've got proof that you aren't a liar. And they found out that I wasn't a liar. And I told them the same thing with him. I said, chances are this is what it is. But yeah, let's give a 15-year-old a colonoscopy. Okay. And they did. And and that was the end result. So here we are waiting on testing, which I'm pretty sure is going to come up the same, or IBS, because they can't really pinpoint it, which is what they do to people that, they can't actually pinpoint. I can't find my papers. I hate it when that happens. And I've put everything away in different drawers and stuff. And it's not, they're there. Not always necessarily where I put things, right? So again, we are back to full-time regular CSP now because it's been we lost one of our members. I still don't know any details on that. But our town actually came out with some stats last week, and apparently the fire department is saying that the overdoses are down. And I'm not saying that has anything to do with the substitution program. I'd like to think that it's been essential and helpful, but I don't know. But that was one thing that made me kind of feel a little better, because I said we're out there doing outreach as much as we can. Like I said, it's hard to get volunteers to come with you that actually want to stick with you. Like, you need some really good dedication there. And I understand it's a tough thing to do, have to go out and and I can't go by myself. Unfortunately, I'm not big enough. And I just don't go out there by myself. So I do a lot of offsite. So that's why the mandate was open to low income seniors, anybody using with with any medical need, because there's also a need not just for unhoused addiction. There are a lot of people that can't afford to obtain their level of what they need for medication. And I can't maintain a lot of that either. But at least if I can give them a little bit that helps alleviate some pressure, that's more helpful, I think, than anything. Same with my caramels and candies. Like, I made a great big like pan of caramel. And honestly, I haven't sold one of them. I've given them all away. Even my bacon jam. Like, I made medicated bacon jam. I've sold one jar and gave the rest away. And I'm the one that's broke. I'm the one that doesn't have fucking like $2. I got a pile of fucking change so I can go get some parchment paper. Like, that's how bad things are for me right now. And yeah, but again, like, whatever. I will make things work. I will, I don't even know if I have enough fucking gas to get out to dirty yards. I'll have to check. But anyways, like, that's a thing, right? Like, you have to do what you have to do, and helping people is what I do. So I will manage and maintain whatever I can to make sure that the substitution program keeps on rolling. Like I said before, if I have to pick bottles out of the fucking ditch, I will. And I haven't had to do that yet, but I will. And because it's helping probably 100 people now, if not more. Just saying. Which I think is absolutely atrocious that we have that many people in a town of the population that I have, that I live in, that are that in need. That we've got so many cracks in our system, in our society, that there are that many people that can't meet their bills, that they can't meet all their medical needs, that they can't afford a roof over their head. And all these little modular homes and stuff that the government says that they're going to set up for housing. Well, that's terrific, but if you're houseless and don't have a job and don't have a down payment, it's still unattainable. Unless you're going to rent them. And then if you don't have a credit rating, then you're still fucked. So I don't know what their fucking plan is here to fucking get all these people in houses, especially when they can't house them because they got no credit rating, no jobs, and no money. Including the rest of us. Like, I'm fucked. I don't have a down payment for another house. After I paid for this one and paid my parents out, I wouldn't have any money left over to fucking put a substantial down payment on anything either. Especially because houses are $500,000 now. You need like $60,000 just to even make a fucking dent and not have a fucking mortgage payment that's not $5,000 a month. And then you have to have a job that's paying. My job doesn't pay me $5,000 a month. So how is anybody affording a $500,000 house? Because wages don't fucking match up to, like, even making the money that I make, which is not, $4 above minimum wage, which isn't that great. Well, $18. So I'm making $21 an hour. $45,000 a year. That's still not enough money to pay for a $5,000 a month mortgage because I don't make $5,000 a month. Right? And if you don't have that income level, you can't even fucking do a need test. I don't make enough money to even afford a fucking $400,000 house. I don't make enough money to afford a $300,000 house. And you can't even buy a $300,000 house anymore. So where does that leave us? Right? It leaves us all fucked. So like I said, all these fucking, little homes and stuff that the Canadian government's going to build, people don't have money for down payments and people don't have money to fucking pay for them. It doesn't make any fucking difference, especially if you got no credit rating and you're freaking living houseless. You're not going to be able to attain anything. So it ain't going to fix fuck all. Just saying. It's a great idea. It's a wonderful idea. But for all these whiner criers that fucking, can't afford fucking anything anyway, how is that going to help? Can't grow weed anymore fucking to make fucking living. I don't see anybody growing massive amounts of fucking coca leaf. What are you going to do? Before we could actually grow weed and fucking, now you can't do that. Yeah, well, that's life. Again, this week on Wednesday night, Al and I will be live on the networks for Pace Radio. I believe they had the psychedelic news this morning. Al and Cindy. And there's network and content all week long and all day Saturday on this network. Like I said, there's a consultation also going on Health Canada's website for the CBD product, and it's consultation on packaging and on whether that should be able to be sold across, under the counter, over the counter, like Tylenol, whether it should be sold in a pharmacy, whether it should be sold in a gas station type of thing, like what the regulation should be for, that, and the manufacturing levels of it. Now, even if you grow hemp, like there's a difference between hemp CBD and cannabis CBD, just saying. And there are actually cannabis plants that are specifically growing now just for CBD. CBD also comes in white powder form. If you get it from the University of Victoria, it will come in white powder, like crystal. And that's actually how it should come, if they're using it in any product. Even this tea that I got here was, has CBD powder in it. You can see it. Oh my God, these dogs are outside because I was a dummy and left the door open. That fire behind me almost feels like it should be on too because it's fucking cold. Like, when did it's May. I get that. It's only like, Mother's Day's just passed. It's just the 13th or 12th. But apparently there was frost out in Wycliffe last night. So again, growing your cannabis plants in the zones that you're in, don't put them out yet. Don't put anything out till after the 20th of May. After the May long weekend, but don't. And in Cranbrook, we always say if there's still snow on Baker, don't put anything in the ground because it's going to snow again. It inevitably will. It always seems to be that way. I don't know why, but it does. All right. So we're going to go. I Love Weed Live I'm going to promote them too. So it's a YouTube channel called I Love Weed Live. And let's go take a peek at it. I can look maybe on my phone. Oh, cool. So this is it. I Love Weed Live. We're going to subscribe. And it's around live nightly around 6 Pacific Standard Time. So that's an hour behind me. So 7 my time. Awesome. Awesome. This looks great. Well, I'm really glad to be, learning about this. So that's I Love Weed, everybody, on YouTube. Perfect. That was so cool. Okay, so now we've made that connection. Okay, we can't open this because they don't like me. Well, they do. They like me. They just don't like the cannabis. That's it. I guess again, like the Philippines is having another election. I guess the two families are fighting big time, and the former Philippine president, prime minister, whatever he is, is actually in The Hague right now, being tried for war crimes because he killed so many people that were apparently either they were drug users, maybe they weren't drug users. They might have been assumed to be drug users, and he killed thousands of people to try and eradicate drug use. Well, prohibitions never work. Never mind this. Like, that's what I mean. Like, why I have a firm belief that all drugs should be regulated. As much as I hate the regulation of cannabis too, but at least I know it's safe. Like, it's not full of mold and shit anymore, and full of fucking bags of seeds, and you know what I mean. Like, I bought pounds that had 90 grams of seeds in them. I was just like, are you fucking kidding me? I'm paying for this shit. That's another fucking lifetime ago. But if it's regulated, manufactured, tested, regulated, put behind the amounts, even if you have to have security guards fucking hanging out front. I don't know what the answer is because people are going to use drugs. And I also want to say that, the thing of it is, everybody makes a big point about, East Hastings, downtown Vancouver. When I was a kid in the 70s, we were always threatened. Don't do drugs or you'll end up downtown east side. It's always been like that. It's just that now we've got social media and people fucking taking pictures. And now that the drugs aren't the drugs anymore, the drugs are toxic and they're fucking killing people like flies. That's why there's a great big push for it. And it was because one group of women that lost their daughters down to the east side to start to make, a fuss. And it's called Moms Stop the Harms. It's kind of like mad. They got all fucking huffy and puffy and started making a bunch of fucking, yeah. So be very careful about, the groups that you follow too, because some of them are really great. Like I'm not knocking Mom Stop the Harms at all. But some of I don't agree with all their policies. I agree with some of them. But again, at the end of the day, these groups are always out looking for money. Just like MAD was. MAD makes a very big fucking fuss. The government funds them. And then they make them ridiculous fucking commercials that show, a joint. Hey, man, hey, dude. Joint and a beer on one side. The government actually fucking funds that. They give these non-for-profits fucking money, grants and funding to make these ridiculous fucking propagandist commercials that are fucking bullshit. So it's the same thing. Any like MAD? Like, are you fucking kidding me? Some of those commercials just infuriate me. They have a rollover on the guy, and then lying right beside the guy is a pipe that looks like a fucking crack pipe to begin with. Doesn't even look like something that anybody that smokes cannabis would use. And that's their fucking commercial. Don't smoke and drive. Fuck off. Like, seriously, fuck right off. Anyway, that's how I feel. And yes, I'm vile about it. I don't care. I'm sick of the propaganda that makes people like, that use cannabis into something that they're not. And that's been happening for so many years, and the stigma that goes along with it. Like, I'm not calm and I'm not nice, and I smoke cannabis on a regular. So does it really calm people down and make them nice? No, it doesn't. Well, it might. Sometimes, but not always. Especially when, you got so much boiling against you, right? And that's how you feel when you've been fighting for so long. You're in fight or flight, right? And as patients, we're always in fight or flight, right? So we got about 10 minutes left of the show, and I guess we'll do a shout out to a few people like I Love Weed on YouTube. Daryl with his product nohigh.ca or zerohigh.ca. He's a sponsor of the CSP. I'd like to also shout out to all my CSP sponsors because we need you and we appreciate you. All the back work gets done as well as the front work. Just to everybody that puts, a foot at a bed every day just to get up and keep working and moving with their chronic levels of pain, chronic illnesses, because that's what we're here for. We're here to educate. And on that note, I'm going to bop out of here about 10 minutes early because I know there's another show coming on back to me, and I'm freezing to death here. And shout out to, Michelle with her big booby hugs, which I don't have any anymore. And Al and Al, who are my producers that help me have a voice. Like I said, I don't know how long I've been doing this. Well, it'll be 20 years in 2006 because I met my husband in October 2005. It's 2025, so it's 20 years this year for our anniversary, and then 2006, and because I started this year after I met him. So 20 years coming up, folks. 20 fucking years, 2 decades. That's incredible. And it took us almost a full decade to get us to legalization. So maybe if we keep pushing, we can get psilocybin. Right? Come on. Because there's always a fight, right? There's always something to change. Anyways, you be the change. Quit gouging each other, because that's where we stop it. It's not anybody but you. So be the change you want to see. You have a great day. Oh, potential fraud. Bye. Take care.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they spend. Take another look now and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for him. Oh, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rest. Well, it's time for hell.
Well, it's time for hemp, and we want to thank you for tuning into our broadcast. As you can tell, we do appreciate those who enjoy the ganja, and if you enjoy the ganja, this program is right up your alley, or should I say, right in your garden. Today, we are going to be talking about garden materials. Sweet leaf is what we like to refer to it. I am sure those of you out there understand the term sweet leaf. And also, if you like this broadcast, please hit the like button below. If you haven't already, please subscribe and share us with your friends. Do make it a point to go to timeforhemp.news and check out all of our podcasts. We have a large archive of material there that's all free to download. And now on the website, there's lots of free music that you can also download from the amazing group, The Illusions of Music. And all the songs are about our wonderful plant, cannabis. On the program today, we are going to be focusing on the sweet leaf of cannabis. But before we kick off this round of interviews, let me bring on one of my joint hosts. And don't forget, anytime you hear the word joint on the big broadcast, hit your pipes, your bongs, your vaporizers, and your joints, and take time for him. So let me bring one of our joint hosts onto the big broadcast. He's an author. He's written a fantastic book available on Amazon, and I would encourage you to get it. We're going to let him tell you a little bit about it. our joint host, Al Byrne.
Thank you, Casper. Hi, folks. Yeah, I wrote a book. It's called For Country and Cannabis. And in the book, I do recommend you not use a bong, even though Casper brings that up every week. And actually, I don't recommend you use a joint. My favorite, and I'll tell you why, is just a pipe, a simple Pyrex pipe. And here's why. And this is what the book is. The book is 360 pages long, and it's about my journey, if you will, through the Navy, 24 years. See, I was a CB once, and then how cannabis interfaced with the military during those years, the Reagan years, war on drugs, Just Say No, Nancy Reagan, all that crap. And then I got out of the Navy and I went to work. I ran normal for a while, and then I ran Patients at a Time, and then I ran Veterans for Medical Cannabis Access, and a bunch of other stuff that you can read about in the book. But in the book, there's a Canadian, Al, one of our co-hosts here, Al Graham is a Canadian, and Mark Ware is his name, very famous physician up in McGill. And he did a study for Health Canada, which said that if you smoke cannabis in a joint, you get about 10% of the product. If you smoke cannabis in a bowl, well, I'll skip the bowl. If you do it in a bong, you get about 40%. So good. And then if you do it in, like I do it, a pipe, you'll pull 85 and 90%. So from a financial point of view, you want to use a pipe. And then there's the issue of your lungs. Using a bong is not good. And the reason I say that is because I was personally talked to by a wonderful pulmonary doctor, Donald Tashkin, who, if you know anything about cannabis and smoking, he's the man. And he told me a long time ago, he said that even if you're the only one that uses that bong, you will leave a bacteria there when you use it on Tuesday that'll still be there on Wednesday, and it could be bad for you, even though it's your bacteria. Don't do it. And so I'm shortening this up because we're going to get to our guests. The other ones are supposed to do all the talking here. But I just want to finish that. And he said, how do you do it, Al? And I said, and he said, he says, get 3 pipes. 3. He says, use number 1 today, and number 2 has been cleaned and is drying somewhere, and number 3 is in the solution to clean it. I use Purple Power. A lot of people use alcohol. I recommend Purple Power. It's a degreaser. You just drop it in there, leave it there for 24 hours, pull it out, hot water, and let it dry for a day, and you're good to go. And so the one that was drying, that's what I use tomorrow. The one I use today goes in the Purple Power. Anyway, so I wrote the book. Some of this stuff's in there, a lot more. If you're interested in the cannabis history, and you should be, if you're in the cannabis business, and I know a lot of you are or want to be, you need to read the book. But let me introduce our next co-host, another Al, a Canadian guy named Al Graham, who also has a way to influence and educate people called Pace Radio. You out there, Al?
I am here. Thanks,
There
Al.
he is.
Casper. How you guys doing? I know of Dr. Mark Ware, and he has had that smoking study. So yeah, I know about him. He's done actually a smoking study also on pain and how it can help with pain just through the smoking of it all. So, and as you say, Dr. Taskin.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and as far as Pace Radio, People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network, you find us at paceradio.net. We broadcast something every day of the week, psychedelics as well as cannabis.
And I want to mention something about Dr. Taskin. I got the chance to meet Dr. Taskin when I was part of the UCLA study back in 1989, I believe it was, 90. And Jack Hare arranged for that. I made it possible for me to be the first person to be filmed smoking legal cannabis provided by the United States government.
And you can find that on the website at timeforhemp.news. Dr. Taskin, I think, had one of the first studies about cannabis, and it was a very valuable study. You should check it out. You can find it on the internet. And it was a really interesting event to be a part of. I did not mean to interrupt Al Graham. I'll let you go on and introduce our joint our joint guest here in a minute. But I just want people to know that if you want to see somebody getting silly and high legally, you can go to timeforhemp.news and find that video. Go ahead, Al Graham, and bring on our joint guest.
All right.
She's a sweet leaf person herself, and she does love the sweet leaf.
Well, I've never met our guest, Reverend Heidi, and she is the founder of the Sugar Leaf Church, and she's also been in the news. Some people might be saying, stirring up some trouble, but I would say this is how some of us create change, and that is by standing up and saying, hey, this stuff works. That's how cannabis got legalized here in Canada, and more people are speaking up about psychedelics, and I look forward to hearing more from Rev Heidi. And there we go, Rev Heidi.
Reverend Heidi Grossman-Lepp.
There you go. Yes. The just so you know, Rev Heidi, your mic is muted.
Now it's not.
Now it's
there you
not.
go.
There you go.
And thank you for having me on the show. I appreciate all your time and attention.
You're welcome.
Well, I had a chance to first hear your voice when you got married to Eddie Lepp. And why don't we just kick off the show and let everybody know about how much cannabis was at your wedding?
Oh, a lot. Yeah, I was raided shortly after my wedding, and they got 30,000 pounds from me.
30,000 pounds.
And everything at the wedding, I think you had hemp clothing, you had hemp leaf necklaces, you had CBD foods. It was just an amazing. I think you even had a band that sang about cannabis. I don't know. I'll let you tell more about it.
Yeah, their names are Mendo Dope Boys, or they're the Mendo Dope Band now, because I knew them when they were very young, starting out, but they have just really taken off and blown up. I think they're on their 36th album. Yeah, and
Wow.
it's just it was just like my wedding. It's all about cannabis, and they really have a strong voice. So check them out if you can. Mendo Dope. Yeah, they were awesome.
So before you met Eddie Lepp, was you active in the cannabis movement, or did Eddie Lepp introduce you to the world of cannabis?
No, I introduced myself to the world of cannabis. The first time I got caught growing, I was 13. So
13? Oh my goodness.
I've just always been drawn to that plant. I couldn't help it. But yeah, my neighbor saw my brother and I walking up we lived in the Santa Monica Mountains in Malibu Canyon area. And so we were climbing up the hill and then behind the vineyard, and the neighbor saw us carrying buckets of water up the hill. And so that's how we got caught.
Was Jack at the top?
What's that?
You're carrying buckets of water up the hill. I just wondered if Jack was at the top.
Oh, no. We just had some Mexican brick stuff,
Right.
That was back in the late 70s, early 80s. So
what got you involved in cannabis activism? What made you start standing up publicly and saying we got to end prohibition and make this plant available for everybody who needs it?
So I have had seizures my whole life, and then they got worse after I had children. And so I was trying to take, pharmaceuticals, because when I had my kids, I just quit. I lived in soccer mom town, and it just wasn't appropriate. And I just kind of left that behind and, focused on my family. And then my kids got a little older, and I was just really struggling getting through school, I was trying to get into law school. And so I just did a lot of research on cannabis. There were I was in college and there was all these kids saying it can cure cancer. I was like, what? You know, I lived before we knew it could cure cancer. So anyway, I looked more into it and I just really started thinking, wow, this is good for epilepsy. So I would have 2 to 3 grand mal seizures a month. This was back in 2007. And so I decided to quit all pharmaceuticals. And then was it between 2007 and 9, because I was playing around a bit with cannabis pharmaceuticals. And then I just quit them all and started growing my own. And I didn't have a seizure for 18 months. And I have one maybe every year and a half, maybe 2 years.
Boy.
So yeah, it saved my life. It got me off all the pharmaceuticals. It saved my life, but it also brought a lot of shit. in costumes, looking like pigs, you know? Like, yeah, it brought a lot of heat because when I do something, I strive to be the best at it. So, and currently here I am, the best at winning Religious Freedom Restoration Act cases, and I am on number 29. And I have 29 criminal cases. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, for our members of the church. So every time a member gets in trouble, I've had a couple of cases that were kind of lengthy and a struggle, but then the judges finally realized, ooh. So yeah, number 29. But the last one we won was Las Vegas. And Las Vegas was my toughest case. It was my toughest. It was even tougher than my own case. But that case we just won. I'm so excited. But normally now it just takes a letter to send. I just write a letter to the DA. I write a letter to whoever needs to be written a letter to, and then the case usually goes away. Or the judge will throw it out. Yeah, they don't want that in the courtroom because they know I'll win. And that's, unfortunately for people like Eddie Lepp and Roger Christie, and some of the people that have done some hard federal time while we were still 215 legal, right? The difference now is when in 215, when we got the Breyer ruling with Lynette Shaw, that was huge, which, reinforced the Rohrabacher Farr Act saying, no, there's no federal funding for state medical cannabis. And so that is why they never gave me a federal case, because they caught me trafficking out of state. I got caught trafficking from Florida to Michigan, California to Texas, New Mexico, Nevada. Yeah. So.
Well, I know Lynette. I don't know if you know, but Lynette Shaw wrote the theme song for Time for Hemp. She saw it in Berkeley, and she saw the third segment. And at that time, we were using the Funny Reefer Man by Cab Calloway as our theme song. And I got this telephone call out of nowhere by this woman named Lynette Shaw, who said she loved my show. She thought I needed a theme song. And she asked me, what would I like for her to write? And I said, well, it became illegal in 1937. Why don't you do a 1930s jazz song? And about 14 days later, a little cassette showed up in the mail. And that's what you hear at the end of all of our programs, even to this day. Lynette went through a lot, being the first cannabis dispensary in California, well, actually in America. And she dealt with the fight with the IRS and finally won that. So she's a heck of a pioneer and quite a hemp hero in the movement. So I can certainly tell you I appreciate her work. And now, Al Graham, I know, thank you for the introduction. And I'm going to shut up and let Al Byrne ask his question, because I do sometimes have a tendency to rattle on. So the best way to shut me up is to hit the pipe.
There you go, joint.
Yeah, that's the best thing, Casper. Just keep smoking and shut up. Listen, Heidi, let's get our audience up to speed. Casper covers decades in sentences. Where are you physically located?
I'm pretty much all over the place right now. After I won my trial, I went back to my I was with Eddie in Lake County. And then after Eddie and I had to separate, I went back up to Yuba County and I just went up and did some healing and I did a lot of work. I grew a commercial psilocybin farm. I learned everything I could to know about psilocybin mushrooms because I was going to reopen the church, but I was recognizing, okay, now I'm going to need to bring full forward facing psilocybin. So that's when I said, okay, now I have to go be the best at what I'm going to go do. And I did pretty well. I was pretty successful. I was proud of myself. I entered the third psilocybin cup in Oakland, and I won out of 500 entries.
All right, there you go.
Yeah, now it's time to open the church. I'm ready. So,
so you did all this legal work. You were always in California when you were doing this work outside of the state.
Yeah.
So when you said they busted you, you mean you were actually physically carrying it? Were you mailing it? I mean, what was going on there that they chased you down?
We were mailing it.
Okay, so they got you, and then you put your return address on it, did you?
Oh yeah, or I would have people put specific paperwork in it that said this is religious sacrament, boom, 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 and this is where it needs to go. And if anybody,
so some of this was you did figuring you were going to get busted so that you could take it to court. Is it that?
Well, let me tell you how my first case went.
All right.
So I had a pastor. His name was Pastor Tony, and we had just opened a church in Las Vegas, Nevada. And so he was traveling on the airplane, and there's a whole news article on it on YouTube. Man claims religious liberty played role in marijuana shipment. So the sheriffs pulled him off the airplane at Stockton Airport, and he had a couple duffel bags full of, you know how I do it, a lot of weed. So, and it wasn't flour, it was just edibles and all, pens and things like that. And so they arrested him, threw him in jail, and they let him go. And then the next day we went to the court because he had a bail hearing. And so we went in, I filed some paperwork that I added myself as a joinder to the criminal charges. I said, basically a confession. I'm the responsible party. That was mine. I told him to do it. And I also went into the court that day with 3 ounces of weed. That's on video too. They made me take it outside, but I had some of them. And so anyway, what happened was that motion in the confession, the judge got it. He called like 9 pot cases before us and made us last. He wouldn't even call our name. He pointed to us, then he pointed to the DA, and then he pointed to my motion, and he goes, "You take this in the hallway." And the DA was like, "What? Take a case in the hallway?" Okay. He's looking at it like, what the hell? And so we go out there and he reads that. And then he says, "You got some balls. You're asking me for criminal charges on a federal offense. Yes, I would like a trial."
What the?
Joe, I was wearing this beautiful Rasta crown. I had my Rastafarian cape on. And they even asked me to take my crown off. I said, absolutely not. So anyway, the DA said, "I'm going to get back to you and check your points and authorities," meaning I'm going to call the feds and tell them I got you. So I was hoping for that because we had new federal law, right? I wanted a new case. And so They just refused to give me one. They sent me back the motion. They whited out the whole stamp. They took it off the record. I'm like, what? You can't take it off the internet.
So
you know,
you wanted to go at it federally in order to make it countrywide versus something that was state related, right?
on a religious basis, yes.
Yeah.
For
Yeah.
cannabis, right? I mean, we've won so many since then, but that was my goal. And I wanted, and they wouldn't give it to me. I mean, I did live on Facebook one time. I went into the marshal's office in the federal building in Sacramento, and I said, hey, according to you, I'm breaking the law, and I have a lot of weed that I grow, and I'm confessing I'm turning myself in. Please give me a case. And then just chaos breaks out behind the scenes. There's, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? And then they finally like, you need to leave. And this was right when Eddie was on probation. So Eddie's probation officer, we were in that building a lot because we had to go visit probation. So we were consistently in there, and then we had a federal case in there. So we frequented that federal building quite often, and they were just like, oh, please leave.
Well, I know Eddie was a lot like that. I mean, Eddie intentionally grew his cannabis out in the open so anybody could see, even from the road. And when the feds came up and pulled up all these plants, the very next day he was out putting new plants in. And Eddie was pretty much like that, like you. Just come on, let's take it.
Oh, yeah. You gave Eddie a case, and I studied it. I know how to beat it. Now that I have rulings, I know how to win this case. So, and I did it in pro per too, by the way. Let me explain that to you. And I'll tell you right up front, every time I get someone, not my members, but like a rando person that is using cannabis religiously, and they find out about me and they have an attorney already, and I say, okay, tell your attorney, here's what you do. 1, 2, 3. We have 20 whatever cases. Ask your attorney how many he's won, and just file this and see what happens. And they go, I'm not putting my name on that. What? Like, no. And then they lose the case. They lose the case after they take those people's money. And by the way, I've never taken $1 from anybody on any 29 cases. I've done it all pro bono. And the only time I have used an attorney was with Joseph Tully, and he is our top. Some people say top 10. I say top number 1 trial attorneys in our nation. And so what happened was I was in pro per through all the motions. I'm like, Joseph, I'm seriously not wasting your time for the next year or two sitting in front of the judge for her to say, deny, no, deny. And by the way, Slack, I just want to put on the record what you're wearing today.
Really? They hold that against you?
I drove her nuts. And yeah. And so anyway, trial was coming up, and we were setting trial, and she was adamant, Mrs. Lepp, and she kept refusing to call me Reverend because I would say it's Reverend. And so, anyway, she said, I'm warning you now. You can take the plea of a misdemeanor with no probation and go home. And they offered me that 3 months in. Yeah, every time, take the deal. I'm like, no, not today, not tomorrow. So the judge was telling me that I will not be represented at trial after I wouldn't take the plea deal. And so the day of trial came, and I went to the emergency room because I was having chest pain and I could no longer medically represent myself. So I called my attorney, Joseph, and he showed up pro bono, and we won.
All right.
6 weeks later, it was a 6 weeks long trial. But the best part of what came out of that trial for me when it comes to the civil portion of this case is the sergeant in charge, Sergeant Brandon Spears, said that he knew me. He'd known I'd been in the county. I had 12 properties there. And he said he raided me because I started calling my collective a church.
Oh,
that's funny. I mean, you think that would make him want to leave you alone more?
Yeah.
Well, not for the people that discriminate against cannabis users as a whole, no matter whether you're medical, recreational, or religious. People discriminate against our culture. They have discriminated and called us dirty hippies, of all things.
So, Reverend Heidi, I think we need to explain. I assume, because I don't know, that you're a Rastafarian. You've referenced that. Is that true?
I do practice Rastafarian beliefs. I was born and raised Christian. I've embraced the Jewish faith. I've embraced the Buddhist faith. I embrace anything that is like positive, and life-changing for people. When it comes to religion, I don't, this is my personal belief, and I believe everyone should have their own personal beliefs and their own relationship with their creator as an individual. Right.
Okay.
So,
but when you go to a court and you say to the judge, I have a church, the judge is going to say what denomination or what is it? How do you answer that question?
Well, we're non-denominational, right?
Okay.
We do not judge, and we have atheists in our church. So whatever walk of faith that you're from, we accept you. We just don't preach any type of religion in our church. We just teach, about the cannabis healing, the spiritual healing, the use of the mushrooms, and whatever your creator dictates to you, that's the path that you should be walking. Right? Your personal relationship with God. So I'm about all different faiths, right?
So you want to integrate cannabis. You want people to understand that they can integrate cannabis into their spiritual life. That's
absolutely.
Okay.
All healing begins with our spiritual healing, right? Like, who put us here? Our creator. Some people call it God. Some people, there's so many names for God. But, my God doesn't dictate anybody do anything. My God doesn't dictate what you wear. My God doesn't dictate what you say.
Well, Heidi, there is a heaven for atheists. I don't know if you knew that. There's a heaven for atheists. There's nobody there, but there's a heaven for atheists. Absolutely. So now you tell me that you got busted shortly after your wedding with 30,000 pounds of cannabis. That's absolutely amazing. Is that like, did Eddie just harvest a crop or something, or is that just what you just normally buy each week to get you and your friends high? What's up with that?
Well, at least we try religiously.
Keep trying.
Yeah. So how I got to that number, well, let me just say, when Eddie came home, he was not allowed on any type of cannabis farm. So I had to go through just some pretty strict scrutiny from the feds to let him come home to my house. So, the first thing that the probation officer said when she walked us in, smells like marijuana. So anyway, we finagled that and we got him home. So yeah, he wasn't allowed on any farms. But while Eddie was gone, when Eddie left, he was the largest cannabis church. Right. And so by the time Eddie got home, I had set up 365 farms in our collective network. So I will do all their legal paperwork, keep them papered up, put stuff wherever they get rated. Make sure they take a picture of that. And then, we were really forward facing, very transparent with law enforcement, with the federal government. Here's exactly what we're doing. We went through 20 raids. So on those 365 farms, I think I was around 350 farms when I got raided in Yolo County with an agency called Trident. So I started, like, I paid the county money. I wrote the ordinance, helped them do it. I'd like spent all my time, of course, my resources, my contacts, all to be rated. I was executive director of for Yolo County at the time too. So I was just like, nope, I'm gonna go with Eddie and I'm gonna follow his guidance. Because I used to talk to Eddie every day in prison, and we would talk about our faith. We would talk about his case. And I had just been learning the law because my first rate, I was in law school. And then I decided, you know what? I'll find another way, because then I have nothing to lose. I don't need a law license. If I go into court, they're going to take it from me anyway. So
Right.
I got work for nothing. So I just kind of followed and led, where the Spirit took me. And here we are. And so I had 160 churches by the time they rated me.
All right.
Wow.
So
Yeah.
now you mentioned Roger Christie. Roger was a champion of the Time for Hemp Broadcasting Network back in 1990, and I met him through Jack Hare. Now, does Roger's church work in association with your church? Do you guys do events together? What's going on there?
We just did a little work. It wasn't necessarily together. We did it as a group for Deschedule Earth. And Roger was discussing, his plight. I'm actually working on an open letter that's going to be going out to Hawaii on the 17th of this week.
Okay.
And it's
why don't you tell people a little bit about Deschedule, the Deschedule website and the Deschedule team?
Right. So we don't want cannabis on the schedule. And now with the church model, now that we're going to be going through a really big expansion at this point, with the double jeopardy and all the protections and legal standings we have in place, we want to, get people on board to understand that scheduling cannabis is wrong, that it's God's divine gift to us, we the people, and it belongs to us. Right? Regulations and taxing. Not only that, when you do that to that plant, when you do taxing and abusing and regulating and controlling God's gifts, it's never going to come out well for you.
Let me jump in here just for the audience and maybe you. In 2023, in the summer, July, the United Nations descheduled cannabis. There was a universal vote, and cannabis was close, but it was taken out of the schedule, which means the United Nations has undone the restrictions placed on it by the 1961 Single Convention Treaty. So what does that mean for the United States? Well, there is a law, federal law, related to that treaty. And basically, of course, just paraphrasing here, but basically the U.S. law says that if the UN changes the restriction on any given substance, including cannabis, the Attorney General of the United States, the federal Attorney General, Miss Bondi right now.
She knows me.
Yeah, looks like you. Has the Attorney General has to reschedule cannabis in the United States to comply with the United Nations schedule, which for the United Nations, again, is, as Heidi said, deschedule. That hasn't been done. Veterans have guys and me and a couple other guys have got a letter to Miss Bondi right now. And we've let her know that we know these things, and we gave her all the references and stuff. Now, it's not her, right? We just sent her the letter, and I can't assume she knows all this shit. She got a lot going on, and I know she got a big staff. But we sent this letter to Mr. Biden's Attorney General, and he had it for a couple of years and did nothing. But anyway, to help your legal cases, that's sort of been decided by the United Nations. And the other thing I stress, Heidi, and I hope I can see you do, but you haven't used the word yet in my presence. And I want people to understand that what we're talking about is cannabis, a plant. It's a plant. It's not a drug. It's a plant. Now, Heidi grows plants. It's got roots. It needs water, sun, soil, all that stuff. It's not something that is manufactured except by the creator. So it's a plant. And one thing that I think the audience needs to start looking at is, and Heidi brought this up, she says, why are we regulating this stuff? Why has it got all these taxes and all these rules? And I don't know. We don't do that with bananas. We don't do that with onions. We don't do that with lettuce. We don't do that with kumquats. We don't do that.
Tomatoes.
But all of a sudden, cannabis is not a plant in the minds of law enforcement, in the minds of legislatures. And I just urge the audience, religious or not, start thinking yourself of this as a plant. There's plants, we have thousands and thousands of plants that come into this country. And custom looks them over, and the agriculture department decides if they're a good plant or a bad plant. Every plant on earth is like this, except cannabis. So that's my little, but
now, Al Byrne, unless I'm mistaken, you're talking about cannabis. Aren't you referring to marijuana?
Well, I've always been against the term marijuana because it's a slang. It's Mexican. It denigrates the plant. I don't like it when people call it weed or pot or any other damn thing. It's cannabis. And years and years ago, I mean, 25 or 30, I had to go through this conversation with people like Heidi and Al and Casper, who were advocates of the cannabis plant and called it marijuana. And I kept saying at that point in time, would you stop it? Let's change the way people see this plant. And one way you changed it is using the proper vernacular, the proper vocabulary. And now we still see marijuana a lot, but cannabis has taken hold. And that's good for what the four of us are trying to do.
Yeah.
Now, I do want to say this before we move forward, is that when you go to the Time for Hemp website, you will find the word marijuana frequently utilized, but it's because of the algorithms that are on the internet. And I do that so if someone types in a question about marijuana, it will lead them to the website Time for Hemp, where they can learn that they need to call the plant cannabis.
Well, that's an excellent point. If you Google, I found out this years ago, and people said, you're nuts, and I'm not. If you Google the word marijuana, Google will take you over here. If you Google the word cannabis, it'll take you over there. Even if you put with a word like medical in front of both of those terms, it'll take you to two different places.
Marijuana stigmatized.
Proper language is important. It just is. So let's get back to Heidi, okay?
Yeah, I want to say before you ask me my question, in all of my court filings, my legal filings, my professional filings, I always use cannabis, and I have reprimanded judges for using that term in front of me. So
good for you.
We do have a culture, right? And a lot of that we can't stop. But it's also like using it in the appropriate context and places. When you're talking to children about it, that's what you should be calling it.
Yeah, we're the educators, and if we don't do it correctly, then we haven't done our job. That's my point, your point. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I have a question about religion here. I'm just curious if you know a fellow named or have heard of a fellow named Carl Olson in Ireland.
I love Carl.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm following his case. I absolutely love Carl. What a sharp cookie.
Yeah.
He is sharp as a tack. Yeah, I just found some beautiful legislation last night that I'm going to be sharing with him. So,
well, we've been a guest on the Time for Hemp Broadcasting Network quite a few times, and he's coming on next as our next guest. So,
Carl, we're trying to get religious conversation together here, you know.
Yeah, he's really great. He's in Iowa or Idaho. Iowa or Idaho, I forgot.
No, you're okay. Iowa. Yeah, He's been a battler for decades.
Since the 70s. Yeah, he was actually one of the first cannabis churches in the US.
That's right.
With
That's
Carl.
right. Yeah.
Right. And Eddie learned everything he did from Carl.
And Carl, when he was arrested at the time of his first arrest, it was the largest cannabis bust in American history at that time.
And then
when he got out, when he got out of jail, he never smoked cannabis, but he fought for it. He made sure that he never smoked it. He wanted to never give them a chance to arrest him again. He wanted to stay on the outside so he could fight those guys that put him away in the first place.
Yeah.
He told me that too. That I asked him. I said, "You got to be smoking pot, man. You need to." I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. And the same thing Casper said. He said, "They're going to ask me, Al, every time I go up in front of some committee or some cop, he's going to say, 'Well, you're a pot smoker.' No, actually, I'm not. And you're keeping me from being one, and that's against my religion, and you're screwing with me."
Yeah.
I got to give Carl. He's an amazing guy.
Yes, he is.
And again, we'll be talking to him next week. But I'm glad you know him. If not, I was going to put you together. Forget it.
Yeah.
All right. So let's go back to what are you actually doing now?
So currently, I am in Michigan. I have a church brick and mortar in Midtown Detroit, and it is a lounge as well. We have classes, we have lunch and learn, we have Sunday services, we have reggae nights. So we're trying to get the community active and together, providing them some education. Excuse me. And then we also, then there's that.
Is that your church?
No, that's not my church. That is another church in Detroit that got raided. And I came to their rescue.
Sorry.
Yeah, mine's a little different.
It was one of the links.
Yeah, that's the Psychedelic Healing Shack. That belongs to Dr. Robert Pismenti, and he got raided. So I've been helping him out. We have a federal case going with the city. So I'm on it.
Well, with your church painted like that, I can only assume you would draw the attention of the authorities. I'm just saying.
Yeah. So, well, the double jeopardy is my saving grace. There's nothing you can't arrest me for doing the same thing I did last time with 365 farms, 160 churches, and I'm doing it again. I might have taken 5 years off, but they followed me. They knew where I was. They knew what I was doing. I actually had some conversations with some alphabet crew, and I went to meet with them over. Somebody tried to rob me, and they intercepted. They saved my life. So anyway, they're not interested in the cannabis anymore. The alphabet gang, they could care less. What they care about is fentanyl. The good people, let's just say the good people anyway. And there are some good people in the alphabet gang fighting for us. I can promise you that. They say,
I agree completely.
You talk about descheduling. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing now. Let's think about this. You talk about tomatoes. If I'm going to get some ketchup or some tomato soup, I'm going to want somebody to inspect that to make certain that I'm not eating anything that I shouldn't. And if they're going to, like peanuts, as an example, they use peanuts for medical purposes as well too, and put it in pharmaceutical stuff. So I'm going to want to make certain that the pharmaceuticals are doing the right things too. So how do you handle that kind of stuff when it comes to cannabis? Because cannabis is used for so many different things. You would think that there would be some avenues that would require some kind of like laws or regulations or
it's easy. You got two kinds of use. You got personal use and medical use. There's nothing else. Personal use can be religious.
There's food.
So what I would say is get together. So what I'm doing as a church, right? We're self-regulating. My standards are hella better than California's ever could even think about. when it comes to organic and putting the love and blessing the plants and nurturing them and wanting them to heal people instead of making me millions of bucks, right? So getting into private membership associations, if you're not into being a part of a church, or just find a spiritual organization. I'll be setting some up, and having the in-house, like self-regulating, like churches do. We self-regulate.
All right. Well, then another question that's been handed to me, in fact, just yesterday when I was seeing some medical professionals, when I was discussing this, they asked me, well, you know that the human brain continues to develop until you're about 25 years of age. So are you saying that people who are like 12 or 11 years old should be allowed to smoke cannabis? Somebody who's 16? Where do you draw the line? Do you want some kind of regulation on that?
Okay, listen, I went through this with 25 years ago with the American Medical Association and the American Nurses Association. They've decided that children, we've had kids as small as 2 years old, infants, use cannabis successfully. Thousands of them over the course of the world. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's two things to consider here to your questions. You've got what I want it deregulated. It's a plant. I want to be able to grow it in my backyard, and I want my neighbors to, and it shouldn't be any more obnoxious to anybody than if I was growing corn or anything else. On the other hand, I'm a patient. And if I want to go buy cannabis, I want it to have been regulated, labeled, tested. I want every nook and cranny of it covered. And therefore, in those kind of categories, all you have to do is have it Schedule 5. What's 5? OTC, over the counter. All that stuff you buy in CVS pharmacy is scheduled. It's not descheduled. It has a schedule, and it's 5. That means that the government has looked at it. It meets the purity standards. The description on the bottle is really what it is, et cetera, et cetera. So there's nothing to have. We can have a bifurcated future in that sense, that we can have freedom of the plant and anybody that wants to just grow it, and a regulated market to sell it to certain people. Age, therapeutically, medically, there is no age limit in my mind. An infant to 100, doesn't matter, it's good for you. If it's good for you, it's good for you. And then as far as recreationally, I got to leave that up to the parents.
We're up here in Canada, yeah.
I'm not going to pass a law to anybody that says you can't have your kid smoke a joint at 16, or you got to make them wait till 20. That's not my call. That's a family call. So I just leave it alone.
Yeah. Federally here in Canada, we're at 18. And the provinces can set their own age. Most of them have done a 19, and Quebec is at 21. But nobody's at the 25 mark.
Yeah.
Well, I know there's a lot of people in the audience who would ask that question, so I had to.
Yeah. No,
and we've heard from Heidi. She doesn't have any regulations. That she lets people live their life. That's what I'm hearing.
Yes, but when we have storefronts and we have commercial operations for the church, we have extremely strict protocols in place.
Oh, well, what is it?
Or we are all organic. We are making sure that we have great genetics, right? Making sure that all our SOPs are in order, making sure our growers are in good spiritual health, making sure we visit the plants every month and do blessings and ceremonies. We also have during with the brick and mortars, we have very specific SOPs, certain language, certain things we do and we don't do, internal stuff that you'll have to come to one of our churches when we open near you.
Yeah, I'll be there. Sure, why not? So Michigan now, I've been hearing from folks that come down here in Florida to visit frequently from Ohio, that they drive to Michigan to buy their cannabis, even though it's legal in Ohio, because of the price is supposed to be very low there. Is that?
Oh, they're doing a corporate squeeze out for the smaller shops. I guess they grew way too much weed this year. The prices are dropping. The taxes are going up. it's unsurvivable. You know, the little guys, it's unsurvivable for, because they're going to end up going under or getting bought out, and they're doing it on purpose. You know, big corporation wants to take over. The war is still on cannabis, our natural medicine. They're not ready to let it go. They're never going to let it go. They're going to kick and fight tooth and nail. But as long as we keep standing up and organizing against them, we will get it back. Like with me, my church, join my church. If you get in trouble, I'll come for you. If you want to have a branch and do a commercial operation, then you can go through my vetting team, and we make sure you have the COAs. We make sure that everything is in place, that no one's stealing water, no one's stealing power. All of it is beneficial runoff, all types of things like that. We make sure. So we were the shining star of California. Like almost all of my farms were organic. Not all of them. We were working on some of them, but even in my trial, like the DA was like, she had the best weed in California. So she was getting $30,000 a pound.
What?
And I was like, well, that's not true. That's not true. But
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think
hey,
so.
when I come after you, I'll take 3,000.
Well, Michigan's really interesting history with cannabis. When I was a kid, Michigan was, I think, the only state that had legal cannabis at the time. You could, like, in some places it was, in some places it wasn't. You could even go into a bar and buy it. And then all of a sudden they outlawed it. Then they halfway legalized it. Then they outlawed it again. And then now they made it all legal. So it's really an interesting history in Michigan. What's going on with the laws there now?
Well, I was just at Michigan Hash Bash, and funny you asked that. I have one of the top lobbyists for Michigan Weedster sitting right here next to me. Would you like to ask him?
Is it Marvin Marvin? Is it Marvin Marvin?
Rick Anstis.
Hi,
Hi, Rick.
Hey,
Rick, do you remember? Do you know Marvin Marvin from the Party?
Yeah, everybody's got to know that guy, right?
Well, next time you talk to Marvin Marvin from the Party, you tell him I said howdy.
I'll do.
Yeah, me too. I haven't seen him for decades, but yeah, the party, man. He was always fun to have around.
He was. Anyway, so what's going on there in Michigan with the cannabis laws?
Oh, it's the same atrocity that it's always been. We were duped into bending the knee to recreational, and I liked what you said earlier in the sense of using cannabis versus marijuana or pot or dope or whatever. It's the language. So what really screwed us up medically here and has really oppressed us getting to the patient and the information to the patient is recreational. So the word itself is destroying everything in the essence of the plant. So I'm really trying to push back on the medical aspects and the things that got us here, which was medical, and it was the testimonies of the people that came from everywhere in the state of Michigan. We had 324,000 signatures on a ballot that the state said they didn't want to, go get it if you can do it, and we did. And they even put it to a vote in the state of Michigan. You actually get to write the law. So we even wrote this law, and it's still been just twisted upside down and full of lies and minimize the opportunity and the education of this plant.
And people still get raided, of course.
And my hands are up for Oklahoma. Everybody in Oklahoma, continue doing what you're doing, because I know they voted it down the last time it came through recreational. And if they can, anybody that's in that position should continue that.
Well, yeah, the other thing that may help you now is federal law for veterans is that if the state has legal cannabis, then the Veterans Administration can admit that cannabis use by the veteran in their treatment protocol.
Yes.
So if anybody starts arguing that in your state or any other state, that this should be decriminalized or go away, what they're actually going to do is put all their veterans in a place where they can't use it medically again. And I'll tell you what, somebody tries to pull that off. Yeah, right, exactly. That's a bad scene, and I can't imagine the population of any state would want that. But I'm not sure that the population of any state knows that. And the reason I bring that up is because we've got 10 states in the United States that do not have a positive cannabis law, either medical or recreational. And the vets in those states can't use cannabis as a medicine and get treated in the VA.
Well, those are the states.
I'm gonna smoke cannabis right here on the camera and walk over to the VA hospital in Florida, and they'll say, "Hi, Al, what's up? What do you need?" If those other states, I get sent home. I get told to get off the ground.
Yeah,
So-
Indiana's one of those states where you get sent home. My next door neighbor can't smoke cannabis because his doctor tests him each time he goes in for his heart treatment. And if he comes up positive, they will not give him the treatment he needs for his heart care.
I pointed out again, I went to Notre Dame, Indiana, and the Pope has said, hey, if it's good for him, let him have it. Well, here's Indiana, Notre Dame. If you don't, Notre Dame's got some pull in Indiana, and yet they haven't they haven't made the call. And so there's a lot of people here that need us to tell them what we're telling each other right now. And
I live 30 minutes north of South Bend, Indiana, and we're a border town and border state there, and there is a huge influx of Indiana people, right, coming. So they're well aware, fully, probably Catholic Church has probably been well aware of this for a long, long time. Why they're not engaging and helping the state get to their people and just accepting Michigan's things. And then even now, if you have a Michigan medical marijuana card, and you get popped in Indiana, you'll just get probation. So because it can overrule a doctor in another
partial recognition.
Yeah, it's weird here because all the states around us have legalized cannabis, and Indiana's a holdout. And I've said it before in the show. Al have heard me say this, but when it's 3 o'clock in California and noon in New York, that means it's 1955 in Indiana.
Yeah, this is why you got to do it federally. This is why I say federally legalize it.
Right. And that's what we're trying to do with our blueprint with the mothership is we are trying to go into every state, especially the states with no medical, and open the churches and get them up and running. Because my philosophy is always veterans first, right? We always want to serve our veterans the way they've served us, and then patients, and then whatever else falls after that. But that's our priorities, and getting people healed spiritually, especially with the mushrooms and veterans, and saying goodbye to depression. There's the door. It's working, right? And it will save lives, countless millions of lives, once we get these open and get them all over. And then my next trick will be with getting my DEA religious exemption, which is the DE5. Only 3 churches have that. That's the UDV, Queen of the Holy Light, and now the Eagle and Condor. And those were only given in the last 53 years by court order. So now that the new administration has changed, and the judge in the Eagle and Condor told the DEA, well, they gave Eagle and Condor judgment 2.2 million. And the judge said, you need to redo the administrative process and make this make sense, because they've denied everybody. So that is in the works. Of course, the DEA, you see how long it takes them to do anything, but the DE5 religious exemption allows you to import and export Thailand, Uruguay, Jamaica, Paraguay. So other countries are now opening up with that. So I'm hoping to I asked them, can I have them now? No, just wait. But things are looking good, when we get to that point of getting that actual certificate.
How long are you looking? Like, what's that process like?
I would say 18 months. And if they don't give it to me by then, I'll just make my own and get a boat and go, bye.
Take me to court.
I'm a pirate now.
Yeah, I'm not sure the urgency is seen by people that you're talking about. 18 months, and they're in a process. And I'm a veteran, and I'm watching 40 or 50 of my brothers and sisters die by suicide every day.
How many
That's-
are we at now?
Well, I don't know. Well, all I can tell you is that I started
minutes.
counseling Vietnam veterans back in 1990. And by that time, 1990, more vets had committed suicide than died there. And I think now more vets have committed suicide that died there and were wounded there. So we're up to about 350 to 400,000.
Cannabis can do so much for them.
And now you throw in, the Gulf War and the Somalia guys and God knows who else, the Korea still. The veteran says that the Veteran Administration put out a few years back that 22 a day died by suicide. That wasn't a real number. They made it up. They asked a few states to give it an input, and then they extrapolated out to 50 in the territories, I suppose, or maybe they just left them out. Who knows? But anyway, those of us that really do this stuff with veteran work, we've thought for years, and I've really found no expert in the veteran world that disagrees with me. We're talking 50 or 60 a day because they don't talk drug overdoses. Drug overdoses are suicide. A vet hits a bridge at 100 miles an hour at 2 o'clock in the morning. It's an auto accident. So there's all sorts of misgivings there. But again, to all of the patients that we're all trying to help, they're sick, by the way, and they need this medicine. And like we've been saying for decades, if you're gonna take a medicine, take this one first. Take all that other shit last. Or if you're really smart, do what Heidi did. Don't take them at all. Just leave it alone. Enough of my rant. I'm sorry.
I love it. I mean, we have a big presence of both things here, veterans and children in Michigan. We have over 215 medical cannabis children here in Michigan. Wow. And that's a remarkable thing. We have a long list of qualifying conditions from cerebral palsy to, it's autism. These things are been worked on by a lot of great Michiganders, Amy Carter being one of them. With Jaden's Law, we're currently pushing to now that you can be a minor patient in the state of Michigan. When you're in a public school, you can't use your cannabis. So if you use RSO for your autism that allows you to go to public school, now you have to go 1,000 yards or 1,000 feet away from the school and be administered by your parent, and then you can come back to school. That's an unnecessary thing.
Unnecessary. That's inhuman.
One of the things we're talking about doing too is now implementing. Let's say I have a church member with a child, right? Now isn't it only just medical? Now you've got to deal with the federal law. Now you're going to exempt my child religiously. And that's like, there's some bad consequences for that. Not just discriminating against cannabis, but now you're discriminating against a religious group. So, and we're really trying to push the education. Like, you don't have to be religious. All you got to do is smoke weed religiously. That's it.
Well, I do have a couple of questions here. The last time I was in Michigan, let's see, that was 2003. And when I drove through Michigan, I was freaked out. It was like a third world country. City after city after city was vacant. Factory after factory was shut down. When I rolled in Detroit, someone was going to buy me a house to take care of for them, and Detroit was just like a third world country. Almost every block they were ripping out the street lights for the copper that was in. Even the city was doing that. The city was not even paying the bill. And so did they, one, legalize cannabis for the financial boom that it would bring to their state? And then two, my other question is, and then I'll shut up, is you've got a governor who is a total witch on every level. And is that particular individual being a hindrance to your work? So
yeah,
did Michigan re-legalize it for the financial boom? And do you have a witch standing in your way?
Yes, and we did it for the people. So the way I interpreted the law that I had voted for on the recreational side was that it was going to be given to people like myself, our opportunity. Where it first went south was in the early writings of it, or the final writings of it, of the law. We compromised at the table. I don't know who was at the table, but we did a 2-year wait on any out-of-state interest in our industry, right? And the first license that came online was 18 months later. So what we should have done is said 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, give us our goddamn industry, give us our opportunity that we fought so hard for, but we didn't do that. So that one right there really, really screwed it, because that's when the outside interest came in. That's when the outside money come in. And we could have done this $3 billion industry by we, the people of the state of Michigan, and all prospered and had new homes and living fat. But we chose to go the other more corporate route. And I truly believe that that has everything to do with Gretchen Whitmer, Dana Nessel, and her entire horde of people that run our state. I don't know where the money's going. I look and I'm digging. There's a lot of general funds. So all of the metric money, all the fines and fees, they go to the general fund in the state of Michigan. I don't know what that means. I know it's got a lot of broad abilities, but yet we're still, we're still used, still short $470 million to fix the fucking road 6 years later after she campaigned on it. So, and now she's also thinking about doing what they're doing in New York, which is to basically put a toll on downtown. So after 10 a.m. or 10 p.m., if you're downtown area, you'll be told $30 or whatever. That's what they do in New York and Manhattan. It doesn't make any sense. So hopefully there's a awakening, and our people are going to start pushing back at this.
Yeah.
Well, we have been on for quite a while now. It's time to wrap up the program so we don't lose our audience. Is there anything, Heidi, or you and your buddy want to say to the audience before we say so long, farewell, bye-bye?
Yeah, first, thank you for your time. I hope it was very well spent. And I would just like to say thank you to all our veterans. Always remember them for their service. Not only them, our cannabis war veterans as well. We have a lot of POWs still sitting in cells, and we need to get them out. Descheduling will do that, or church at some point if people got on board. And yeah, just I really appreciate your time, Casper and Al. So thank you all so much.
It was our pleasure.
And with Heidi being up in Michigan, she's on the border of Canada. And so that's really exciting, so that when Canada becomes our 51st state, we'll be able to welcome them right in, right? And with that said, I'll pass the baton over to Al Graham, and he can let everybody know about Pace Radio Network.
Pace Radio Network, people advocating cannabis education.net. We do interviews with patients, we have discussions, and we also have show programming on psychedelics as well. And seeing a big push in everything on the psychedelic end in the news, and people are wanting to know more about it. So we help spread the word.
Al Byrne, remind people about your fantastic book, because it really is a valuable read, and I encourage everybody to go to Amazon and get it.
Yeah, thanks. It's Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Apple Books. It's everywhere that you buy a book, especially online. For country and cannabis, for country part, I did 24 years in the United States Navy, and I'm very proud of that. The interface of cannabis with the military over those 24 years is sort of the first third of the book. And the last half is it's two things. I hope to the reader, I hope it's a history lesson and an educational book. It's 360 pages long, so if you don't like to read, skip it. But if you really are in this cannabis world, you need to understand how you get to where you are today. And that's what this book lays on. How did this really go down anyway? How did we get here? Because most of the people listening to this show do not understand that 20 years ago, it was hard. 40 years ago, you went to jail. So you need to understand how this all happened, and more importantly, who did it. The majority of the people I write about in the book back in the 80s, 90s are dead. And I wanted them to be remembered just for who they were, heroes, heroines. And I wanted you to know what they said. And that's the other reason that Casper and I are doing this Time for Hemp. He mentioned it, but it's very important. Time for Hemp not only is going to have you see this show forever, but it's also going to have an archive that you can dunk into. And you can hear from these experts, men, women, patients, whoever, about why they used it, how they used it, and what it did for them. And it's all in the book. The other part of the book is that same education. There's hundreds of pages there that explain, usually by using a patient to tell a story, why cannabis works for epilepsy, why cannabis works for any kind of spasticity problem, why it works for Crohn's disease, sickle cell. All of this stuff is discussed in the book and giving you a little bit of idea of what this plant's really all about. And you will see that I continually refer to it as a plant. I continually refer to it as a nutritional plant as well as a therapeutic plant. It's a good book. I don't make much money on it. I make a couple of bucks. You buy it, I make about $2. I'm okay. I don't need the money right now. But I want you to buy the book. And if you're a cannabis patient, if you're a professional, MD, RN, LPN, somebody that runs a dispensary, a bud tender, you ought to know what's in this book.
And Al is right. We have an archive that is amazing. And it is the reason why I continue this work. There are people who have come on to Time for Hemp, and they came on just shortly before they passed away. And they did so that everybody would know how cannabis helped. And they wanted to make certain that their voice was added to that and would always be heard. And that is why I maintain the archives, is so that their voices will always be heard. If you go into our archives, you'll find several interviews from Eddie Lepp, Jack Hare, and many other people who are no longer with us, but they are the pioneers of this movement, and you hear how they struggled. Eddie came on shortly after he was arrested the first time for growing cannabis, and he came on the second time, and the third time he was arrested, and shortly before he went to jail and right after he got out. And you hear the history of the movement growing over a period of time, and you begin to understand the struggles that these people faced, real struggles in their path in life. And that history is of real value. I'm also blessed to have my two joint hosts on the program, very good friends. Al Byrne was a joint host on Time for Hemp on a regular basis, and also had Patients at a Time and Veterans Voices. Many of those archives are still available on the website. And Al Graham has Pace Radio archives on the network as well, and is found as a joint host. And we have worked hard to let the whole world know it's time for hemp.
Bye-bye.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they spent. Take another look and spend some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yes, it's time for him. Whoa, an acre of hemp makes 20 bales of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rest.
Time for Hemp is a Pace Radio Network content provider. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Yeah, you feel that? Welcome to the session. Let's vibe. Roll one up, let's take flight. Bass hits deep, ride the night. Smoking sound, it's paradise. High vibes only feeling right. High vibes, let it flow. Deep bass, watch it glow. Dub hits, rock and roll. We light it up and take it slow. Moonlight beams through the haze, blunt burn slow, lost in space. No stress here, just let go. Dr. High sets the show. Yeah, we vibing, we riding. Welcome to the High Vibe Session. Welcome to the High Vibe Session.
Hey, Canada fan. How you guys doing tonight? It's Thursday. It's time for High Vibes with Dr. High, episode 8. Tonight's going to be a pretty good night. I'm going to use songs that we've used on the show before. I just put together a little grouping of my favorites. I did that simply because I've been working on creating a new series of music, and it takes a lot of time, right? And I have a full-time job, so during the week I'm at MTL working in the post-production from Saturday to Tuesday, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday I'm working Dr. High But believe it or not, this 1 hour show can take me anywhere up to 17, 18, 19 hours to put together if I have to create all the videos from scratch, right? So this week I'm a little jammed up time-wise, so we're going to repeat some songs that we played before, but these are all songs that I think of as some of my absolute favorites from what's been done so far. So I hope you're going to enjoy them, and we're going to have some fun with it. So we're going to start with Aliens Always Bring the Good Shit. Now, I'm a firm believer in the fact that we are not alone. And I'm pretty sure with advanced technology, the aliens can grow some of the best weed in the universe. But let's find out. Aliens always bring the good shit. Let's go.
They came from
Sitting on my porch, just rolling one tight. Looked up at the stars, saw a green flashing light. UFO land, door slide wide. Out steps some aliens with red ass eyes. One said, yo, we've been watching you, bro. Heard you got that fire, but we got that glow. They passed me a blunt, I took one deep hit. Next thing I knew, Earth ain't exist. One puff, two puff, lost all sight. Floating in space with my mind so light. Planet spin, time feels slow. Intergalactic kush, let the nebula blow. Aliens always bring the good shit. Took one hit, now I'm lost in the mix. Gravity don't let my body just drift. This ain't no earthweed, this the cosmic gift. They roll 0G joints and they smoke them in blue. Sat back and they ship whole place smell loud. They said this right here goes in a cosmic cloud. I said, damn, what's the THC? They just laughed and said, bro, infinity. One hit showed me all my past lives. 2 hits made me see through time. 3 hits, man, I ain't come back. Now I'm chilling on Saturn with a blunt that's black. 1 puff, 2 puff, lost all sight. Floating in space with my mind so light. Planet spin, time feels slow. Intergalactic kush, let the nebula blow. Aliens always bring the good shit. Took one hit, now I'm lost in the mix. Gravity gone, let my body just drift. This ain't no earthweed, this the cosmic gift. They roll 0G joints and they smoke them in blue. Maybe Earth just ain't that advanced. Maybe the best weed's grown out past Saturn's rings. Maybe the whole damn universe smokes. And maybe black holes are just cosmic tokes. Aliens always bring the good shot. Took one hit, now I'm lost in the mix. Gravity gone, let my body just drift. This ain't no earthweed, this the cosmic gift. They roll 0G joints and they smoke them in blue. Yeah, take me back with y'all.
All right, that was Aliens Always Bring the Good Shit. I hope they come visit me one day because I'd love to figure out how the universe works and how it's kept peaceful and how people get along. I'd like to know their philosophy because one day it'd be nice to see it implemented here on this planet that's so full of war and strife and horrible things. If we could figure out how to make it a better place, that would be beautiful. Okay, next song. Third Eye Open, mostly still closed. I just like this one. It's a little trippy. You know, it's about being enlightened through your cannabis experience. And I just really love the sound of it. So here we go. Third eye open, mouth stay closed.
Rolled up a spliff the size of my arm. Took 2 hits and it did me harm. Heartbeat slow, eyes turn red. Whole damn body feeling like lead. Sound slow down, words don't come. Mouth stay shut, but the mind still run. World look weird, colors get deep. Brain wide awake, but my lips still sleep. 1 puff, 2 puff, everything froze. Third eye open, mouth still closed. Music playing, but I hear no sound. Feel my soul start lifting off the ground. Every third eye open, mouth stay closed. I was too damn high, I can't even pose. Room still spinning, mind unfold. I guess I found the truth, but I never told. Sitting in silence, just watching the floor. Time slowed down, but my mind speed up. Staring at my hands like, damn, that's nuts. Thinking about space, thinking about time. Thinking how the pyramids still align. Room full of friends, but nobody talking. Sitting in smoke, brains all jogging. Someone say, yo, but I don't reply. Ain't no words left, just stars in my eyes. 1 puff, 2 puff, everything froze. Third eye open, mouth still closed. Music playing, but I hear no sound. Feel my soul start lifting off the ground. Third eye open, mouth still closed. Too damn high, I can't even pose. The room still spinning, mind unfold. I guess I found the truth, but I never told. Lifting off the ground. Sitting in silence, just watching the floor. Maybe words ain't real. Maybe time ain't real. Maybe the universe runs on how we feel. Maybe I should write this down. But I just sat there, didn't make a sound. Third eye open, mouth stay closed. Too damn high, I can't even pose. The room still spinning, mind unfold. I guess I found the truth, but I never told. Sitting in silence, just watching the floor.
How was that? Third eye open, I'll stay closed. All right, so next song. I think we've all had our times when we've had to take a trip someplace, perhaps for work, perhaps to visit a loved one, perhaps to just get out of town for a little while. You never know. Sometimes you got to go on the run for a little bit or whatever the case may be. So, there's times that we have to travel alone. And as cannabis users, we do oftentimes enjoy the experience of smoking a joint, a long drive, and some excellent music. So here's a song about those very things. It's called 420 Miles to Memphis. Let's go.
Been driving since sundown, still got a ways to go.
Going for 20 miles, man, the road moves slow. Stereo humming, just me and my thoughts. Ain't no turning back, ain't no getting lost. Windows down, let the cool wind creep. And midnight highway got a soul so deep. Rolled one up cause my mind won't rest. Trying to outrun my past, but it's riding shotgun, I guess. Every mile got a memory, every song got a tale. Rolling through the south like a ghost on the trail. Street lights flicker, gas station glow. One more town, one more to go. One more to go. Ain't looking back, got the windows down. Smoke in the air, whiskey on my mind, leaving my past somewhere behind. Duck door, high road like a song. Keep that engine humming, keep moving on. Took a left down memory lane. Should've known better, but I go there again. Lot of lessons learned, lot of bridges burned. Guess you can't outrun the past at every turn. Saw a sign said next stop Tennessee, but I'm lost in my mind, ain't where I need to be. Took a long deep hit, let the world slow down. All I got is the road and the sound. Every mile got a memory, every song got a tale. Rolling through the south like a ghost on the trail. Street lights flicker, gas station glow. One more town, one more to go. One more to go. Ain't looking back, got the windows down. Smoke in the air, whiskey on my mind, leaving my past somewhere behind. Duck door, high road like a song. Keep that engine humming, keep moving on. The road don't judge, it just keeps rolling on. All these ghosts just fade with the dawn. One last drag, let the wind take my pain. By the time I hit Memphis, I won't be the same. Ain't looking back, got the windows down. Smoke in the air, whiskey on my mind, leaving my past somewhere behind. Duck door, high road like a song. Keep that engine humming, keep moving on.
Man, doesn't that song have just such a great vibe to it? 420 miles to Memphis. Absolutely love it. So, next song. If you're like me and you were smoking weed in the 70s and early 80s, chances are pretty damn good that it arrived to wherever you lived in the back of somebody's tractor trailer, in the back of a truck. That's how it all got around, right? It would be smuggled in sometimes over the water if it was coming in from Colombia and places like that. If it's coming from Mexico, come across the land borders with the U.S. But once it got into the United States, it moved by truck. That's the way everything arrives at its final destination, and weed was no different than anything else that we consume. So truck drivers were a very important part of the distribution chain when it came to accessing cannabis when we were younger. And things are very different now, but back then it's the way it was. So here's a little song about those truck drivers. It's called Truckers and Tokers. Let's go.
Rolling heavy, rolling strong, keep the reefer on. Running I-40, got a full load stack.
LCB buzzing, got the boys in the back. Hauling more than freight, got that real good green. Crossing state lines, trying not to be seen. Rest stop, smoke break, take a hit the gas. One eye on the mirror, 1 foot on the dash. They say don't drive high, man, I drive real slow. Keep it between the lines, let the reefer smoke roll. When keep that pedal down, keep that joint lit. Ain't no road too long when you're riding with a split. From Georgia to Texas, from Cali to Maine. We're rolling up, rolling loud, rolling through the rain. Keep rolling, keep smoking. Ride around real high, rolling through the night, neath the moonlit sky. Got a full tank, got a full sack, blowing smoke down the highway, ain't looking back. Wrote the road map for this ride, turn the TV up, let the smoke collide. Saw the blue lights flashing, had to take that turn. Back road ride, tires kicking up dirt. They checking my logs, trying to slow me down. Little do they know I got pounds underground. Cross state lines, keep the stash real tight. Ain't gonna let them stop my ride tonight. I ain't pushing weight, just bringing peace. We're trucking this plan till the law release. Keep that pedal down, keep that joint lit. Ain't no road too long when you're riding with a split. From Georgia to Texas, from Cali to Maine. We rolling up, rolling loud, rolling through the rain. Keep smoking, riding real high. We rolling through the night, neath the moonlit sky. Got a full tank, got a full sack, blowing smoke down the highway, ain't looking back. Wrote the road map for this ride, turn the CD up, let the smoke collide. One more stretch, got one more load, lift the wheels, keep turning, the fire stays bright. Roll one up and ride through the night. Keep the pedal down, keep the joint lit. Ain't no road too long when you're riding with a split. From Georgia to Texas, from Cali to Maine. Rolling up, rolling loud, rolling through the rain. Rolling, keep smoking. Rolling through the night, neath the moonlit sky. Full tank, got a full sack, blowing smoke down the highway, ain't looking back. No, wrote the road map for this ride. Keep turn the CB up, let the smoke collide.
Truckers and Tokers. That's some good rock and roll right there. I love it. Love those guys. I drove transport trailer for 2 years. Very stressful job. Very stressful. There were some fun parts about it, some challenges, getting into tight spaces and all that was very interesting. But people just don't respect trucks out there. And, they don't realize we're carrying 80,000 pounds of cargo, and doesn't take much to kill somebody in a car when you're driving a truck. And because of the fear that I had, I didn't want to have that on my conscience, whether it was my fault or not. I gave it up. So that was that. I haven't touched a truck in 13 years. So glad to be done with it. All right. Next, one of my really favorite songs, Half a Joint, a Broken Heart. We're all adults here, and I'm sure we have all lost love at some point in our lives. Been somebody who we cared about, who's left us, has, displayed some infidelity, and we've had to end a relationship, whatever the case may be. Even when you're angry, it still hurts. So we reflect upon those moments when we're alone and we're high. And here's a little song about that called Half a Joint and a Broken Heart. Let's get into it.
Radio hum, some old love song, same old words, still feeling wrong. Moonlight's heavy on this 2-lane road, trying to let go, but I can't let go. One hand on the wheel, one holding tight to the last thing left from a lonesome night. Burnt out cherry, but it still sparks, half a joint and a broken heart. Maybe I should turn around. Maybe love ain't meant to be found, but every mile just pulls me deep in smoking memories I can't keep. Half a joint and a broken heart, trying to hold myself together while I fall apart. Breathing you in, breathing you out, a little more haze, a little less doubt. Half a joint and a restless soul, trying to find a place where I can let go. Lost in the night, lost in the dark. Half a joint and a broken heart. Thought by now I'd be moving on, but some things stay even when they're gone. Your voice still lingers in my mind, like that last inhale, holding tight. A little smoke, a little pain, washing over me like summer rain. Fading slow like an old love scar. Half a joint and a broken heart. Maybe I should turn around. Maybe love ain't meant to be found, but every mile just pulls me deep in smoking memories I can't keep. Half a joint and a broken heart, trying to hold myself together while I fall apart. Breathing you in, breathing you out, a little more haze, a little less doubt. Half a joint and a restless soul, trying to find a place where I can let go. Lost in the night, lost in the dark. Half a joint and a broken heart. Maybe love ain't meant to stay. Maybe pain just fades away. Maybe one day I'll be alright, but tonight I chase the high. Half a joint and a broken heart, trying to hold myself together while I fall apart. Breathing you in, breathing you out, a little more haze, a little less doubt. Half a joint and a restless soul, trying to find a place where I can let go. Lost in the night, lost in the dark. Half a joint and a broken heart.
Wow, half a joint and a broken heart. Who were you thinking about? I can think of a few that makes me think about. But I've been married for 30 years now. It's been a long time since I've had a little heartbreak in my life. I'm well over it. I'm happy. And we move along. So, Dr. High is about inclusivity, education, advocacy, entertainment. You know, we support everybody here in the cannabis community. And I have a problem with the way that women are treated in the cannabis industry, which compelled me to create some music showcasing the strengths of women and how they belong in this community and how there's nothing they can't do here that can be done by anybody else. You know, they're absolutely equal. They should have equal opportunity. There should be no harassment. There should be no sexism. There should be no discomfort in the workplace. So I did some songs about, you know, powerful, strong women in the industry. Women who do it by themselves, women who move through life with a joint and a dream, and they roll alone. So here's a song about a woman just like that, rolling alone. Let's roll.
Smoke curls like a ribbon in the midnight air. I exhale the weight of a world that don't care. Ain't nobody calling, no knock at my door. Just me in this moment, I don't need more. City lights flicker like ghosts in the sky. Take another hit, let my troubles float by. A sip of red wine, a song on repeat. I close my eyes, let the rhythm sink deep. Say a woman ain't whole on her own, but I got peace in my heart and a fire in my bones. No empty words, no hands to hold, just me and my smoke and a heart full of gold. I don't need nobody, just a lighter and a song, rolling alone where I belong. A little moonlight, a little red wine, burning slow, just taking my time. I don't need nobody, just a joint and a dream blowing away what I don't need. A little freedom, a little release, rolling alone, I got all that I need. Feet on the dashboard, driving nowhere slow. Radio hums like a voice that knows. Every mile another piece of the past, fading away like smoke on glass. I ain't waiting, I ain't wishing. I don't need saving, I don't need fixing. Love might be sweet, but solitude's strong. A woman like me learns to carry on. They say a woman ain't whole on her own, but I got peace in my heart and a fire in my bones. No empty words, no hands to hold, just me and my smoke and a heart full of gold. I don't need nobody, just a lighter and a song, rolling alone where I belong. A little moonlight, a little red wine, burning slow, just taking my time. I don't need nobody, just a joint and a dream blowing away what I don't need. A little freedom, a little release, rolling alone, I got all that I need. Maybe love will find me down the road, but tonight I let the embers glow. No rush, no race, no weight to bear, just a little more smoke in the midnight air. I don't need nobody, just a lighter and a song, rolling alone where I belong. A little moonlight, a little red wine, burning slow, just taking my time. I don't need nobody, just a joint and a dream blowing away what I don't need. A little freedom, a little release, rolling alone, I got all that I need.
There we go, rolling alone. Love that song. You're going to hear me say that probably quite a few times tonight because, as I told you, tonight was all about playing some of my favorite songs that I produced for Dr. High. So that's what we're into. Rolling Alone, next one. Not only is it one of my favorite songs sonically, but I think the message is really important. Rick Simpson Oil has done amazing things for many, many people. It's changed the trajectory of their lives. It's brought wellness. It's improved the quality of their lives. Very, very important. I wanted to do a song that recognized the importance of Rick Simpson oil. And the song is about somebody finding healing after learning about Rick Simpson and what he did and how it changed their lives. So this is called RSO Save Me.
Doctor said the road was dark and long. Treatments came, but nothing felt strong. In the quiet, I searched for a sign. Found a name that lit up my mind. Rick Simpson's tale of healing and fight. A humble man bringing shadows to light. From the earth, an oil so pure. Whispers of a natural cure. RSO saved me, lifted me high, brought back the stars to my weary sky. From the depths I rose anew, grateful for the gift of this healing dew.
Each drop a promise, each day a song. Felt my body growing strong. Nausea faded, appetite returned. In the gentle glow, my spirit burned. Skeptics question, but I believe in nature's arms. I was relieved. Rick's own journey paved the way for souls like mine to find our day. RSO saved me, lifted me high, brought back the stars to my weary sky. From the depths I rose anew, grateful for the gift of this healing dew. Now I share this story of mine, hoping others see the sign in the leaves. A chance may live for healing, hope, and harmony. RSO saved me, lifted me high, brought back the stars to my weary sky.
Beautiful song, beautiful message. RSO saved me. Love it. I hope you guys do too. I really create this music for the community. I like listening to it. That's when I knew that something was happening, right? I grew up deeply in the music culture. I have friends who are well-known professional musicians, names you would probably know. I grew up in Windsor, next to Detroit, massive musical influence in Detroit. You don't call it Detroit Rock City for nothing. And when I started working with these tools to try and put together cannabis themed music, unlike any that had been seen before, I was mind blown at some of the things that were happening. And that's when I knew, when I was playing these songs over and over again in the car and just loving them, I knew something was here. I knew that there was a chance to reach out and connect with the people I want to be around, the people I want to know, the cannabis community, so that we can work together to help bring others to our community, help them improve the quality of their lives, and see things the way they should be. Cannabis is a natural remedy for many, many things. So I digress. RSO saved me. Next song, really love it. Sorry. But Smoke Between Pines, nothing I love more than being out in the woods, Northern Ontario, Alberta, and smoking a joint and just absorbing nature. And that is what Smoke Between Pines is all about. Let's chill.
Somewhere off trail past the signs, where the air gets thick and the world unwinds. Lit a joint with hands still cold, smelled the pine, felt the fold. Branches creaking, thoughts on loop. Is it peace or a paranoia coup? Smoke between pines, floating like prayer. Eyes wide open, nobody there. The woods don't judge, they just absorb. I whispered to the void, it whispered more. Wrapped in my doctor high blanket, searching the Lord. Saw a deer stare like it knew my sins. Every tree felt like next to kin. Birdsong twisted into words I knew, but the language changed with every view. A squirrel blinked twice, then vanished slow. I laughed so hard I forgot to go. Smoke between pines, nature's design. Rolling with ghosts of my own damn mind. Felt small, felt wild, felt kinda divine. Time crawled backwards, my thoughts aligned. Tucked in my doctor high blanket, the peace I find. This ain't the forest from childhood books. This is the truth where nobody looks. High alone, but somehow held like a secret kept, or a story spelled. Smoke between pines, I disappeared. Became the sound my soul once feared. Found myself in the green and space. In every silence I found grace. With my doctor high blanket pulled to my face. No trail out, just the one I made.
Smoke between pines. Are you feeling relaxed, reinvigorated, chill? That's what Smoke Between Pines is all about, getting high in the woods. Amazing, amazing, amazing. All right, so perhaps you're joining us for the first time. You don't know anything about Dr. High. You may think that I'm Dr. High, but really I'm not Dr. High. Dr. High is a cannabis lifestyle brand, a brand that envelops information, advocacy, entertainment, education, all things to do with cannabis. I create the music, I create content. I have books published on Amazon about cannabis in specific medical conditions, beginner's guides. I have a shop on Etsy that has the largest concentration of original cannabis themed designs on apparel and coffee mugs and posters and wall art in the world, more than 600 original designs. So I'm really trying to build Dr. High as a brand, get it out there, get people to notice it, because it helps show off the culture. It helps advance the education. It helps break the stigma. And that's why I'm here. You know what I mean? It costs me money, Dr. High. I don't make money with Dr. High. I'm going to have to go, for a while before I ever see that happen. But it costs me, many hundreds of dollars a month for everything that I use and my fees and things like that. So, you know what I mean? It's a passion project for me. And I do have a goal, and that goal is to see cannabis legalized everywhere, see people who need access to it for medical purposes have that. That's what I care about. But I'm going to show you the business side of Dr. High. This next song is called Elevate the Mind, and the video that goes with it are all Dr. High products that are available for you. Elevate the Mind.
Step into the world of knowledge and light, where cannabis wisdom shines so bright. Education, advocacy, breaking the chains. Dr. High's here to spark up your brain. AI haze in the digital sky, crafting designs that'll catch your eye. Books on the shelf, knowledge in sight. Dr. High's mission, ignite and unite. Rise up, light up, open your mind. Cannabis truth no longer confined. From t-shirts to art, from facts to the page. Dr. High's leading the modern day wave. From prohibition to the freedom we seek. Teaching the truth, giving power to speak. Stoner humor with a twist of style. Wear it proud, let the world see you smile. AI haze drops a fresh new design. Cannabis apparel, one of a kind. Dr. High, yeah, the books tell the tale of history, healing, and breaking the veil. Rise up, light up, open your mind. Cannabis truth no longer confined. From t-shirts to art, from facts to the page. Dr. High is leading the modern day wave. Rolling knowledge like a perfect Elevate, educate, advocate.
Elevate the mind and the business side of Dr. High. If you see anything out there you like, at the end of each song, there's a short clip with all my links. But you can find me on Etsy. Just basically Google Dr. High and whatever you're looking for, and you'll find it. So we're running a little bit long here. So hopefully my hosts over at Pace 420 Network won't get upset with me for being a couple minutes long today, but it's a good show. So hopefully they'll be just fine with it. Next song happens to me all the time. Got things to do. Smoke a joint. I've been wanting to watch a movie. Maybe I'm just going to chill and watch that movie instead, and I'll put off that task or chore for a couple hours, or maybe for a day, or maybe until my next day off. Whatever we can afford to do. It does happen from time to time. We try to stay motivated, but sometimes we just get half-baked, and that's that. So let's share the experience with our friend who is half-baked.
I was gonna do it, but then I got high. Nah, for real, I ain't even gonna try.
Woke up, had plans, was finna go grind. Roll one up, now lost my mind. TV on mute, I've been stuck in trance. Shorty talking, but I don't understand. Got up too quick, almost hit the flow. Took one more hit, now I ain't moving no more. Phone blowing up, but I ain't text back. I was finna type, but I straight up lagged. Brain moves slow, brain on pause, body feel numb. Ain't no rush, I'm taking my time. One more hit, I might see the sun. But for right now, I ain't going outside. I was finna move, but I'm half-baked. Shorty hit me up, told her I'm delayed. I was finna grind, but I took a break. Too damn high, now I lost my place. Tried to roll up, but I fell asleep. Woke up hungry, but forgot to eat. Looked at the time, thought it was 4. Shit, that was AM. I ain't even know. Dr. High hoodie, feeling real comfy. DoorDash hit, forgot my munchies. Too damn baked, can't feel my feet. Shorty keep laughing, said I look like a meme.
I think I was supposed to do something, but I forgot.
Eyes too low, thoughts too deep. Got lost in a convo with my own damn seat. Tried to get up, but my legs said nah. Guess I'm chilling here, turn up the I was finna move, but I'm half-baked. Shorty hit me up, told her I'm delayed. I was finna grind, but I took a break. Too damn high, now I lost my place. I was finna move, but I'm half-baked. Shorty hit me up, told her I'm delayed. I was finna grind, but I took a break. Too damn high, now I lost my place.
Fuck it, I'll do it tomorrow or next week. I don't even know what day it is.
there it was, half baked. How many of you have been there? I know I have. And you know what goes really well with being half baked is being couch locked when you're loaded. So we're going to finish tonight with a song you've not heard before, but this song has become one of my favorites and will be available soon. It's called Couch Locked and Loaded, and I just love the beat to this. Let's go.
I ain't lazy, I'm just stuck with power. Half a brownie in one lung gone, eyes red like I just did wrong. Sinking in the couch like a wartime vet. Only thing I'm chasing is the lighter I forget. Backwoods stale, but it's still gon' flame. Strain so loud, neighbors know my name. Head so heavy, thoughts moving glue. Had plans today, now I ain't got a clue. I'm still armed, don't test the zone. Grip on the bong like a royal throne. Call me soft, you might get folded. I'm couch locked, yes, but fully loaded. Couch locked and loaded, brain on pause. Body feel like laws, don't apply no more. THC in my blood like fake coded. Too high to move, too chill to notice. Couch locked and loaded, I ain't slow. I'm saving my strength for that final blow. Long hits divine, edibles golden, stamped in a sesh by Dr. High Bolden. I don't chase clout, I chase snacks. Got a tray of wings and a bowl of wax. Doorbell ring, I ain't even blink. If it ain't pizza, I don't even think. Trap beat low in the background hum. Every hi-hat tick hit like a drum. It's that front porch fade with the drawl in the air. Weed so strong it pulled out the chair. This ain't sleep, it's meditation on rotation. Couch locked and loaded, can't stand tall, but if the flame call me, I'll risk it all. Blunt to the dome, hash in the fold, still got that fire when the sesh gets cold. You think I'm stuck? I think I'm free.
Well, everybody, there it was, Couch Locked and Loaded. Great song. Love it, love it, love it, love it. I want to thank you all for joining me tonight. High Vibes with Dr. High. That's going to wrap it up for this show, this episode. I love doing it, and I really hope you guys are enjoying the music. Reach out anytime. You can find me on Facebook, David Johnson, or Dr. High. Instagram at Dr._High_710. Or just Google Dr. High. It's easy to find. Thanks for taking the time out of your day to spend some with me. High vibes only. We'll see you next Thursday. Peace.
Yeah, you feel that? Welcome to the session. Let's vibe. Roll one up, let's take flight. Bass hits deep, ride the night. Smoke and sound, it's paradise. High vibes only, feeling right. High vibes, let it flow. Deep bass, watch it glow. Dub hits, rock and roll. We light it up and take it slow.
Dr. High is a Pace Radio Network content provider. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice or broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponic shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Re-rolled Saturdays. Check. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.